Good morning, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order the New Mexico State Game Commission to order here in Reserve, New Mexico. I'd like to thank the Catron County officials, commissioners, and residents for hosting us here today. Director Sloan, please call roll.
Commissioner Witt.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Here.
Commissioner Clemente.
Present.
Vice Chair Hickey.
Present.
Chair Stump.
Present.
You have a quorum.
As we do at all our meetings, I'd like to go around the room, introduce ourselves. Before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge some of our political officials that are here today. Representative Armstrong, Senator Ramos, and Representative Terrazas. So how about we start with Commissioner Lopez?
Good morning. I'm Commissioner Lopez from the great county of Rio Arriba, and it was a pleasure to drive down here to Reserve yesterday. Literally drove across the state and got to have some great pie yesterday at Eagles Landing. The kind of pie you got to genuflect before you eat it. So great. So thank you so much. Great hospitality, great people, and good to be down here in the Gila country.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to see all of you, and I want to say thank you very much for coming here today. I know we're all excited. First, let me say I'm from Santa Fe County, and I have looked forward to coming to Reserve for so many years. For those of you who do not know about Reserve, New Mexico, it is the birthplace and home of Justice Patricio Serna. He is the former Chief Justice of the New Mexico Supreme Court. And I want to send a shout out to all of you who know him and to Justice Serna. But this is also beautiful elk country. The wildlife out here is just phenomenal coming in. We saw the elk, the deer, everything. And again, it's just so nice to be here. And I want to say thank you again for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We appreciate all of you being here today. It's an important day. My name is Richard Stump. I'm the chair of the commission. And I'm a New Mexican, grew up in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I've been appointed at large. And like everyone here, I love our state. And so thank you again for being here today.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. This is great turnout, and we really appreciate this. My name is Fernando Clemente. I am appointed at large. I am from Sunland Park, New Mexico. But since I was 15, I've been hunting on these areas, 16A, 16D, 15, which is, this is an amazing area. And I just want to say that, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Sloan, Director of the Department.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Kirk Patton, Chief of Fisheries for the department.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Sean Carroll. I'm the Revocations Lieutenant.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Tim Simbel. I'm the Colonel for Field Operations with Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, Frank Moraz of Patrick Creek Fire and EMS. Thanks for everybody coming.
Deborah Mahler, I am the Catron County Manager.
Morning, commissioners. Buster Green, Commissioner for Catron County and lifelong resident of Catron County.
Good morning, commissioners, everyone. Catron County Commissioner and lifelong resident of the county.
Good morning, commissioners, everyone. Hayden Forward, Catron County Commissioner, District 3.
Thank you for being here. Luis Terrazas, State Representative for District 39, which is Grant, Hidalgo, and Catron County. I'm mostly southern Catron, just below Alma.
Good morning, State Representative Gail Armstrong, born and raised in Catron County. House State Representative for District 49. I have Catron, Sierra, Valencia, and Socorro County, largest House district in the state with the fewest amount of people.
Morning, everybody. I'm Ben Neary. I'm with the New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Morning, commissioners, members of the audience. Jesse Dubell, Executive Director, New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Jacks. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the acting regional director for our Southwest region, and our regional offices in Albuquerque.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone. I'm also from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. My name is Paul Souza. Great to see you.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brady McGee. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm the Mexican Wolf Recovery Coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Seth Willey. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Albuquerque Regional Office as well. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Jones. I'm State Representative for District 32, which is Hidalgo County, Luna County, and Doña Ana.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm Senator Gabriel Ramos for District 28. I represent Grant, Luna, and Hidalgo County, and I am a taxpayer here in Catron County. So thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for being here. Friends and neighbors, thank you for being here. My name is Tom Patterson. I'm president-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. I live and work in Catron County. I'm a cattle rancher. I'm here with my lovely wife, Callie.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to the commission and everyone for coming today. I'm Adrienne Seltz, and I'm from Sandia Park, New Mexico.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Schoenberg. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and this is my wife, Jane, who wants to introduce herself.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jane McGrath, and I'm happy to be here with all of you, and thank you to the commission for holding this and Catron County for hosting.
Commissioners, my name is John Hickey. I'm from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Good morning, Brian Bird with Defenders of Wildlife.
Good morning, commissioners. Tom Shelley from Silver City, born and raised in Grant County, and I'm a county commissioner, District 5, also a supervisor on the Soil and Water Conservation District.
I'm John Ladd. I'm a cattle rancher in Cochise County, Arizona. I'm a past president of Cochise Graham Cattle Growers Association.
Good morning. I'm Don Lackner. I'm from Graham County. I'm the president of Cochise Graham Cattle Growers Association. Thank you.
Mike Ware, rancher, Wilcox, Arizona, down by the Chiricahua National Monument, past president, Cochise Graham Cattle Growers, past director, New Mexico Cattle Growers, and current director on Cochise Graham Cattle Growers.
Good morning, David Stone, Silver City. We moved there from Tucson. I will never retire.
I'm Jim McGrath. I'm from Silver City, New Mexico.
Lynn Major, rancher, Cibola, Catron, and Socorro counties.
Randall Major, lifelong rancher, Socorro County, Catron County.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good morning, Catron County. I'm Carrie Romero, Executive Director for the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides.
Rich Krug, Luna, New Mexico.
Henry Edwards from the Far Ranch by Daddle.
Good morning. Sorry about that. Tristana Carroll. I'm the Chief of the Information and Education Division for Department of Game and Fish.
Bruce Gellerman, resident of Apache Creek the last 3 years, a former rancher, retired.
Ryan Devereaux, I'm a journalist writing a book.
Good morning, Commissioners and everybody. My name is Nan Franzblau. I live in Silver City, New Mexico. I'm a mother and a teacher.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carol Ann Figali. I currently live in Silver City, New Mexico, and I'm a lifelong lover of wildlife.
Good morning, everyone, Commissioners. My name is Greta Anderson. I am the Deputy Director of Western Watersheds Project, and I came up today from Tucson, Arizona.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Toole. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I'm the Arizona New Mexico Director for Western Watersheds Project, and I'm so glad to see some of my fellow Southern Arizonans here today.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Luke Koenig. I live in Silver City, and I'm the Gila grassroots organizer for New Mexico Wild.
My name is Cindy Renee Provencio, and I am a born and raised lifelong resident of Grant County and specifically the mining district.
Good morning, all. I'm Frankie DeAngelis. I'm an outdoor photographer from Silver City. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Matthew Atencio, Field Manager for the Bureau of Land Management, Socorro Field Office.
Good morning, Zeb Andrews, Bureau of Land Management, Socorro.
Good morning. I'm Alex Simon. I'm retired. I live in Silver City. Being retired, I switched from rifle to bow hunting, and so I spent a lot of time up this way in 16B.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Michael Robinson. I work with Center for Biological Diversity, and I live in Pinos Altos in Grant County.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Scott Chandler. I'm a 8th generation rancher, Sierra County in the Gila Forest, also an elected magistrate judge in Luna County.
Good morning, Commissioners and general public. I'm Colette Chandler, Luna County Commissioner Chair, and we live in Deming. This is my husband, and I'm so glad that you all made it here today.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Darren Vaughn. I'm the Communications Director for New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jim Travers of White House Ranch, Daddle, New Mexico, cow-calf operation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Colin Duff. I'm with the Department of Game and Fish. I'm our major over our field operations division.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Logan Van Landingham. I'm the Southwest Area Captain for the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Morning, everyone. My name is Josh Wright. I'm the local corporal here in Camado for field operations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aubrey Warner. I'm a district officer out at Camado.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Romero. I'm from Pueblitos, New Mexico.
Gregory Nash, lifelong owner of property in Catron County.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having this. I'm Lewis Sanders for Catron County Cattle Rancher.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sheriff Keith Hughes, Catron County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Randy Earwood. I'm the superintendent with Reserve Schools, and I'd like to welcome everyone to Reserve Schools.
Good morning, everyone. Adon Hawkes. I'm the sergeant here, one of your local friendly game wardens.
Good morning, Director, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Colleen Payne. I'm the Southwest Area Public Information Specialist for the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Hello, Commissioners. Welcome to Catron County. I am Marisa Pryor-Luzier. I'm a Catron County resident and a professional wildlife photographer.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Nelson. I'm a rancher's wife, and I believe ranchers have rights.
Good morning. I'm Ginger Cheney. I'm from Greenlee County. I'm the Greenlee County Cattle Growers president, teacher, rancher, and more importantly, a mom.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Lori Schneeberger. We ranch in Western Sierra County. I'm with the New Mexico Federal Lands Council. I'm kind of their wolf liaison. Thank you.
Tom Klumpker, Glenwood, outfitter director for the Coalition of Counties, past director for the New Mexico Council of Outfitters, and a 39-year-long outfitter primarily in the Gila Wilderness.
Jay Platt, Catron County. I'm an outfitter in this county as well, run statewide, and also a rancher in the area.
Andy Carrejo, Apache Creek, New Mexico, rancher and lifelong resident.
I'm Billy McCarty, fourth generation rancher here in Catron County.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Becca Luton here with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs. I'm also here with Katie Adams and Jesse Watson. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Katie Adams. I'm the Director of County Development with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Watson. I'm a Field Services Manager for the New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau.
Good morning, Bill Nelson, Daddle, New Mexico. I'm the Catron County Public Safety and Depredation Officer, Catron County Sheriff's Office.
David Heft, retired wildlife biologist, hunter, trapper, Bay Hill, New Mexico.
Han 11, member of the public.
Good morning, members of the public, state game commissioners, Catron County commissioners, and members of the legislature. I'm Jeremy Martin. I'm the general counsel for the Department of Game and Fish.
Tom Lister, a farmer, Verdon, New Mexico, and a member of the Hidalgo County Farm Bureau.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Art Malott. I am the Hidalgo County Commission Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Craig Catron, Horse Springs, New Mexico, rancher and contractor.
Morning, I'm Mathis Catron, rancher and fence contractor.
Good morning, Dally Catron, rancher and fence contractor.
I'll just use this one, Tristana. I'm Wheeler Brunchmid, Assistant Chief of Information, and we're going to go back online to Commissioner Fulfer and Commissioner Witt to introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Greg Fulfer, District 1 Commissioner. Live here in Jow. I'm a rancher here in Jow and I own and operate a hunting and fishing lodge in Colorado. And my business is in oil and gas, Fulfer Oil and Cattle here in Jow. So kind of diversified in a little bit of all of it. But good to see you all. I'm sorry I'm not there. I had some transportation issues, a blowout, and tore up my fender and steps to my motorhome. So I'm having a little mechanical issues, but wish I was there and give Senator Ramos a hard time. But we'll catch up with him a little later. Good to see him there. Thank y'all.
My name is Chris Witt. I'm the newest commissioner for District 5, Bernalillo County. I'm a biologist. I've been at University of New Mexico for 18 years. I mostly study birds. I wish I could be there today in reserve. I'm zooming in from St. Louis, Missouri, where I'm attending the American Ornithological Society conference, presenting our research at UNM on sandhill cranes in New Mexico. And I can report there's a lot of science here being done and presented on New Mexico birds. So I'm happy to see the meeting today is so well attended and looking forward to seeing what people have to say.
Thank you. Sorry, it's too loud. There are 4 people online that wish to introduce themselves, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Aaron Hunt, you are allowed to talk.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Erin Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest, a collaborative effort of community members and conservation organizations working to save Mexican gray wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark? Mark Matini, if I said that right.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, we can hear you.
My name is Mark Matini. I live on Laguna Pueblo with my wife, who is a tribal member. I am here representing the New Mexico Board of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers.
Thank you, Mark. Jackie Hall. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Jackie, if you get your audio figured out, you can introduce yourself. Glenn Griffin.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. This is Jackie Hall with the Carol Petrie Foundation based in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today.
Thanks, Jackie. Who was next? Glenn, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Glenn Griffin from Silver City, New Mexico. I represent Grant Countyans for Democracy.
Thank you, Glenn. Bernadette Maldonado.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bernadette Maldonado, and I'm an illustrator and author, and I wrote Why Asha Goes North, and I'm currently writing Asha and Marty Explore New Mexico, Marty the Moose. So I am very excited to be here and understand more about Asha and what others feel about her. Very passionate about Asha the Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. We have just 3 more, Chair. Dr. Aletris Niels.
morning. My name is Aletris Niels. I have a PhD in wildlife management, and my specialty is mitigating conflicts between carnivores and livestock. And I am the founder and executive director of Conservation Catalyst in Arizona.
Thank you. Mary Catherine Ray.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Mary Catherine Ray. I'm the wildlife chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm calling from our home in the outback of Socorro County.
Thank you, Mary. Last one, Mr. Chair. Barbara Marks.
My name is Barbara Marks, and I live with my family on the Arizona-New Mexico state line. We live with wolves. We have been around them since 1998. And, we aren't so well represented. And we just would like to have the truth be out there and really appreciate this opportunity because, what happens in New Mexico also happens in Arizona and vice versa. And we need to be thinking about each other. And thank you again for this opportunity.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, one more person raised their hand. Okay. Kate Scott. Kate Scott.
Excuse me. I didn't unmute myself. Apologies. I'm the co-founder of the Madrian Archipelago Wildlife Center, located in Cochise County in southeastern Arizona, with a mission of wildlife advocacy. Very happy to be in attendance with you all today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we had one more. Do you want to continue? Okay. Wait. Last one, Randy.
Hi, my name is Randy Chulik, and I live in Silver City, and I would like to speak at today's meeting. Thank you. I have a question. Should I present now, or will you call on me later to present?
I'll message you in the Zoom chat, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, folks. Appreciate all that. How about we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance before we get going? Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do you have any questions or comments on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I do have a comment. We have a number of people in attendance, and I would like, for the sake of time management, to have an idea of how many people would be speaking during any of the agenda items. For example, agenda item number 7, or during public comment, either online or present. Do you know how many plan to speak?
Wheeler, do you know online how many people are going to speak after agenda item 7?
I will message them, Mr. Chair, get a tally.
How about everybody raises their hand that are planning to comment? Are you all registered? Make sure you're registered.
Mr. Chair, can we have someone count the number of hands, please?
There's a lot.
Okay, well then, Tristana, do you mind walking out and counting them all?
It's around 40, Sharon. It's around 40.
About 50 and 10.
About 50 and 10 online, Mr. Chair. 50 in person, 50, 10 online.
No, we'll do 2 minutes. So there's a little concern about time. That's going to take us an hour and 20 minutes. So we're not going to go more than 2 minutes per person, just to be clear. Do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
Chair. I do have an amendment to the agenda. In item number 9, I wish to table that item, the approval of the 2027 budget proposal. Being the fact we got limited access to the budget. We did get the email yesterday, and I haven't had time to review the entire budget. And it's our fiduciary duty to have this operating budget ready, and I haven't had time to prepare. I don't know if any other commissioners have. We can call a special meeting later on to approve the budget, but at this time, in the lieu of time, I cannot honestly say that I can vote in good faith to approve this budget.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Lopez, I thank you for bringing that up. But my concern is on the department. Our next meeting is November 7th.
It's due to DFA by September, but we can have a special meeting to review with it, to sit down with the director and the CFO. I have a lot of questions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, could we hear from the director to see what his thoughts are, if that would be a problem?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Salazar-Hickey, the budget is due to DFA September 1st. We did send out a summary document that included a narrative as well as a summary by program of the budget. Unfortunately, I didn't get out the more detailed roadmap, which lists dollar amounts by division and account number. So I apologize for that. Obviously, it would be easier on us if you were comfortable approving the budget today, but if you're not, then yes, we would have to set a special meeting before September 1st to get approval.
Commissioner Clementa.
I do have a little bit of a concern of the time that is being delivered to us, the budget items and the review. And yes, it was provided some information. My only question is, if this has to be presented to the FAA, what is what they get and what is what we get in difference on presentation? Because I believe there is supposed to be a time where commissioners can have the input or recommendations to the department, and that time has not happened. So with that being said, I think our public deserves the right procedures and for this commission to oversee and review well and be knowledgeable. I'm just for that reason and make the recommendations and then approve it correctly.
Commissioner Witt, Commissioner Fulfer, do you have any input on this?
I would second the motion that was presented by Commissioner.
I share Commissioner Lopez's concern. I wonder if we could ask the director to answer Commissioner Clemente's question about what's going to be presented by September 1st and how it compares to what we've been delivered so far.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Witt, we enter the numbers from the roadmap into a system that DFA has for creating the overall state budget. So ours is a piece of that larger budget that then gets sent to the governor's office for her approval, and then it ultimately presented to the legislature as within the agency budgets. So the numbers we've given you, both the summary program number, the summary program numbers are what gets entered into BFM, the budget system. So those are the numbers that DFA gets.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Witt?
Yeah, I would say that the numbers just got delivered to us. I found them difficult to quickly understand. I would be in favor of arranging a special meeting to go over this, especially because we're pressed for time today. If others support that, I think that would be the best path.
I do have a motion to table.
Before we make a motion, Mr. Chair, what are your thoughts? Are you in favor of moving this back?
Well, I too had concerns about receiving it later. It was my understanding that it's basically the same budget as last year with a 3% inflation increase and a $50,000 addition. I can't remember what that was to. But if it's the consensus of the commission, we can go ahead and table it, but we have to call a special meeting that we're all going to have to attend.
Mr. Chair and commissioners, then you're willing to meet before September 1st?
We have to.
Okay, Mr. Chair, commissioners, I hereby make a motion. Oops, wait, before we make a motion, let's have some discussion about a good date. Today is August 15th.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's a motion and a second on the floor to table.
Was there a motion? I thought, was that a motion?
My motion was a motion to table.
You're correct. Thank you. My apologies. Okay.
Might as well. Do you have a second?
I believe Commissioner Fulfer seconded.
I seconded it.
Greg, it's really hard to hear you. You might want to speak a little louder, please.
I,
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Item number 9 is tabled.
Mr. Chair, can we discuss when the special meeting might be? I have travel plans between now and September 1.
What dates work for you?
I'm open August 18, 19, 20, and August 28 and 29.
How about we do August 20th?
August what?
20.
20?
Commissioner Lopez.
Is that enough time? You only have 5 more days. 5 more days good?
How's the department look? Can we discuss this after we can get on with the meeting to look at our schedules?
I would prefer that.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, while we're looking at schedules, I would remind you that we do have to provide public notice of a special meeting.
That's right.
And we could do the special meeting virtually if that was easier. So 2 reminders. And lastly, we'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Would you, Mr. Chair, Director Sloan, are you suggesting August 20th? Because, yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, I'm not sure that we can get the notice out in time for an August 20th meeting. I think we need at least 3 days, and being here today, the weekend, et cetera, I don't know that the 20th works.
Mr. Chair, Director Sloan, how about August 28th?
I'm sure we could make the 28th work.
That's a Thursday. Okay, Mr. Chair, Director Sloan, I hereby let's make a motion to amend the agenda that we table agenda item number 9, the approval of the fiscal year 2026 budget proposal action item. Table that for another date to be determined.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lopez, can we agree now just to say, so we can move on with business, let's make our special meeting on August 28th?
That's fine with me. It's fine with the department. Everyone else concur? All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Director Sloan, Commissioners, I hereby make a motion that we hold a special meeting to discuss the approval of the fiscal year 2026 budget proposal action item for our special meeting on Thursday, August 28th, and that can be virtual.
And do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay, item number 6 is the consent agenda. Director Stone, could you please briefly summarize the 3 items on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, the first item is the approval of the minutes from the June 13th, 2025 meeting. That's in your book here, or that we sent you. They are, I believe, the detailed ones we've discussed in the past. We have revocations of 31 individuals. Several of those are 3 years, some are a little longer. We have some stipulated agreements in there. Those names have been provided to you as well. And then we have approval of the asset disposal list. That's a list of things like vehicles and boats and trailers that have reached the end of their useful life, but we need to have the commission approve the disposal of items over a certain value before they can be sent to auction. That list was also provided in the packet we sent.
Thank you, Director Stone. Do we have any comments or suggestions?
Chair, I had a couple of questions.
Commissioner Fulfer.
I just had a couple of questions on the revocations of one that's, I think it's the first, see, the second page, number 5, the Kelly Martin. Can you tell me what the interference with the lawful hunt, what that consists of?
In that particular case, on that one, I believe the person cited had contact with some legal hunters. They had a conversation exchange, and after that conversation, that individual started walking towards those deer to try to scare them away from the hunters.
Okay. On the first page, I think the 4th one from the top, the David Contreras, can you explain what a criminal trespass while hunting, what that means?
Chair and Commissioner Fulfer, in that particular case, that individual was hunting on private property. The Diamond A Ranch was down here in the Boot Hill. The rancher had, I believe it was a ranch owner that actually caught him within the property. That property is properly posted, and he was also hunting in Unit 27 with a Unit 26 tag. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And just for the record, that the criminal trespass is a mandatory 3-year revocation that cannot be reduced according to statute.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lopez.
I do have a couple of questions regarding for staff. Thank you, Colonel. Again, thank you, LT, for coming down today to discuss these cases. I do have a question regarding Aubrey Martin. Can you elaborate on that case?
Yeah, so Aubrey Martin and I believe it's Thomas Hewitt are the same case. There's also a Toby Hewitt, which was on the last hearing. But in that particular case, they were on state land within GMU 56 in the northeast part of their state. They're hunting antelope. 3 individuals out of the 4 had killed in one spot. They all had proper license and were on public land. Another legal hunter observed 3 headless antelope in that area. The officers investigated that the next day. They contacted the hunters and found out so Thomas Hewitt only removed the head from the field. Aubrey Martin removed the head and hindquarters and left the front quarters and the neck meat. And they contacted all those hunters the next day and they admitted to their violations.
Okay. Mr. Chair, in light of the details that revocation officer provided, I believe that Aubrey Martin and Thomas Hewitt should be increased from 3 years to 5 years based on the egregious of almost wanton wasted game that they've. Antelope is a hard hunt to draw. They did draw the license, but then they decided to leave it behind. And frankly, that's not cool. Not cool. And I believe that 3 years won't suffice for the type of egregious violation. And I wish the commission to consider increasing that to 5 years.
I actually agree with that.
Okay, if I can help. Thank you for the information. Can you touch base on Kevin Escobedo? And can you touch a little bit of revocation violation?
So Kevin Escobedo, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Chair and Commissioner. So that individual in the Magdalena area had gone out with a Barbary sheep license and killed what he thought was a Barbary sheep, but he actually killed a small bighorn sheep ram. A member of the public saw that, called that in. An officer went and interviewed him actually at the Magdalena gas station, and he still thought it was a Barbary sheep, but he was misidentified that animal and killed a bighorn ram instead.
Okay, I don't know if we're talking about the same one, but this one says big game hunting, big game without a valid license and revocation violation.
So during that time, he was on revocation, or he was suspended for a different violation, and he was hunting while on that.
So he continued hunting without a license, correct?
Correct. He didn't have a valid license to kill the bighorn. He had a valid license for a Barbary.
Okay, I would like to ask the commission to increase the violation that we're talking about 60 points. I know the department recommends 3 years, but I would like to ask the same to the commission to increase it to at least 5 years.
I have a question about the mistaken kill. What did he do with the meat in the carcass? Did he contact the department?
So we are required to sell that meat to someone not involved in the situation. So I don't know exactly where that meat went, but it was sold.
But he didn't leave the meat.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So he did.
So
the right,
he took the whole
he did
animal
the right
out.
thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was under the understanding that he had killed what he was seeking to kill, a
Yeah.
Barbary sheep, but it was indeed a bighorn. So like Lieutenant Carroll was saying, we'll salvage that meat, and we usually have a meat list of interested buyers, and we'll contact those people and sell them that meat.
But he was hunting with a suspended license at the time?
That is correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions of revocations before we make a motion on this? Would someone like to make a motion about these two individuals and apparently wanting to add to their penalty?
Mr. Chair,
You have three individuals that you just spoke on. Yeah.
Oh, because the person was two different individuals.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I motion that the commission increase the penalty from 3 years to 5 years for the following individuals: Aubrey Martin, Thomas Hewitt, and what was the third one?
Kevin Escobedo.
What is
Kevin Escobedo.
And Kevin Escobar.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion on the matter? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Colonel and Lieutenant. Again, and thank you to all the field operations staff. We're going to get into a busy hunting season, so I know you all will be busy. Thank you for what you're doing in protecting the rural areas, our wildlife, because sometimes you're the only call the dispatcher can get, and state police or other areas can't answer the phone. Thank you so much.
Chair, Commissioners, I appreciate that. And to follow up on that, like you're saying, hunting season is right upon us. And we always ask the members of the public to also be our eyes and ears through our Operation Game Thief, or if you just want to call your local officer, because, you know, there's less than 100 of us across the entire state. And we really do rely on the public helping us out, reporting violations, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your service and your work. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do we have to,
Mr. Chair, I think you want to approve the consent agenda as amended.
is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So move to to approve the consent agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, item number 7, the one where everybody's here for. Discussion regarding wolf management. Catron County has a presentation they'd like to give us to start this off.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. Are you ready for us to proceed?
Yes, Buster, thank you.
Okay.
Do you see the presentation on your screens?
I'm sorry?
Do you see the PowerPoint presentation on your screens?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Just to introduce myself again, Buster Green, Commissioner for Catron County, lifelong residents, and we do appreciate your time and for this presentation. Just want to preempt this, that this is something that is vital for our community, for our county. And we would just like to put in your mind as well, because I know that there will be multiple public comment following this. And we just ask you to be cognizant of where those people are from and where they live. Because generally when you're dealing with an issue and stuff and you're having to live with it, it wouldn't be very nice for somebody that is not having to live and not having to deal with that issue to explain to you exactly what you're going through and that the facts that you're stating are not the facts. And so we just invite dialogue, and we want people to understand the situation that we're going through here. We've endured multiple death threats and intimidation as a commission. And I can tell you that countywide this year, we have had multiple sabotage, a destroying of equipment and and I would love it. We have evidence, and I'm still working with the Cibola County Sheriff's Office. I would love it if there were people arrested and held accountable for this. I know myself and all fellow landowners are wildlife lovers. And the fact that I would imagine that these people are doing these sabotage efforts that are destroying well equipment, fences, solar panels, like these people, I would imagine that they feel like they're defending wildlife with the drought that we're in and the fact that there is no available tank water at all, especially in northern Catron County. Wildlife would not be able to exist without the permanent waters that are being provided by livestock managers and owners. Like they're willing to kill the very thing that they say they represent to make a point. So we'll begin with just a brief overview video. That's not coming up on the...
Well, I've got the video on my screen. You want to just go right to the video? Commissioners, we did practice this morning. It worked well. Did you click on this? Not working. Okay. We may have to forego the video.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So unfortunately, we aren't able to get the video to work and to be broadcast. And we would make that available for anybody that's interested afterwards. And we would also invite you to view that on your own time. And the basis of the video was just establishing the fact that residents in Catron County have had to alter the way that they live their life. The introduction of the wolf has not only caused financial stress, but also emotional stress and changed the way that people have had to live and make choices here in Catron County. So just as a basis, as of December 24, 286 plus Mexican wolves roaming in New Mexico and Arizona in 60 plus wolf packs. And
Yeah, I'm trying.
let's just go. All right. So this is what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife estimates are. They are saying that Arizona has a minimum of 124 wolves. New Mexico has a minimum of 162 wolves. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife estimate this number to be understated by at least 10%. Catron County officials and the people that we have on the ground, we believe that these minimum numbers are understated by more than 10% easily. This map represents the location of the Mexican Wolf Recovery Act, and this does not show the area that goes down into Mexico that right now we are tied to with, unless they reach a particular target number, we cannot be delisted or anything changed unless Mexico reaches that number. We are seeking to have that changed because we do not think that we should be penalized if we reach the target number by a foreign country that we have no jurisdiction and no control over, and we are being penalized for that. More than 80% of New Mexico collared wolves are in Catron County. That number used to be higher. The amount of cross-fostered pups that are put in is heavily skewed, and the majority of them are placed in Catron County. Yeah, that's all right. So no, and as we spoke about before, as this number expands, Catron County has been facing the brunt of the Mexican Wolf Recovery Act. As this expands into other counties, they are going to start going through what we have been going through the last number of years. And so we want the information out there so that the other counties can prepare for this, prepare for the financial impact, and prepare for the impact that will be to their communities and for their outlying residents.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioners, the wolf issue that we have been dealing with over the years has migrated truly into a public safety issue. The wolf numbers continue to increase in Catron County. Public safety is becoming a very important aspect of our education process to the citizens of Catron County. Commissioners, I personally sat and listened over 20 hours of testimony in Catron County, Socorro County, and Grant County relating to wolf encounters. 20 hours of testimony. It's becoming clear that this endangered species is habituated. The human encounters that the wolves have do not actuate a flight or fight response. In these animals, they are truly becoming habituated. If you take a look at the screen here, I'm not going to read each one of these bullet points to you. I will tell you that in 2024, Catron County absorbed over 24 cross-fostered pups, which are fed through human food caches. This is the foundation of the beginning of habituation in wolves. And this is the reason we are seeing more and more encounters. It's not just that the saturation of wolves that we have in Catron County, but it is the way humans are forced to respond to them. We have had, so far this year, 13 calls to our sheriff department about dangerous encounters with wolves. Now, you all know when you receive a letter on a particular issue, that one letter represents 20, 30 of other folks that are not making contact with you. I personally know of a young man that was backed up against a tree by 3 wolves, and he did not call the sheriff's department. These 13 calls that we have represent how many? I'll let your life experiences tell you. This is an example, and please do take a close look at what you see on your screen. This is an example of the public education process that Catron County has developed for wolf encounters. We're reaching out to school children. We're reaching out to businesses. We're certainly posting notices on trailheads. And this is because of the saturation of wolves within Catron County. We have been accused from time to time of this being a PR stunt. It truly is not a PR stunt, and it's not drama. We are educating people on what their action should properly be when they encounter wolves, and they're going to encounter wolves. So I'm going to repeat this again. It is not a PR stunt. We have already saved wolves and people from encounters because of the education that we've developed. If you take a look here, public service announcements, on over 500 public service announcements. This is how seriously we're taking it. It's taking a great deal of time and effort, and I hope you recognize the reason behind it. Can I introduce Commissioner Audrey McQueen, please?
Thanks, Hayden. So we're going to move on to the livestock crisis. And cattle production in Catron County generates over $17 million a year annually and is vital to the local economy and wildlife habitat management. Yet we are facing a critical crisis: significant cattle losses, drastic changes in land management practices, and growing safety concerns. This isn't just an economic issue. It impacts wildlife, public safety, and the sustainability of our grazing lands. The decline in cattle is eroding tax revenue and threatening the balance between ranching, wildlife conservation, and community health. Immediate intervention is essential to protect our resources, livestock, and the future of Catron County. In 2025 alone, we have already experienced more depredations than in all of 2023 and 24 put together. This rapid escalation threatens over $17 million in beef production, the economic backbone of our county. Cattle losses are soaring, land management is disrupted, and safety concerns are worsening. This is a crisis spiraling out of control and demands immediate action. Delay will only deepen the devastation, our livestock, our wildlife, and our community's future at risk. Next slide. Keep next slide. Here, and you'll have it in your in the book to show the kills with 120 confirmed kills already this year. The concerns are escalating, and this will give you the numbers through the years of how the depredations are going up. Next slide. And here's the cattle loss. More confirmed depredations in 25 and the grid of how it's going up. Next slide. All right. So next I'm going to talk about producers that are not fully compensated. And I just want to say, if producers were getting fully compensated, we wouldn't be screaming about it financially. There's no way we're even coming close to the devastation. CLLA pays only on applications for compensation. Those applications require a depredation report. There are producers who don't want federal agents on their property for any reason, including depredation investigations. They don't get compensated at all. For those who do apply, CLLA pays on livestock that are found and deemed to be confirmed or probable, not all animals that are killed. For instance, right now, as it's hot, if you don't find that animal within 3 or 4 days, you're not going to get it confirmed because it's already decayed and past the point of getting it confirmed on it. That payment is not available on cattle carcasses that Wildlife Services says are too far gone to make a finding on. That means the payment is really only available on relatively fresh depredations. Even when eligible for that payment, the payment does not include value of the calf she was carrying if pregnant, the time value of the money lost because don't have the calf to sell sooner than you will with a replacement, reimbursement for the cost of finding a replacement, or pay for genetics in the herd that cannot be replaced by buying a new cow. And I'm going to add, I actually just had a wolf kill on a 400 weight calf 3 days ago that was confirmed wolf. The mental anguish that we're going through to drive up on that calf, I had just put it out. It hadn't even been on the pasture 5 days. And to see a 4-weight calf completely healthy tore apart by the wolves, the mental anguish you go through as a rancher it's hard to take. So the CLA will shortly make a payment for indirect damages in the amount of $600,000, which the legislature authorized. That payment is intended to cover the decrease in conception rates and the decrease in weaning weights because of wolves. The CLA works closely with Fish and Wildlife Service to calculate those losses based largely on the intensity of wolf interactions. What CLA pays understates actual damages for the indirect losses from wolves because the CLA does not have the sufficient funding. CLA doesn't pay for active conflict avoidance, value and cost of rancher time, or expense to keep wolves away from cattle in current active conflict situations with wolves, horseback time to keep cattle and wolves apart, feed if need to do that to keep them apart, transportation if need to haul them away. CLA doesn't pay for missing cattle. CLA doesn't have the funds to do that. FSA's LIP program does, but it is inadequate. Must have a third party verify the cattle they're missing because of wolves. Sometimes this isn't possible. LIP payments are not market value. See table 2 behind tab 6 in your notebook. Note that the 5.1 comes from Fish and Wildlife Service. Evidence indicates that 5.1 understates actual numbers of missing cattle due to the wolves in our large rugged pastures in southwest New Mexico. Okay, next slide. Next, I'm going to go into ranchers are trying to coexist. Ranchers are risking everything to coexist with wolves, calving in the summer amidst the elk calves, altering grazing patterns to avoid wolf dens, and riding herd daily to protect their cattle. They are adapting under immense pressure, but those efforts are no match for the escalating depredations. Without targeted management and intervention, our sacrifices will continue to be in vain, and the crisis is only going to worsen. Next slide. I'm going to go into the impacts on wildlife. Outfitters and hunters are alarmed by the declining number of deer and elk, directly linked to increasing wolf activity. Wolves are pushing elk outside of their historic range, displacing them from the Gila and onto private lands. Frequent encounters with wolves raise safety concerns, while the overall quality of wildlife and hunting experiences is on a sharp decline. This escalation threatens our natural resources, ecosystem balance, and the economic vitality of outdoor recreation. I personally am also a big game outfitter and have spent a lot of my time with elk, especially in the rut, September and October. I'm going to say 8 out of every 10 encounters, whenever you're calling the elk, whenever they're rutting, wolves come in. As far as the quality of the hunting and the elk actually acting like they did 30 years ago and bugling and coming in, they're quiet. They've probably 70% different. The elk act different. They don't talk as much, because if they do, and when they go to talking, like I said, 8 out of every 10 times wolves come in. So next slide.
So just summarizing things, and here's where on the sheet, because we're talking about confirmed kills and stuff, the true costs go much beyond. They go further beyond than what we've discussed here, because of we're dealing with pastures that are 20,000 acres in size here. This isn't Kansas where you can drive out and you see all your cattle in a 10-acre field. And so we're estimating that for every cow that we find that has been taken and that's confirmed, we're estimating that there's 5 that have been taken. And so those numbers will be backed up by, and we can provide anyone who's interested. Every ranch that's here that runs their business professionally, they preg check in the fall. They maintain and put out cows that are 100% tested bred. There is a normal 2 to 6% mortality rate, whether that calf is absorbed or given live birth. And so you take that out, but then when you have ranches that are weaning under a 50% rate, but say they only got 10% of that calf crop confirmed killed, you're dealing with basically, 30 to 40% that is unconfirmed. And those are in wolf heavily populated areas. And then just the emotional cost and the change to the way of our lives. I know that for myself personally, we have wolf tracks all around our house that have been documented and have lost livestock there, but it's caused, like when you can't let your kids go out to the trampoline without being supervised just because you don't know. And I don't live out in the middle of anywhere. I live right off of a paved road. And we know that it's impacted the entire county and the way that we live. And so we hope that those considerations will be taken into account. And yep. Well, no, I was just going to say, right now, for whatever reason, and I applaud and I'm grateful, but they had some depredations in Cochise County, and I'm grateful for these individuals that introduced themselves that showed up here. And in some manner of way, they got the Fish and Wildlife Services to remove the wolves from Cochise County. We aren't afforded that luxury here in Catron County. We're not sure how that happened, and we're looking into that because as part of the Wolf Recovery Act and as part of the designated area, everybody should be enjoying what we are. But unfortunately, we are enduring the brunt of that program here in Catron County.
Thank you, Buster. I'm glad Buster spoke specifically about what we're experiencing in Catron County. This is important. If you'll all go to tab 7 in your books, take a look at the map. Catron County is not alone in this. We have been discussing what we're experiencing with our neighboring counties, and they are professional government agencies. They're looking at fact-based confirmations of what is happening in Catron County, what economic impact, what personal impact, public impact, pets being snatched off of people's porches, horses being killed 100 yards away from their main entrance to the home. This is concerning. If you look again at the map, you'll see that 12 of our surrounding counties have passed resolutions for their own concern and in support of Catron County. It's important that this issue is addressed. Now, just last night, I received a notice from Grant County Soil and Water Conservation District. They passed a resolution. I've got a copy right here, and I think one of the representatives from Grant County Soil and Water is going to show you the resolution. That makes 13 in support of the issues that Catron County is facing and that they know is running towards them, that they're going to be facing soon. So that's 13. On the 19th, Sierra County is going to vote on their own emergency declaration. That's going to be 14. So we're looking at, in a week, potentially 14. In a month, we're going to have 16. We're going to other counties, this time north of I-40. And you know, these are items that you all have the ability to address. In example, right now, if a wolf goes north of I-40, If that wolf is chasing livestock on private property, you cannot legally shoot it. You can if it's south of I-40. We know that wolves are migrating. We know it's happening. So we need to pay attention, or I hope we'll pay attention to the expansion of concern. Okay, let's move into a summary. You've been very patient listening to all this. I will move this along quickly. I don't believe it's necessary for me to read the notes that you see here, but please do focus on population control. We're saturated. We have met our standards for endangered species within Catron County. If you look at the 10%, the 15% over the actual count, we've met what the standards that we need to. We are definitely seeing the saturation, and because we're tied to Mexico, we cannot take the wolf off of the endangered species list. You all have a voice with Fish and Wildlife on when is this going to be addressed. And the habituation, we need to somehow get the fight or flight response back into the wolves. Okay, if you take a look at the next slide, collaboration with Fish and Wildlife is what we're hoping we can get from New Mexico Game and Fish, more collaboration. And please involve your stakeholders, your county governments that are not working off of emotion. We're working off of fact-based data. Please involve your stakeholders rather than isolating us from communication. You all have a tremendous amount of leverage with Fish and Wildlife. There's something else I need to mention. I hesitate to do it, but I'm going to. Range riders, that's something that you all can implement very quickly. Hazers, range riders. We know that range riders pushing wolves onto your neighbor's allotment is not the answer. What is the answer is real-time GPS, where we know where the wolves are. We've proven over the years that our ranchers are not going to go out and shoot wolves. They are trying to work, they're trying to coexist. That's the key word. If we have range riders with real-time GPS, you can see a cluster of the packs. You know what's happening. You can go take a look, and you're not going to haze them, but you're going to see what they're feeding on. It'll give us an opportunity to identify the kills. Right now, the 10J rule, what is it, 11? Was shifted to 11.1, where subcutaneous hemorrhaging is required. That makes it extremely difficult. With that, I think you all realize that for every confirmed kill, we have data that shows up to 12 kills go unconfirmed because you can't find them. Range riders can find them if real-time GPS is made available, where you see the clusters. And it's going to benefit the fact-based counts on the wolves, the fact-based counts on what they're feeding on, and it's gonna benefit our ranchers because they will get paid for those animals that have been killed. Okay, I know this is going long. I hope that you look at the next slide. This is probably the most important slide up there, and it is Catron County saying thank you. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you for giving our stakeholders a conduit directly in with you. Thank you for your collaboration that you're going to have with Game and Fish. thank you for getting ahead of the problem.
Commissioners, that was a well-done presentation. Thank you for all that information. We appreciate that. There's certain things you're asking for that can't be done by statute. But we appreciate all of this input and all this information. I think it's important everyone here knows what people that live with wolves have to go through. And I believe it's true. Your lives have changed. So I think it's really important for all of us to realize that. And I can see the trauma in your community. So, commissioners, do any of you have anything to say or input?
I have a comment. Mr. Chair, members of the commission and commissioners of Catron County, thank you for the presentation.
I was asked to run the video and we're going to dismiss that, please. Now you've got the audio. I am handicapped when it comes to IT. Where is my savior?
I'm actually excited to see the video. Thank you, though. Again, thank you for the presentation. Our job as commissioners is to hear both sides of the story, right? And we want to and apply that story between both sides. Some of there's the truth in there, and being scientifically based. But living in Rio Arriba County and being a very small sheep producer, I'm concerned regarding what's happening in Colorado. Okay. And it's not if they're going to cross the state line, it's when they're going to cross the state line. And, you know, CPW does put out notifications on their website. And interesting enough, there was a gray wolf that did get close to Archuleta County, just right outside of Pagosa. And as the crow flies, between that and Arriba is very close. So we will be looking to you to see how we're going to manage that in the years to come. And it's concerning. And I see the cost that Catron County is going through. I hear the science base of the people who want wolves. They are part of our ecological basis. They need to be part of the landscape. But at the end of the day, we need to try to find a way to work together. And that's why we're here, because everybody has a voice. And once again, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for hosting us here in Reserve. Thank you so much.
And one other quick note, Chairman Stump, I understand the concern about statutory confinements and restrictions. If you go to tab 1, and we made sure it was in tab 1, we are making recommendations on what you can do, and we will offer all the support you need in those categories.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Commissioner Lopez. He made a valid point. We need to all figure this out together because we are in this together. You guys are living it because they're here with you. But I think it's really important we think out of the box and try to come up with some solutions for the wolf. The wolf's the bottom line here. That's what we're talking about, but it's also the social aspect of your community. So any other commissioners have anything to say?
I want to say thank you for the presentation. Very good information. And as a wildlife biologist, I'm going to say, I mean, the concerns are there. I just want to put everybody's in mind how valuable a species can be for an ecosystem, okay? With that doesn't mean that it should be managed, well managed. It should be sustainable. With that being said, I hear everybody's concern and I hear everybody's point, and everybody has a strong point and a concern. But we need to understand that how the key here is the species here. And if we work together, we can make it very successful. So what I'm saying is, let's come out with ideas or recommendations where we can coexist, right? That species, I believe, is very valuable. I lived in countries that once you lose one species, you realize what you lost. Everything changes. Just like everything changes when you introduce it. But I think here is we choose the communication and we need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clement.
Mr. Chair. Commissioners, Mr. Chair, I do have something to say, and I hope the commissioners that are online might also want to say something. I'm going to try and make this very brief. Thank you very much for coming forward today, county commissioners. But I also want to thank every single person that's present here today, those of you who introduced yourselves and those of you who did not introduce yourselves. It still takes courage. It takes a desire, a passion to speak up and be present. I think you started off your presentation with a very important point, and that was how this issue has generated fear, some threats of violence, and worry, just a lot of worry. That's my word. I think that it is time that we dispel that. We cannot live in a civil society where we cannot speak to one another civilly and with respect. I'm very happy to see everybody here. As far as I can see, it's going to be a respectful meeting, and I want to say thank you. Now, I also want to say that trust is very important. Trust does not come easy. It is earned. I'm not liked by many people for who I am or what I do. But at the end of the day, I hope I have some respect and I have some trust in that people know that I will be who I am and I will speak honestly. Okay? So that said, my comment, that's my foundation. What I want to say is that your material here today is very professional and it's very helpful. Thank you. For the sake of transparency for the public, it would be helpful for them to know that your material, this wonderful notebook, the first half are the slides that were presented, and then the tabs include other material. If you could, commissioners, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Forward, Commissioner McQueen, if you could assure us that all of this material will be on your county website somewhere. So there's, again, transparency, and we're all working together honestly and respectfully. When I say honestly, I want to say that because I have heard anecdotally, oh, they're lying. Those aren't facts. I hear it from both sides, okay? Before coming to this meeting, like a number of commissioners, we've been, people reach out to us and they say, oh, they're threatening us. It's on both sides, everywhere. So I think to start building trust and working towards civility, let's be transparent and let's try and build that honesty, whatnot. And I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not saying anybody's a liar. Please, please forgive me if I'm saying that I'm not. Was that my time up? Okay. I have a couple of questions. If not now, because I had a lot of questions. You have data here. At some point, if you could, not at this meeting, but somewhere else, we have the U.S. Wildlife. I don't remember their titles, but I'm going to mention their names: Stuart, Paul, Brad, was it Brady, and Seth. I'm not sure if they're going to be speaking. No, they're not. But if they, but at some point, can y'all work together? And it'd be nice to know that some of the data is confirmed by the U.S. or the Department of Game and Fish. Numbers are very important, and statistics building on truth. Another comment or question that I had, fight, flight, response to wolves. That reminds me of growing up in Los Alamos. We have bears, we have, mountain lions, you name it, bobcats, they're all there. And they can be very intimidating, threatening, let's say. And I don't think that has ever changed. We always have fight, flight, we know how to do that. Range riders, I know you're looking for solutions. I thank you for being a bit more specific. Maybe hearing from people today, having that specifics. So I could go on and I won't, because I think I'm going to hear another beep if I keep going. But thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hickey. Commissioner.
So I was just going to answer Mrs. Hickey. I will say, and we didn't mention it, that we have worked very well with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, with Stuart Jacks and Brady McGee, all very good people to work with, and they've been very helpful and actually enjoy working with them. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much for mentioning that. I appreciate that.
I just have one question just for my knowledge. When you mention here, no more adult wolf release into saturated areas, what do you mean by that?
So we mean on those areas that already are saturated with population count that we know are there, to not reintroduce or not add to that.
The reason why I'm asking is,
yes.
is that constantly done? I mean, for to be a bullet point of concern, is adults being introduced? Those adults comes from where? I mean, is it captivity? What is?
Well, we can tell you that there's instances where there will be problem wolves, and they'll take them to another area and release them with other wolves where there are. And, it essentially, if you take a criminal from one area that's been doing bad things and you introduce him to another area, unless he's confined, he's probably going to end up doing the same things that he's done in that other area.
Okay.
So, can I just make one comment, Mr. Stump? So we've only sought for solutions and to coexist with these animals, and they're a creation of God, wolves are, and they are acting on their natural abilities and their inclinations. What we're asking is that they're allowed to go to those natural inclinations. We think that a lot of the problems that we're enduring is because they have been raised by humans, they have been fed, and then they've been introduced. And then to acclimate to the wild, some don't adjust as well as others. And hopefully these things, these concerns will change with time. But we understand and we know the problems that we're going through here. And we definitely want to be respectful. But we also, if somebody from Santa Fe or Silver City that is in support of this, if they would take the wolf pack that's by my house and put it by their house, I'm all for it. We're about sharing. So you can have my wolf pack. I'm sure Audrey would share her 8 wolf packs, and we're all about sharing, and we want people to understand the issues that we're presenting. Thank you.
I'd like to answer Fernando as well. As far as the packs go, I just think like you take Cochise County, they had 6 depredations. They removed the collared animals. To make it more fair for everybody, when you get a ranch that has 4 or 5 packs on them and they're getting 50, 60 kills a year, how is that rancher being treated like you get someone else 30 miles away and they have no depredations? Like they've got to be able to, as part of management, spread the packs out. I don't think it's even fair to the wolves and their families to have 5 or 6 packs and they're killing each other and fighting, which I'm hearing from Fish and Wildlife is starting to happen because there's a saturation of packs. I think they need to be spread out. So just wanted to answer the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Clemente, thank you for that question. And you see me scrambling. I'm looking through the notebook here. We do have your answer in the notebook. It's science-based. When we say no more introduction of male wolves, there are reasons to introduce additional wolf, whether it's for gene improvement, and I will find the data that we supplied in the notebook and I'll share it with you. But our point is we have hit the number required for North America. So to continue to take some of these 350 wolves that are in captivity and continue to push them in North America when we were right on the bubble of hitting the number required, I think the only reason for introducing a new animal at this stage would be for gene improvement. And I will show you that data as soon as I find it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for that presentation. We have a ton of public comment. Do our commissioners have anything else to say? No?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, I do have a comment. If we could take a break, it's 10:54, and that'll give others an opportunity, but we could. No, you don't want to take a break?
I'd rather take a break after the public comment. Anybody else have any feelings on that?
But the public comment's going to be about 2 hours, isn't it? If we have 70, at least 70.
It's going to be a while.
Oh,
Okay, if you want to take a break.
No.
Take a break. Okay, we're going to start public comment, and I'd just like to remind everybody, let's be civil and respectful and try to make this thing happen. And I'm going to start with Molly Swan. Yeah, I think she is.
I want to thank everybody for this opportunity to share and just say that we're in a time where we're so split with what we believe. But what I'm hearing in this room is people listening to each other. And I want to remind us that that's how we're going to come to a solution, that there's more than one side of truth here. And it gives me such hope to be in this room with people from such opposite points of view. And thank you all for listening to each other with your hearts open. And I care about the wolves. And I've been thinking about Noah's Ark last night, how Noah was told to take 2 animals of each species in a time of great crisis on the earth, because all species were made by God, and God wanted all species to make it through. And I think we need to be careful as human beings that we think of ourselves as more important than the other species, but I don't think God thinks that way. And so I hope that our solution for this problem will be everybody's needs will get met somehow by compromise, and that these beautiful creatures that lived here a long time before we got here will have a chance to keep on living somehow. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call 5 names so you guys get in line and we can keep this moving. David Heft, Lewis Sanders, Tom Patterson, Anna Whelan, Marissa Pryor Luzier.
David Heft. During my career, I served as an ADC specialist with USDA in Socorro County, wildlife biologist BLM covering Socorro and Catron counties, and retired as district wildlife biologist out of the Magdalena Ranger District here for the Cibola, also here in Catron County. So I'm fairly familiar with the area and the wildlife in it and the issues. This past New Year's, I was on a ranch between here and Daddle trapping coyotes for a rancher. The ranch has 2 main roads through it, subdivisions on 2 sides, fairly well settled. Fish and Wildlife said they had a radio-collared wolf run part of the ranch. We avoided that part of the ranch while I was working on it. Still, in 12 nights, I turned loose 6 wolves. All of them released unharmed, none of them collared, none of them marked in any way. I was absolutely shocked. I've been in wolf country up north in Alaska and Canada, in some cases actually hunting for wolves. I've never seen that kind of wolf density. As a biologist, was working in this area, the ranger's estimate was he had 11 wolves on 30,000 acres. Okay, that's not a natural density for an apex predator. About the only good thing that came out of that was he got 6 wolves with an aversive conditioning to humans now. The bad thing is, if I have to put them in a trap again, it's going to be a little tougher if they do something they shouldn't be doing. My advice to the rancher was I wouldn't worry about coyotes. He's probably going to have a wolf and also a lion issue during calving season. But these people are not exaggerating. What I saw as a biologist on the ground, like I said, was I was dumbfounded. I mean, apex predators don't naturally exist at those kind of densities on the landscape. Some of the solutions they've suggested are very reasonable to me as a biologist, and I think working with local communities in my career was extremely important. We have to listen to them because they're the ones that live with the wildlife and the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heft. Lewis Sanders.
Commissioners, thank you for having this and listening to us. I own a ranch up in northern Catron County. I've lost 9 head confirmed to the wolves since January 17th. 8 were calves, 1 8-year-old cow. All right. Not only does those calves and that cow dead and gone, but it's disrupting my breeding program. It'll disrupt the cycles of them heifers that I lost calves out of. They're not going to breed back. And if they do, it's going to be really late. And that's going to throw my program in turmoil. All right. So that's part of the way that it's affecting us. And then, as everybody knows, you're out all night running around trying to keep your livestock safe. That's abnormal. And my main concern is this deal with Mexico. No one's down there. There's no officers from here going down and regulating what they're doing there. They're probably shooting them right away, and we'll never get 200 head down there. So somehow we need to address that, is my thoughts. That something's got to change. I don't mind the coexisting thing at all. I'm not here to say I want to kill them all. Surely we can find a way to balance it out. But right now it's very, very heavy on the wolf side, and that is detrimental to all the ranchers in the county and Arizona and anywhere around. Also, Mr. McGee's worked with me quite a bit, and I appreciate that, sir. But I do have a problem. There's a certain female wolf that has been confirmed 3 on my place, and then 2 on Far Cattle Company right next door to my place. And it used to be a 3-strike program. Now it's just letting her, she's just known killing and keeping killing. And I would like to address that, sir, if we could. Thank you very much for your time. God bless Catron County and New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Patterson. I serve as President-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers. This year, among other incidents, wolves killed a yearling steer, a 500-pound yearling steer, 300 feet off my kitchen deck, which is where my grandson plays. On Sunday, wolves were chasing my calves just south of Luna, not far from where we have an elderly resident and also a family with young children. This morning, wolves were right there where my cattle are, south of Luna. Public policy about wolves matters. I've worked hard for years to educate decision makers and the public about the reality of living with wolves. One of the obstacles we've faced is the public's lack of information about what it's like to actually live among wolves. Catron County and many others have encouraged a public education program over the last several months about that reality. We're working to develop solutions that place recovery in the context of real coexistence. That's all since your April 25th meeting in Roswell. In the past, unfortunately, Game and Fish has worked against rural interests on wolves, such as advocating against us on evidence standards to confirm depredations. So my question is, what has Game and Fish Department done since your April 25th meeting to address our concerns? Those of us here in rural New Mexico live with the wolves. Rural New Mexico has a right to exist. We have a right to be heard. On Wednesday, the governor fired an outspoken leader on this commission who had been committed to educating the public and to making sure this commission hears from rural New Mexico on wildlife issues. So again, and especially in light of that firing, I ask, what is the department doing to protect our citizens and our livelihoods from Mexican wolves? What are you, commissioners, directing it to do? Despite what may have been claimed, we have never advocated for extermination. Rather, we have purposefully and deliberately advocated for management, for coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Anna Wieland.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Allie Morse, and I am speaking on behalf of Anna Wieland, who could not make it here today. She's from Mimbres, New Mexico, and I'm speaking as an advocate for the Mexican wolf. I want to thank you, Commissioners, and the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish for the recent release of Asha and her captive-born mate and pups. It has been 19 years since this successful practice was stopped due to pressure from the cattle industry. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go into the many subsidies available to ranchers and the millions of dollars they already receive in deep grazing discounts on public lands and a variety of reimbursements beyond depredation compensation. The Mexican gray wolf has a right to be here just as the ranchers believe they do. The Commission should promote tolerance and coexistence, not removal and extirpation. I respectfully ask the Commissioners to stop trapping wolves for removal and halt the euthanizing of wolves that have killed livestock. Wolves are too often blamed for livestock deaths due to starvation, disease, poisoning, or injury. Any livestock that have suffered this fate should be immediately removed and disposed of properly to discourage scavenging by wolves. This sensible practice ought to be a requirement for all livestock owners using public lands. I respectfully request that the Commissioners retrieve all government-owned telemetry receivers on loan to ranchers. Furthermore, the codes to locate collared wolves should absolutely not be shared with ranchers or county officials. This would undoubtedly contribute to an increase in the illegal killing of wolves. Finally, I ask the Commission to address the concerns of Catron County ranchers thoughtfully, using verifiable facts and science-based evidence to guide your decisions. The future of the endangered Mexican gray wolf lies in your hands. Please do not allow it to approach the brink of extinction again due to fear, misinformation, and hysteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa Pryor-Luzier.
Good morning. As a resident of Catron County, wolves have not altered my life nor my neighbors. But before I begin, I feel betrayed by Commissioner Pack's actions. It is time to put science-based facts above political influence. For now, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife should remain responsible for managing the Mexican wolf. Let's focus on the facts. In New Mexico, there are 162 wolves organized in 37 packs, of which 16 are breeding pairs. About 39% of these wolves are collared. Most packs are made up of 2 wolves, each weighing between 50 and 80 pounds, compared to a gray wolf, which is 40 to 175. To start, research shows Mexican wolves need access north of I-40 in areas where historically intergradation zones existed. Expanding the range will improve genetic diversity. Locations like Mount Taylor and Valley Cadera National Preserve offer promising options for both wolf preservation and potential tourism. Second, it is critical to maintain family groups. Relocating pups to dens is not a solution, and wolves with the strongest genetic profiles must be protected. Preventing accidents is crucial, and many thanks to everyone who helped release Asha with her mate and pups. This marks a hopeful new chapter for the Mexican wolf. Remember, numbers are about genetics, not borders. Third, ranchers with telemetry access who abuse it lose it. It's like having a fox in the hen house. Cattle prices are at record highs, yet with public lands nearly reduced to dust bowls in some areas in this county, I have never seen hay supplied to these cattle. We are having antelope, bighorn sheep showing up where never before in our backyard. We ride our horses all over Catron County and have never seen a wolf. Our neighbors have recently seen one. Oops. But we understand we live in the wild and we respect that. Thank you very much.
Okay, next 5 up, Kelly Shielman, Nina Edelman, Adrian Selfs, Leah Barrett, and Greta Anderson.
My name is Kelly Shillman, and I'd like to just give a quick confirmed, happened to me, I lived it, story about my 10-year-old horse that was killed by Mexican gray wolves. The local county, U.S. Fish and or local county wildlife confirmed the kill. The U.S., I guess the feds confirmed the kill. And I received a call from U.S. Fish and Wildlife with their condolences that they also confirmed the kill. And it's not money. It's not a numbers game. It's not us versus you. It is, I lived this. I found my horse killed by wolves. I saw what they had to do to prove that it was wolves that killed my horse. We moved our horses, we had 2 others. We moved them home and they have been hazed. And you can tell when they're hazed. I can tell when the wolves are around by the way they act, by the way the elk act around us. You don't hear coyotes. And when the wolves aren't around, you hear coyotes all the time. So again, this is something that I live daily in Catron County, as does Audrey. And it's something that we actually are going through. It's not a story that we think's cute that we're making up. And I just want to share that.
Thank you. Nina Edelman, please.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone. My name is Nina Edelman, and I'm the Chief Wildlife Program and Policy Officer for Animal Protection New Mexico. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We ask that you base your decisions about Mexican wolf management on sound science and data. We would first like to thank everyone involved in the recent release of Asha together with her maiden pups. This marks the first time since 2006 that a bonded Mexican wolf pair with pups was released, and we ask that this continue to be done in the future. The release of such bonded wolf pairs with pups is proven to have a much higher success rate compared to the release of lone pups into wild wolf dens. We must also allow Mexican wolves to naturally expand their range north of the I-40 boundary. Wolves like Asha have repeatedly crossed this boundary to seek suitable habitat, and we must allow them to expand and establish themselves in areas where they can thrive. This would help create more distinct yet connected populations that support greater genetic diversity and relieve wolf population pressure on places like Catron County. We request that you reject management strategies that rely on removing or killing wolves for having taken livestock, and instead work with ranchers to implement non-lethal strategies to protect their animals. An important proactive measure is to require livestock owners using public lands to properly dispose of the carcasses of animals that die from disease and other non-wolf related causes before wolves scavenge on the carcasses and are drawn to places where vulnerable animals are. Hikers and campers are required to leave no trace, and livestock owners should be held to the same standards when they're using public lands. Wolves are apex carnivores and valuable to the health of New Mexico's ecosystems. We therefore urge you to instruct the department to help U.S. Fish and Wildlife to make these improvements to Mexican wolf management. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Adrian Sells, was that you? Adrian Sells, okay.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. You've heard a lot of the facts and everything, and the bottom line is we need these animals on the ground. We need every wild animal and every wild land that we can have right now because of the condition that we have turned our earth into. I'll get a little heebie-jeebie on you, but I've worked with wolves. I am associated, I work with Wild Spirit Wolf Sanctuary. I have raised wolf dogs, high content wolf dogs, amazing, amazing creatures. And that being said, I hear you guys. I hear you. The main reason I wanted to come today is I want to hear what's going on, and we don't get to talk. Nobody likes to talk. Everybody's been kind of nasty and fighting a lot. And I wish that we could all kind of find a way, whether we make some advisory stakeholder committees or something, we could sit down and start talking about how we can make this work together. And like, Colorado, they made a license plate. My friends have all bought them. And that money goes toward coexistence methods that they provide for the ranchers. And these things work. Up in Idaho, there's a project called the Wood River Project. It's been going on 18 years, and they're sheep. And they've been using fladry and range riders. And this is the fourth year they've had 0 sheep killed and 0 wolves lost to depredations. And the removal of these animals, the killing of these animals, and it's just, we can't be doing that. That doesn't do anything. There's a study, 2020, Kira Cassidy et al., and they proved that when you kill a wolf in a pack, it disrupts the pack, especially when you're killing the mamas and the papas. Then you've got these juvenile animals that they don't learn how to hunt right. They don't have the pack to hunt right. And then you have increased depredation. So I just want to say thank you. And God, let's talk.
Leah Barrett.
Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to talk about Lobos today and for your thoughtful consideration regarding the complexity and importance of this issue. My name is Leah Barnett. I'm a lifelong New Mexican, born and raised in a little valley called Chupadero. I'm an avid outdoors woman, a hunter, hiker, skier, climber, general lover of wild spaces. And I also work on public lands and wildlife issues for an environmental advocacy organization. And despite what some would have you believe, I'm not, in fact, a soft-handed, naive city dweller. I've spent hundreds of days in the backcountry, including countless nights camping or hunting, many times solo in wolf country here in Catron County. I've met some wolves. They couldn't have been more disinterested in me. And I've killed and processed and eaten game animals, turkeys, goats, cows, and even a squirrel or two. And some of the most devoted conservationists I know are, in fact, farmers and ranchers. And I don't have any misconceptions about the way the wild world works. It's not fluffy and soft. There's violence and pain and cruelty and suffering. But the people I know who are acting out a version of conservation that I most want to uplift are those who recognize that we are not the only life that matters on this planet. Currently, humans and our livestock make up 96% of the total mammalian biomass on Earth. In other words, our wild neighbors, including animals like blue whales, sea lions, bears, and yes, wolves, account for only 4% of the total weight of mammals in the sea or on the land. That number astonishes and devastates me. We have been prioritizing and perpetuating ourselves and our own interests for too long, and this human-centric agenda has come at the expense of the very systems we rely on for clean air and water, and at the cost of the diversity of life that sustains a habitable planet for us and for generations to come. We need healthy, functioning ecosystems, and that includes healthy, thriving populations of apex predators like Mexican gray wolves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greta Anderson.
Thank you again, commissioners, for holding this hearing today. We appreciate it. My name is Greta Anderson, Deputy Director of Western Watersheds Project. I hail from Tucson, but we represent 15,000 members and supporters around the West who also support the reintroduction and recovery of Mexican gray wolves. I want to extend my thanks for your efforts and support in releasing Asha. That was a huge, significant event, and we couldn't be happier for her and her family, and we wish them all the success. I also want to say that I'm a mom of a 12-year-old daughter and a 11-pound Chihuahua, and I spend a lot of time in the backcountry, and I'm concerned about the safety of all of my beloved pets and family members. So I understand the concern that you all have, and I truly deeply feel for the kids who are afraid to go out in their yard and use their trampoline. I also need to point out that trampolines kill people, 2 people a year in the United States, and cause countless injuries and are not without risk. And so my point is to say living is not without risk. And you guys are facing a new risk, and there's ways to mitigate that risk. And that's what we're asking you to do. I also wanted to say that I don't doubt that you all have wolf encounters, but we did a public records request, as we're slightly known to do, and ask for all of the reports from the sheriff's office for the last year and a half. And my numbers are quite different from Commissioner Hayden Forward's. Out of 20 wolf things classified as wolf calls, there were 6 that involved an actual wolf encounter. 2 of those encounters, the wolves were already in traps and they were being called to report that. And I just think that facts do matter. So thank you for listening to the facts.
Thank you. I'm going to call 5 more. Leah Barnett again? No. Clyde Toole, Brian Bird, Jesse DeBell, Marilyn Stoke, and Nelson Shirley.
Handwriting might be Cindy Toole, Tuell. Is that me? Not Clyde.
Can you say that again, please?
Cindy Toole, Tuell. Is that me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I'm Cindy Toole. I work for Western Watersheds Project. I just want to say wolves are and have been a part of our communities for a very long time. Wolves are a part of our communities just as the deer, the elk, the birds, the trees, and the people. We are all part of this community. When we live in community with each other, we often have choices to make about how we share our resources. Some folks think wolves shouldn't be part of our community, and I disagree with that, and it's okay if we disagree. Some folks want wolves to go to live in wild places and leave those of us in towns alone. But we need to ask ourselves and answer honestly, where have we left for them to go? Where in the Gila have we kept a space free of people and cows so wolves can be truly wild and be wolves? When we put cows on every piece of available wild land, what choices do we leave the wolves? We have the choice. We can and do choose to have livestock graze on nearly every acre of public lands. And it's also at the sweetheart rate of $1.35 per AUM. When we make that choice, we need to know that we are putting private profit over the public good of the good of the larger community. We're choosing to have one cow-calf pair or one animal unit month instead of 2 elk, instead of 7 deer, instead of 10 pronghorn, and instead of untold numbers of birds, insects, wildflowers, and instead of clean water and healthy streams. When we choose cows over wildlife, we leave wolves with no choice because the cows are displacing the prey base of the wolves. We shouldn't blame the wolves for that. We need to take responsibility and we need to work towards being better community members. I have some numbers about the number of livestock and grazing leases in New Mexico. For example, there's grazing on 13.5 million acres of BLM lands in New Mexico. In the Gila alone, there are 4.2 million acres grazed, and there's over 38,000 cows, and there's just under 200 wolves. So I think we need to look at these numbers and get a better balance in place. And we also have lots of public records to share on the Cochise County depredations if anyone's interested. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today in Reserve. My name is Brian Bird, and I represent the organization Defenders of Wildlife with about 22,000 members and supporters in the state of New Mexico. Defenders has been engaged in the Mexican wolf recovery program from day one. We are unique in that we spend a large portion of our annual budget in New Mexico helping ranchers offset the costs of operating in wolf country. These funds are leveraged by the state to secure additional federal assistance. Before the state and federal compensation programs were established, Defenders of Wildlife administered a livestock loss compensation program until 2012. Since then, we've worked with the federal and state agencies to address issues related to compensation and conflict reduction. These cooperative efforts, and I emphasize cooperative, have demonstrated success and contributed to the slow recovery of this important animal. While wolf numbers continue to grow, the ratio of confirmed depredations per 100 wolves is declining. The recovery program has shown a growing wolf population for at least 8 years now. From 0 wild wolves in the 1970s to around 286 today, the Mexican wolf illustrates that what we can achieve when we're working together, guided by science and sharing the responsibility to solve these problems. It's proof that long-term dedication can bring species back from the brink. We all want the program to succeed while making it acceptable to the residents of Catron County, but the wild population remains highly fragile and more work remains. Any unscientific or reckless changes in the program at this point puts the recovery at risk, as well as many years of hard work by the Department of Game and Fish, as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and ranchers here in Catron County. We appreciate the challenges wolf recovery presents to the people living and working here, and there are resources and solutions available to address those concerns. Defenders of Wildlife asks the State Game Commission and Department of Game and Fish to remain committed to the recovery program. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jesse Dubell, Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. The New Mexico Wildlife Federation believes strongly in the North American model of conservation. And one of the tenets of that model, of course, is that wildlife management must be based in science. And so I want to commend the Commission and the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish for cooperating with and working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the Mexican Wolf Recovery Program. I'd like to add that the Endangered Species Act is very, very important, but success is being removed from the list. And that's ultimately what the New Mexico Wildlife Federation really wants to see, is the success of the wolf recovery program so that the management of this iconic species can be returned to the state. While the Endangered Species Act is critically important, I also want to emphasize how efficient it is to prevent wildlife from going on the list to begin with. And in that regard, I want to thank the agency and the Commission for your continued work on the State Wildlife Action Plan and your increased emphasis on species of greatest conservation need, because when we can prevent species from getting ESA protection, I think everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Marilyn Stoke. Stone.
I'll be brief. Thank you for letting us give comments. I support many of the conservation groups here, Center for Biological Diversity, Wild Earth Guardians, the Sierra Club, Animal Protection in New Mexico, the last gentleman that just spoke, and the gentleman before him. New Mexico, we need ranchers. We need ranchers, we need wolves, we need science. As we have federal employees here across the country, New Mexico is kind of seen as a backwater kind of, when really we have two incredible national laboratories here. I ask you, when you make your decision and policies on the Mexican gray wolf, use science. We have a history of that in our state, and I would like the federal employees to know that we apply science, not hysteria. And everybody else has mentioned all the different things, so I won't go into that. But thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you. Nelson Shirley.
Yeah, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my comments are fairly short here. One, I'm on the County Livestock Loss Authority. I'm the vice chair of the board. And one of the things that didn't get expressly said in the presentation from the commissioners was the lack of funding that's going to be available for both depredation and for indirect losses and conflict avoidance. So currently, in this next year, we will have a shortfall of at least $400,000 to pay for projected depredations and indirect damages. So out of the 1.5 million from the state of New Mexico, we're going to spend 600 this year, plus almost another 100 for depredations. Depredations are running and are projected to run the same, over $420,000 a year. And the federal government is only providing about $90,000. And we don't know what the next tranche of money is going to be in the 25 grant. So that means we're going to be talking about nearly $1 million per year in depredations and indirect losses. That's the first thing. And the second thing, I'd like to comment to everybody that's in this room that's a rancher and livestock producer. I think everyone needs to be aware that Fish and Wildlife has actually taking wolves. At this point in time, we're actually making constructive moves to remove wolves that are problems, that are killing livestock. And the idea of downlisting this animal under a 4D rule and turning it over to the state is probably a really bad idea. We need to keep it under the Fish and Wildlife Service's auspices, whether it goes to a 4D or a revised 10J rule. So it's something everybody in this room needs to be aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next five, Rex Stone, Carolyn Nelso, Laura Schneeber, Tammy Christensen, and Rick Farr.
My name is Rex Stone. Thank you, commissioners. I drove down from Albuquerque today just to get a feel for what's going on. I support the gray wolf effort, or the Mexican gray wolf effort. I support all the environmental groups that are here. Their leaders are quite capable, but I wanted to be here just to be a face of, those dumb city dwellers that are expecting too much from people down here. What I've seen is Catron County looks like they've done a lot. I'm actually kind of impressed with the education efforts that you're doing to learn to live with the gray wolves. I'm actually very encouraged with the suggestions they put towards the committee to say, hey, this is how we can do a better job of learning to live together. I spent several years living in Europe. My job took me there where they didn't have wilderness. I was shocked that there was no wilderness in Western Europe. And I went to a national park there, and the national park was like preserving traditional ways of life for people, in this case, sheep herders. I'm so proud that here in New Mexico, we actually have wilderness. that wilderness deserves a mature ecosystem with Mexican gray wolves of the apex, and it deserves, your lifestyles and learning to live with those. I really appreciate your efforts to do that. I hope that we can get there. Please continue that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Park.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for showing up. I hope you can do us good. I wanted to come up with some analogy to help convey our position to you, and I couldn't. All I could come up was the word insanity. I don't know how you do the same thing over and over and over and hope for a different outcome. I don't know how many wolf meetings I've been to, and it just gets worse for the rancher. It doesn't get any better. The Fish and Wildlife's game plan is flawed unbelievably. They got to have so many wolves in Mexico. Mexican people are smart. There ain't nothing going to happen down there. So their plan can't work. It's impossible. I go back to the spotted owl. It had to have old growth timber. Anyway, ask all the loggers in reserve how that went for them. The wolf is the same thing, the spotted owl. The wolf's the same thing for the rancher as the spotted owl was for the loggers. Now you drive in, look at all the dead trees. Now you hear on the news every day, wildfires, wildfires. Now it's flooding because there's no grass or timber to stop the water, to soak it up. That's all I can think of is insanity, and I hope you guys can do us some good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tammy Christensen. Is Tammy here today? Thank you. Laura Schneeberger. Laura.
Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. We really appreciate you coming into our neck of the woods. I live in Western Sierra County. There are at least 6 ranchers in Western Sierra County that are suffering the impacts of the wolf recovery right now. Our first wolf depredation was in 1999. We had the Campbell Blue Pat come all the way across from Arizona into our ranch in Western Sierra County where our little kids were and circle the house while they were doing chores. This is not new, and nothing has been done to come up with a policy to deal with habituated wolves and children. My daughter was held up horseback by 2 Mexican wolves when she was 13 years old. This is not new. Do something about this, please. Come up with a policy. Encourage U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to come up with a realistic policy to deal with this. Our kids shouldn't have to be afraid. Next, I think we've had at least 6 litters born in Western Sierra County in the last 3 to 4 years without any collaring, any counting. We have 1 collared wolf in Western Sierra. He is a livestock depredator. I have him on trail camera killing a calf on our driveway, right there at our house. He has been the only collared wolf for quite a long time now, and we are going to be the ones who have Asha and her family, as it's said in the media. I don't think she's going to make it. We're saturated with wolves. They're just not collared and they're not counted. Now, I do mitigate as best I can. I barely go to meetings anymore or do anything anymore because I run livestock guardian dogs. I am an unpaid range rider. Almost constantly, I am out there in my cattle trying to keep them out. We ended up getting these dogs in 2021 as a gift from people who really were worried about us surviving. We were having major depredations. I can't even remember how many we had, but we would lay in bed at night and listen to them howling while they were killing our yearlings on the hillside in 2 feet of snow. So I'm urging you guys to make sure that the science is followed, not just one side of the science.
Thank you very much. Carolyn?
Hello. I like to study. I was a teacher and I like to do research. And these public lands that we're on right now, these are mineral lands where grazing is not prohibited. If you look up in the U.S. Forest Service, I don't know, it's the handbook or whatnot, but it says that the national forest is inside our ranches. So when everyone says these are national forests, well, yes, they are. You have the right to enter, but you do not have the right to hurt our business. A rancher's job is to feed the nation, not the wolf. If you go to the Endangered Species Act and you read within the first section, it says that it's based upon 4 treaties. And if you collectively read these 4 treaties, they will say that it is not to harm agriculture. The first part of the Migratory Bird Act treaty was to actually protect the farmers by protecting the insectivorous birds that would eat the insects that were eating the crops. So collectively, this wolf program should not be harming agriculture. So we have to look is when we do not remove the animal right away, as it says in the treaties, are we following the law? Now, you guys gave somebody a ticket for not following the law. Are we following the laws when we do not allow removal of the animal right away? Undue economic hardship is also in the Endangered Species Act. It's under, I think it's just under, specifically under hardships. I don't know. I guess that's about all I have to say. I have a brochure here. Tom, $1.35 per animal unit. Will that work?
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn.
Sorry.
Tom Shelley?
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you all for being here. I'm Tom Shelley. I'm a Grant County commissioner and also a supervisor on the Soil and Water Conservation District in Grant County. And I'm also a 5th generation rancher. We homesteaded and have been ranching in the wilderness for before there was a national forest or a wilderness. I read through the entire wolf recovery plan that's been updated in 2022. That's the most recent I could find. We to see if there was any mention or any thought put into public safety. And there was nothing in that document that I could find. I read the entire thing, and I was astounded that that was not a thought process. I mean, it was probably written by biologists, and they're really good at what are we going to do to recover the wolf itself. But in this country, we know we're going to have conflict, and that needs to be addressed. And to me, a recommendation is that going forward with all these species, but especially apex predators, there absolutely should be a very well thought out public safety aspect. And that's why, regardless of all the controversial comments that were made, Grant County did pass a resolution in support of Catron and Socorro County's declarations, because mainly we perceived and believe that our families have not been put at the forefront of okay, what are you gonna do, or how are you gonna be
Thank you, Tom.
considered? Thank you.
Mike Ware?
What?
Mike Ware?
Boy, sorry, I didn't hear. I had to go to the restroom. Yeah. Wow, now I'm out of air. Mike Ware, Wilcox, Arizona. I believe that this wolf program has been very successful. To all the NGOs here, you guys have done a great job. You're just not counting your uncallers, and you need to count the uncallers, because that's where a lot of this population boom and these clusters are taking place. You also got a problem with the wolf program with the hybridization. Y'all talk about the genetic purity of the wolf and wanting to maintain it. Now you got them crossbreeding with coyotes. We've got coyotes in southern Arizona that are running 32 to 36 to 38 millimeters in the canine spreads. Coyotes weighing 40 to 45 pounds. Absurd, unheard of. I too have a biology degree in wildlife, New Mexico State University, July 1981, Mr. Clemente. So I do kind of understand a little bit about the genetics that took place with what's taking place. And if you really want to do justice to your program, you need to start really looking at it from a different point of view. As far as the compensation programs, I hurt every time I lose a cow or a calf. Now, right now, I've got $22,700 in losses. One confirmed kill, just one confirmed kill, folks. That's pretty sad, but I've got a small ranch and an easy ranch, not a great big ranch. It's flat, it's grassy country, and we could get around it in a real quick hurry. And I'm still missing 6 calves that I haven't found yet. And that's due to these uncollareds and the hybridization of the wolves that are taking place today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Peter Schoenberg?
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everyone. My name is Peter Schoenberg. I've been on the board of Wild Earth Guardians for 18 years, past president, an outdoorsman, spent most of my adult life exploring New Mexico. I also had an encounter with F-2475, the ASHA, in the Wheeler Peak Wilderness in a winter hike with my dog. And it was an extraordinary experience, and also recommitted me to the idea of coexistence with wolves. They are beneficial to ecosystems. The studies in Yellowstone have made it clear, improves riparian environments, better deer herd, healthier elk herds. And they've given rise to a major tourism boost for little towns like Gardner, Montana, lodging, outfitters, guides. All the people come, particularly in the winter, which is typically not a busy season, to see wolves in Yellowstone. But I'm a believer in protecting both wolves and the ranchers that have to live with them. And I think one area is range riders, electric fences, and something we haven't talked about, which is pay for presence, P4P. I respect the comments by the ranchers about it's not just depredations, it's loss in terms of the productivity of cattle herds, pay for the presence of the wolves on their leased property, which could be a better way to coexist in this process. I'd also ask Fish and Wildlife to do a better job by not releasing just pups, but allowing families to be released to the wild, and to improve the genetic diversity by upping the amount and the range of wolf area. I note that wolves have coexisted with agricultural and ranching communities in Europe, France, Italy, and Spain for centuries. countries that are much more heavily populated than Catron County, and that there's no reason we can't achieve that kind of same coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Tom Klunker. Tom Klunker and Zeno Keen after him. Wait, let me see that again.
Thank you, Director and Commissioners and public. This is Tom Klumker. I've been hunting in the Gila Wilderness for over 50 years and professionally outfitting for 39 years. I don't want to blow everybody's bubble, but wilderness is not near what it used to be. The elk have been pushed out and killed, and the game department has cut licenses in the wilderness for 3 years now. On our bull elk harvest numbers for Unit 16B went from 2010 with over 160 bull elk killed, 184 clear down to 2019 was the last good year of the elk harvest in the Gila Wilderness. In 2020, it dropped clear to 119 bulls. Thank God, Stuart, I don't know exactly what he used, but cut the 178 bull elk tags out of 4 of the upper units and 95 out of the wilderness. So there's only 2 colored wolves in the whole Gila Wilderness. The wolves, we've got a lot of them in there, what I mean, a lot of uncolored wolves. But the wilderness is neglected. The game department's game counts are very sporadic. And the last count they done was, it's not looking good in the Gila Wilderness. So all of the NGOs here today have some idea that the wilderness is such a wildlife mecca, and it is not.
I'm Zeno Keeney, a 4th generation rancher here in Reserve. I also was a principal of 4 different schools, one of them in Santa Fe, Cristo Rey, and we always look for solutions. I have a solution for you all. You guys are buying all this property and make private property ranches and putting them into, what do you call them? Different areas for animals to grow. Can't think of the term. But anyway, if you would take one of those ranches and fence it, put concrete all around there, put all these wolves out there, everybody'd be happy. Ranchers would be happy. You guys have taken it out of production. You might as well use them. And then you could have all the hippies, environmentalists go in there and spend all the time they want with these wolves. They don't hurt humans, they say. They could camp with them. They could sleep with them. They could eat with them, take them lunch, whatever they wanted to do. I also, Ms. Hickey, your commissioner said that this is elk country. This is not elk country here. Elk were brought in here, and I think you know that. And they've ruined a lot of our properties. They're destroying our fences. They're eating our grasses. I had 100 cows down there on our place. I've got 20 some head now, and we haven't got any feed. I mean, I think you need to address the real problems that we're dealing with. And the E+ program is ridiculous. I have 482 acres down there. I've got 1 bull permit in 19 years. I sold an acre of land to a guy who lives in the middle of my property. He got two bull permits. Now tell me you aren't a corrupt system. tell me you guys are doing a good job. Thank you.
The next five are Representative Gail Armstrong, Cindy Renee Provencio, Elena Farr, Cole Stoddard, Jay Platt.
Thank you, commissioners. First of all, we know your job is not easy, and we appreciate you showing up here in Reserve, New Mexico. I am State Representative Gail Armstrong, House District 49. Born and raised in Catron County, now live between Daddle and Magdalena on a ranch, where my husband supports his ranching habit with a construction business. And so, but it is our way of life. I've been married for 42 years. We have 4 children and 13 grandchildren. Wolf tracks between the barn and the house at 6 of my grandchildren's home. My son-in-law is a wildlife biologist, and he's concerned for his children's safety. He has game cameras with his little girls, my granddaughters, walking onto up to a dirt tank, and 10 minutes later, the same game camera, there's wolves behind them. What we are asking for is to let us live the life that we're choosing to live in Catron County and Socorro County and Sierra County and others. We choose to live here. We choose to raise our families here because we love it so much. I also own a ranch with a conservation easement on it. Some people will frown on that. Well, guess what? We like it because it will never be subdivided. It will always be a ranch, and it will always be in our family. But I also know that we have 200 resident elk herd on our ranch that competes with our cattle. I also know that we have thousands of miles of pipeline where we water the wildlife. If we didn't have that, that wildlife would not be there. I also know that we are looking for solutions, and we are looking for trust. The trust is the part, you guys, that all of us are missing because of things that have happened in the past and things that have been said here today. One of the suggestions is that we redo the MOU with Mexico so that we can actually get to our numbers, so that we can have a successful wildlife management. Did the buzzer go off? Damn it. Also disappointed that the governor did not sign our emergency clause and that she removed Sabrina Pack. It's actually disgusting.
Thank you, Representative Cindy Renee.
My name is Cindy Renee Provencio, and I am a resident of Grant County, specifically the mining district. And I am also a descendant of the Chickasaw Apaches. And being a Apache descendant it informs my desire to advocate for the Mexican gray wolves. I really lean on Apache elders' teachings that plant life and animal life are just as important as human life. And I really want to stress that today. Also, we are no stranger to apex predators in the mining district or in Grant County. We live at the edge of the forest, and we understand that living there, we're going to deal with things like bears and mountain lions and hawks and owls that prey on our pets. And that is something that we deal with. We are no stranger to that. And you know, when I was in middle school, when my grandfather retired, he would walk from Bear to Hurley, and he encountered the Mexican gray wolves. And so we are no stranger to Mexican gray wolf encounters as well. That was an encounter that was actually exciting for our family because we do respect all animals in our backyards. And I do want to ask that that the wolves be managed with science-based approaches, and that in this management that genetic diversity be considered, and although there may be a lot of wolves, we know that genetic diversity is not that great right now, and that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners and ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you being here to hear us out today. And I appreciate everyone in the audience today for being so polite and generous in letting everybody have a fair share and being polite and listening. Point one, yeah, I've been here a long time too. My ancestors were here before some of your ancestors were here, perhaps. The wolves were probably here before my ancestors were here. And, you know, everybody has a prior commitment. What we need to look at today is the world we're in today. And I realize that all species are important and all species matter, and there should be biodiversity and a balance. But I feel like the way the wolf program is going now, it's extremely skewed and extremely out of balance. Wolves should be wild. Seeing them, encountering them, coexisting with them should not be something that happens to us on a daily basis. Number two, we also matter as much as wolves. Just because there's more humans on Earth than wolves doesn't mean that I don't matter, my neighbor doesn't matter, my grandchildren don't matter. We're a lot of people, I get that. And there's, you know, people are taking over the world, but each one of us matters. Our lives matter. The freedom in our so-called free country matters to each individual person. Don't count us out. Take care of us too. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. My name's Cole Studdard. I'm a sixth generation rancher. My family's been here since the 1800s. And the wood program is literally putting Catron County ranchers out of business. Everyone has to have a second job to make ends meet. And since April, I've been hauling 100% of the water on my ranch, as well as a lot of other people. Without the ranchers, there would be nearly no water anywhere in Catron County or anywhere else. Without the ranchers, if they're gone, there is no wildlife. 90% of the water comes from the ranchers, whether it's excuse me, dirt tanks or man-made water. Without the ranchers around, there wouldn't be any ecosystem like everybody thinks there would be. And I hope y'all keep that in mind whenever you decide to make your decisions on stuff, whether you're going to help us or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Jay Platt.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Like has been said, we appreciate you being here. I would just echo the sentiment that has been expressed that ties do need to be severed on the management plan with Mexico. It does not make sense, even from a scientific point, to include Mexico in the management of what is happening in New Mexico. I am a ranch broker in the area, and I would express to you, not only does it affect the cow situation and the hunting situation, but what ultimately is at stake here with such a strong wolf influence here is a decline in real estate values that is currently hinged primarily upon production of cattle when carrying capacities are diminished, and the difficulties of producing solid calf crops year after year after year are on the decline. It does affect future and prospective buyers in agricultural properties. We do know here in Catron County, really what is driving real estate values today are quality elk hunts. It's not quantity elk hunts, but it's quality elk hunts. And we are noticing a decline in the quality of elk hunting, wolf influenced, and maybe other factors that the commission can address. But I would just emphasize that the wolf influence and mismanagement is drastically affecting negatively the values of those that are present in the room. And I would encourage you to take that into consideration with your objectives and your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, next 5 up. Representative Luis Terrazas. Misty Workman. Okay, thank you, Tom. Gabriel Ramos Cedar. Jennifer Jones, Colette Chandler, and Randall Major. Representative.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioners. You know this is hard to do in 2 minutes, so I kind of jotted some things down. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to have the couple minutes and public input, directors, staff, Catron County Commissioners for their presentations, and for sharing, and for everyone here for sharing their thoughts. You know, on my drive up here, I saw the beautiful landscapes and where the ranchers have provided for generations water infrastructure, not only to their livestock, but to all the wild game. I also am very disappointed on the dismissal of Sabrina Pack, one of your commissioners. I personally saw her try very hard to talk to both sides and trying to find some middle ground. And I had great conversations with her and trying to find solutions to coexist. Democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And Grant County residents are literally living among wolves and are urgently asking help concerning this issue. They are expressing their willingness to coexist with the wolf and need the commission's support to make that happen. Other counties and residents are hearing of their cries for help and the impacts to public safety. Excuse me, I'm trying to. And their cries for help with the impact to public safety concerns, financial burdens, and the overall impact to their way of life. And now are worried about their future when the wolf population grows into their communities. I believe that our job is to listen to the people, but in any situation, we should hear the people who are directly being impacted. In this case, it's the people of Catron County. We must hear the public safety warnings by the residents of Catron County, before a person or child gets seriously injured or even worse. And also, I would like to ask the Game Commission and the department to please allow the legislators to have a question and answer session in the near future to give full public transparency and a conversation concerning this important matter. Lastly, I look forward to rescheduling the guided tour that we had for the Glenwood Pond and Hatchery, and we need to work together to solve this problem. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative. Gabriel Cedar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Commission, thank you very much for showing up here in Southwest New Mexico. It's exciting to have you here. I spoke with Senator Brantley yesterday, and she sends her regards and says that she really wished she could be here, but unfortunately had a family event to take care of. I too am sad that Sabrina Pack was removed from this important board. I really think there was some great balance in this board, and I think she added to that balance. Y'all are really a good board, and we can talk to you all whenever we need to. And we really do appreciate you. I also am disappointed that we requested in April a meeting with the commission for a question and answer meetings type workshop with our Southwest legislators. Some of you might not know that, but we did talk to requested from the director, and we were told not that we weren't able to have this in public, but there was a Zoom that I wasn't able to get on, which would have only been the legislators and I believe the director. But we wanted to actually have a good conversation as legislators to ask the hard questions and get the hard answers. And so you all could ask the questions, we could give the hard answers also. And that didn't happen. So that was very disappointing. And I hope that happens soon, because I think it's very important to be transparent with all these people here when we have those big questions. And sometimes you all are the only ones that have the answers. Another thing that really concerns me is public safety. Public safety is number one for our communities. And I don't want us to be meeting here one of these days to hear that a kid got mauled or a kid got hurt, because then it's too late. Then we're going to be saying, I wish I could have, I wish I would have. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to prevent these type of incidents. As an elected official, that's our job. We take care of our community. And if the only way we take care of our community is to really put together a good management plan, then I don't think that's too much to ask. I thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your presence. And I'm looking forward to meeting with you all on a town hall type meeting. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. I'd like to apologize to you for not being able to read your card. I apologize. Randall Major.
Chairman, Commissioners, Randall Major. My wife and I run livestock in 3 counties, Socorro, Catron, and Cibola. And unfortunately, we have wolves on us in all 3 counties, on our ranches. And then I've been going to meetings since the 1990s where the wolf introduction program promised the ranchers back then that they would not exceed 100 head of wolves. A rancher will work hard and spend years to build up a herd of production cattle. And when you finally go out there, it really sickens you when you see your calves and cows eaten up, the behinds, flanks, ears chewed off, and just dead calves. People that want these wolves, that are in favor of the wolves, in reality have no skin in the game. You can compare it to an intruder coming into your house, killing your dog, stealing your property, threatening your children. And because of the law, you can't do anything about it. The wolf program is not a fair program. And number 7 that I have here, there's talk about trust, a lot of talk about trust. The immediate release of real-time GPS location of wolves could be something that you could do immediately that would help us out a bunch. I could find where those wolves are and be able to maybe protect my cattle. Now, everyone wants science-based. We must have accurate data. One way we could have that is collar every wolf. If we collared every wolf, it would meet the required number of wolves to delist. And then also, I have hope that you will listen to the Catron County Commissioners that have done such a good job of describing the problem and the ranchers here today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Randall. State Representative Jennifer Jones.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Jones, State Representative for District 32, which is Hidalgo, Luna, and Doñana. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning, or actually it's this afternoon now, I guess. I'm here to support the Catron County and their emergency declaration. But primarily, I'm representing my constituents in Hidalgo and Luna who've expressed the helplessness of not being heard, not having their voices heard. Among their concerns are, of course, the loss of their livestock and the difficulty in proving the depredations. Many losses go unreported, they tell me, because even if the depredation is proven, the compensation is entirely inadequate. Other complaints I've received, I get pictures of their pets who've been killed by wolves. I have also received videos that are dark because they've been taken in the night when ranchers have had to stay up all night with their cows who are calving out in the pasture, and you can hear the wolves surrounding them howling. They're there to protect their calves. So I think it's noteworthy too, since a lot of us have shared about their personal experiences, that I'm from a family of outdoorsmen, and my mother was an outfitter in the Gila for many, many years. One of the greatest joys of my life has been, as a nature lover, has been hiking through a lot of the hundreds of miles actually of the CDT in Hidalgo, Grant, Catron, Cibola, McKinley. I've enjoyed that very much. I'm a nature lover. I'm an animal lover. And I think that it's important for us to understand that about each other. And I also want to say I appreciate the respectful conversation very much. I think we do need to hear each other. And so I echo the disappointment of my fellow legislators about the removal of Sabrina Pack. I also hope to have an opportunity to speak with you all publicly about answering our questions. Appreciate your willingness to listen and support the changes for sustainable coexistence.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to apologize to you for not introducing you at the beginning of the meeting. I don't think you were here yet, but everyone, Representative Jennifer Jones. So I have about a half an hour more no, I have one more. Sorry, Colette. Come on. Maybe I'm going to see.
Didn't want to usurp you. Thank you for coming today, commissioners. And I'm a commissioner down in Luna County. And although we don't yet have the wolf problem that Catron has went forward with, we can see that it's coming. And as Commissioner Buster Green said, it would be just silly of us to not prepare for that. And it's all around us, and we are part of the introduction protocol, although we haven't seen them there yet. My husband and I do ranch over in Sierra County, and we have seen firsthand the depredation that happens when the wolves come. We have wolves on us, and we have experienced back in 2021, although the wolves don't recognize the boundaries between private land and public, the wolf came on our private land, killed my father-in-law's dog. And one of the realities that we have to face that nobody has been talking about here is that my father-in-law, even though he's since passed, so now I can say this safely without any repercussions, he was out to shoot that wolf because it killed one of his best friends. And so that's a reality that people need to realize that that's happening. So the wolf proponents, we need a safe coexistence agreement between both of us, because people will get to the point that they don't want to take it anymore and they'll take action. Those are the kinds of actions they will take. Another thing that has only lightly been touched on is 1.5% of this country is feeding 330 million people 3 times a day. And so we have to think about the reality of what it takes to produce that amount of food. The cattle are part of that production. And when we're seeing depredation that's happening to our cattle and we aren't bringing those back somehow, some way, then that's not equitable and we can't sustain that. So just think about that. And I understand that you guys have the ear of the governor. If you could please recommend to her to recognize the emergency resolution that Catron County has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Clint. So I have about a half an hour of public speakers left. You guys want to take a break? Audience want to take a break? Yeah? All right, how about we do half an hour, grab some lunch? Thank you. Let's pick up where we left off. Hopefully everybody's here. I'm going to call up Gregory Nash, David Jones, Kerry Romero, Ginger Cheney, and Mark Mullins. Let's pick up where we left off. Hopefully everybody's here. I'm going to call up Gregory Nash, David Jones, Kerry Romero, Ginger Cheney, and Mark Mullins. Okay, that's weird. Let's pick up where we left off. Hopefully everybody's here. I'm going to call up Gregory Nash, David Jones, Kerry Romero, Ginger Cheney, and Mark Mullins. Okay, that's weird. Let's pick up where we left off. Hopefully everybody's here.
You can let me go before those other two? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, Kerry Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. The outfitting and industry's stance on Mexican wolves has not really changed much since the last time we did a meeting like this at the Game Commission meeting in Silver City in April of last year. Outfitters continue to be very concerned about the decreasing numbers of elk in the Gila. In fact, we just had our annual meeting at the end of July where we discussed Mexican wolves for about 3 hours straight. And of the 30 outfitters that showed up to that meeting, roughly half of them operate in the Gila. Every single outfitter agreed that there are significantly less elk in the Gila now than there were even just 10 years ago. The Gila used to be #1 for elk hunting destinations in the entire world. Today, we're struggling to remain in the top 10. A reduction in the number of trophy bulls is to blame. And of course, the wolf is not exclusively responsible for the decrease, but they do seem to be having an increasing negative impact, especially on public land and in the wilderness. All that said, we understand that this is a federal program and that there's really not much that this commission has the ability to do. I think what we would like to see from this commission and from the department is just a closer monitoring of the elk herds in the Gila. So as the wolf numbers continue to increase, we won't be caught off guard by a rapid loss in the elk population. Our elk herds cannot sustain the uncontrolled numbers of wolves like Montana and Wyoming's elk have. If elk are reduced to the levels where the 10J says that the agency can intervene, it's going to be very difficult for the department to turn those numbers around. And frankly, by that time, there will be no more elk hunting in the Gila. So we really appreciate your continued attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Gregory Nash, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Cheney, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am from Greenlee County, along the Arizona and New Mexico border, and I am the Greenlee County Cattle Growers President, a rancher, a teacher, a mom, a little bit of everything. We are closing in on the magic 320 number that was miraculously made after lawsuits when it was originally 100. And we're getting ready to hopefully start the delisting process. The problem is that process takes 8 years, and the last 3 years need to be an upward trend. I put together a document for you, excuse me, in the front cover, in the pocket of your folder, with numbers of wolves, the growth rate, the pounds of meat consumed yearly, and the number of prey species killed. It is variable because it is nature. However, the sheer numbers deserve attention. For example, this year with 286 wolves, they would consume 1,186,250 pounds of meat. In 9 years, when we would be able to delist, there would be about 902 wolves eating 3,250,000 292,300 pounds of meat. Experts have said that at least 10% of the wolves are not counted. So with those numbers, in 9 years, the wolves would be consuming 3,624,450 pounds of meat. As a commission, you should be very concerned about the wild ungulates. Can you forsake all the prey species, ignore the environmental impact, accept the revenue loss from hunting and recreation, and the economic loss suffered by agriculturalists in the name of one experimental, non-essential species? The main part of that folder has some background information on our ranch and our losses and injuries from the last 2 years. It gives you some insight into what our 6th generation family ranch is going through with the current number of wolves on the landscape. Last year, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Gregory Nash here? How about David Jones? Nash? David Jones? Mark Mullins?
Yes, thank you. I'm on either end of the table on this thing. I'm mainly here for information. I have been having wolf issues. My children won't even go out and play in the backyard. I have to keep a German Shepherd with them at all times. My horses have been cornered. They've been actively stalked constantly by a certain uncollared wolf. And this is in town, roughly 3/4 mile away from here. That's the main reason, just information. And this wolf is not afraid of humans. I've been literally 20 feet away from him, throwing rocks, trying to get him to go away, and he just stands there and looks at me. So, you know, how was he raised? How was he introduced? He is uncollared, by the way. You know, how has he become so familiar with humans that he's not afraid of them? And that he will actively stalk them horses that are penned behind my house while my children are out playing, and I got to run them inside. They won't even go outside and play because that wolf will come up during the day. At night, it don't matter. He'll come up and he will not deviate. He does not just go away. You know, he sees a human, he just stands there and looks at you. That was just, you know, for information purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mary Barrett, Deborah Van Buren, Bill McCarty, Christine Ratcliffe.
Hello, thank you to everyone for considering my comments. There is a lot of talk these days about our rights and how we may have been wronged, but I would like to talk about our responsibilities. First, I would like to address the responsibilities of Fish and Wildlife and New Mexico Fish and Game for Mexican wolf recovery. I believe your responsibility is to follow the science and not the desires of the livestock industry or environmental groups, but to think about what is best for the wolves. Don't impose boundaries on where the wolves may exist. Let them cross I-40. Maybe they are seeking genetic diversity by encountering wolves in the Southern Rockies. Let them be wolves and disperse. Release intact wolf families at the right time of year so that the pups can learn how to hunt elk and deer. Again, this should be based on science. Don't give radio collar locators to ranchers who will be able to use that information possibly to locate and eliminate wolves. To the ranchers who use our public lands, if a cow does die from illness or starvation, yes, a wolf will take advantage of the carcass. Your responsibility is to remove the carcass so the wolves won't then hang around to prey on other weakened cows. It is your responsibility to protect your cows and know where they are. It is not the responsibility of the government or the National Guard, which is funded by the taxpayer. What is my responsibility? I feel I need to speak up for the wolves who do not have a voice. They have been persecuted long enough. I am a vegan, and the overriding vegan principle is that animals are not on this earth to serve the purposes of man, and that goes for both wolves and cattle. Many will disagree with me, and that is fine. But I believe that I and we have a moral responsibility to let wolves be wolves to fulfill their own purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was pushed down. Bill McCarty.
I'm Billy McCarty. At the beginning, introduced myself as a fourth generation rancher here in Catron County. We live just a half mile north of Reserve. The area that we have, I'm going to show you maps later in the presentation, be talking about, but our ranch is on both the Tularosa River and the San Francisco River, two main corridors of how the wildlife are coming into Reserve. It hasn't been mentioned so far about the number of lion sightings within the village and numerous other things. That what we are watching happen is the wildlife is being driven out of the forest into the towns. It's across our private land. Unlike most of these other ranchers that are here, our ranch is a private land ranch. And according to the numbers that were presented at the beginning of this, almost 10% of the known wolves in Catron County would be on our private land. I know that is not true because I know these other ranchers and what they are going through. The numbers do not reflect what is out there. With the encounters that we have had, what I have on game camera shows two wolves chasing bear. These are predators. They're dominating the other wildlife. You made a comment earlier about the ecosystem. What I am watching is these wolves destroy the local ecosystem. So what I want to bring about this today is, first of all, our rights as private property owners have been taken away by the 10J rule. We should have the right to defend our property. And as the private landowners in this area, we did not ask for these wolves to be brought in. When you go through history, our family has been here since 1883. These wolves that are here now are not a native wolf. They are an invasive animal that has been brought in by the state. I recently watched Dill on TV with the Florida, the Everglades, and the destruction is being done there by the non-native species. I'm asking you to look at what you are doing through this.
Thank you, Bill. Is Deborah Van Buren here? Is it Deborah?
Hi, my name is Deborah Van Buren, and I feel like an innocent bystander who's come to really find out what this is all about, what the disagreements are about, what the facts and figures are. I don't have any answers for you. I appreciate the commission and the patience that you have to sit and listen to all these comments and try to find the reasons that you're going to use for the decisions you have to make. I feel overwhelmed and at the same time well-informed in lots of ways. And as a citizen, I have to make a decision because I came here wanting to know how to support and who to support, the two sides that I see. And the complexity of it is overwhelming. The impact of the decisions that we as humans have made in this particular instance they just go beyond anything that most people would even think about, how it affects more than just the culture of ranchers and this environmental piece with the wolves. So thank you so much for taking the time and being in a position of making hard decisions. I wish I had some ideas of how to help either group find a way to work together but that's really the only thing that can happen to make it work, is that you work together. So thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thank you, Deborah. Mary Barrett. Mary's not here. You already spoke, that was you, okay. You just walked up, I didn't know you were. Okay, Christine Ratcliffe.
Hello, I am Christine Ratcliffe of White Signal, New Mexico. I and so many others who can't be here ask for your support in protecting the glorious wolf. Please be its voice of survival. Wolves have tragically been brutally persecuted for generations, hunted, trapped, poisoned to near extinction. How very shameful. Going hand in hand with this brutality comes the rhetoric of miserable falsehoods, fear-mongering. Sadly, the cattle industry, along with those believing the wolf should be exterminated, need to become far more educated, informed through science-based studies and facts. I urge everyone to hike into the wilderness, respecting and appreciating all wildlife we share life with, including the beautiful mystical wolf. Yes, I have lived where wolves live, as many others have and do. I have hiked in wilderness areas for years and on my own, solo. Notice that I'm here alive, able to speak for the wolf. I've never been attacked or faced any sort of wolf aggression. A passion in snow country was cross-country skiing, being able to swiftly glide through miles, hours of wilderness. During a night ski adventure, I suddenly realized I was being accompanied by a pack of wolves. They ran in incredible, magical unison all around me. It was an experience I won't ever forget. What a gift. I stopped to watch as they continued on in the frigid moonlight. The leader led them up a hill. This wild canine soul howled a most glorious wolf song into that night on reaching the hilltop. All eight broke into song together. The magic to be felt on that ice-cold moonlit night, accompanied by those wolves, was gloriously intense. My wish for everyone in this room to experience such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Alex Simon, James McGrath, Michael Robinson, Carol Ann Fugagli, and Luke Coring.
Hi, I'm Alex Simon, and one of my hopes is to alleviate some of the concerns you have about wolves. And so if you do look at the data, so one study, I think it went roughly from 96 to 2007, looking at animal-caused fatalities in New Mexico. Of course, you all wouldn't be surprised, 0 wolf fatalities. But cows, I think there were about 11. And what I was very surprised was sheep had killed 2 people. And so we could accurately say that sheep have killed 200% more people than wolves in New Mexico. Now, if one of our illustrious politicians were to say, bring out the National Guard, protect us from sheep, we would laugh. We would call you a demagogue, a fearmonger. Well, anyhow, moving on. I know people aren't moved by data. I lived in, I guess, the environment that many of you fear is Juneau, Alaska. Excuse me. Very dense with wolves, very dense with bear. Never lost a cat, never lost a dog. Had many close encounters with both. Did everything you're not supposed to do while hunting, moving slowly through the timber, being silent. I think what you should fear, and what they do fear in Juneau, you might have heard about the ice dams breaking, so climate change. And my property was damn near flooded. But here, I mean, if you look at a thing, many of you have heard of the screwworms, exacerbated from climate change, making their way up from Mexico. I'd be very afraid of climate change if I were a rancher, and I would have nothing but contempt for any politician who was afraid to address a real crisis and was focusing on a manufactured crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. James McGrath here.
I just want to say thank you to the commissioners for giving me the opportunity to express my feelings and beliefs. I want to thank all the people that have come here to address this issue. And let me just start out by saying that I'm basically a botanist and a naturalist. And I have had a long time passion for the preservation of natural areas. And natural areas, you realize that you want to have a properly functioning ecosystem. And to have a properly functioning ecosystem, you need the keystone species. And that's where the wolf comes in. And I can also mention, by the way, that during my career bouncing around in the Forest Service and the Park Service, I saw the wolves when they were first introduced in Yellowstone National Park in 1995. When I went to a pullout in Lamar Valley, you can see 3 dots in the distance. And then in the last, maybe 3 years ago, I saw a wolf near Sandy Point on the Bursum Road north of the Gila Wilderness. And so I have a passionate love for wildlife and plants. And but I think there are these conflicts that arise between the ranching community and the environmental community. They can be solved. There's the conflicts are real. There's valid points on both sides. And I believe that solutions can be created where there's a will, there's a way to create a satisfactory solution. So I'm going to mention just a couple. I heard Peter Schoenberg mention earlier a suggestion about setting up some kind of compensation to ranchers for simply wolf presence. That's a possible solution. Another solution I've heard is the fact is that we understand that wolves are becoming habituated to cows. And one way you could resolve that problem would be to have the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Game Management, New Mexico Game and Fish, and
James, thank you. Your 2 minutes is up.
Okay,
Thank you for this. Michael?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank New Mexico Department of Game and Fish for its efforts to get Asha and her family released. Very much appreciate that the department was on the right side of that and weighing in. And I want to thank the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for that as well. That was a very important management act. In general, the Mexican wolf is being mismanaged by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with the cooperation of the Department of Fish and Game on behalf of the livestock industry. And that's the reason that there is less genetic diversity in the Mexican wolf population today than there was 20 years ago, is through this mismanagement, through punitive wolf removals, shooting and trapping of wolves on behalf of the livestock industry, and through the shutdown until last week of family pack releases. And in fact, we still have not seen since 2006 2 captive-born adult male-female wolves that are well bonded released with their pups. That was successful over 2/3 of the time when it was practiced between 1998 and 2006. In contrast, taking the pups from their parents, captive-born pups from their parents, and putting them in the dens of wild-born wolves is not significantly increasing the genetic diversity. Most of those animals were never seen again. Specifically, this practice began in 2016, and through 2023, there were 99 pups released, and only 24 of them were ever seen alive again. That doesn't mean that 24 survived into adulthood or bred. That's a lower number. But 24% initial success rate, 76% failure rate. That is unnecessary. And the only reason it's happening is that the livestock industry does not want to see the genetic diversity of the Mexican wolf increase significantly. And so they're happy with the program that is not working. In general, this program really needs to, I've heard a lot about science and all that, but it's not being run according to science. There's no scientific reason for blocking the wolves from going north of I-40. There's no scientific reason for moving them. And lastly, the livestock owners using public land should be required to remove
Thank you,
livestock
Michael.
that of other causes before they draw a wolf in the sky.
Carol Ann Fugagli.
Honorable Commissioners and friends, my name is Caroline Fugali, and my family has lived in the Gila and Silver City area for over 25 years. We are in the middle of a climate and ecological emergency. The real threat to our children is the catastrophic changes occurring right now to our planet. One way to shield us from the most severe consequences is to build resilience in our ecosystems. We need increased wildlife diversity, which means expanding the population health of the Mexican gray wolf. Releasing family packs can help ensure genetic viability so they have a chance to thrive into the future. Managing the wolves through science is sound thinking. Economic times for ranchers is hard, but it's not hard because of the wolf. It's hard due to a century of land mismanagement and overuse that has caused catastrophic soil loss, desertification, and vegetation-type conversions across millions of acres throughout the West. The current arguments preventing the recovery of wolves do not exempt us from the duty to restore the Mexican gray wolf from extinction, because the condition in which we leave this planet is a reflection of what makes us human. Whether we cultivate a garden or one that we leave a ravaged landscape. You are in a very unique position. You can make a choice that will not just have a permanent impact on one species, but also on whether the wildness of our New Mexico lands remain wild, and the successful reintroduction of an apex predator is a hopeful place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Luke Korg.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Luke Koenig, and I work for New Mexico Wild, a grassroots conservation organization with thousands of dues-paying members around the state, dedicated to protecting New Mexico's wilderness, wildlife, and water. Perhaps more than any other conservation issue, wolf reintroduction brings out strong emotions in us. I think there's plenty of evidence of that here today. In some of us, including myself, wolves are a source of awe and wonder and drive a deep sense of responsibility for protecting the wild creatures with whom we share the landscape. In others, wolves are a cause of fear, bordering even on hysteria of an animal that has never once attacked a human in the wild. But I think it's fair to say that, no matter where you stand on the issue, wolves are an almost mythic creature that occupy a remarkably outsized role in our psyches, and this has long been the case, as we see in the ancient fairy tales of the big bad wolf. Emotions about wolves can be so intense that they often prevent us from thinking clearly about the facts on the ground and their actual roles in our lives and what our relationship to them ought to be. But that is exactly what I'm here today to ask you to do, to think clearly, see past the emotions, see through the rhetoric, and recognize the facts. And really, the facts are pretty simple. Mexican gray wolves are one of the most endangered mammal species on Earth for no other reason than a purposeful government-sponsored extermination campaign carried out on behalf of the livestock industry. Today, they've made their miraculous but tenuous recovery for no other reason than scientifically informed action taken by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in collaboration with others, such as yourselves. The data has shown that since 2019, depredations have significantly decreased, and to date, again, there has still never been an attack by a Mexican gray wolf on a human. So called. Well, there's my time. Thank you for your work, commissioners.
Okay, we're coming to the end of our auditorium audience. Shelby, it's Razan or Bazan?
Hello, my name is Shelby Bazan, and I am a statewide conservation organizer with New Mexico Wild. I started my career in conservation at the Albuquerque Biopark Zoo, where they have a big role in the reintroduction and breeding program of the Mexican gray wolf. And there I quickly learned about these wolves and their important role as a keystone species in this ecosystem. This is also where I learned about the life-changing experience that Aldo Leopold had after killing a wolf and seeing a fierce green fire dying in her eyes. If this man who believed all wolves were varmints can learn to see the importance of these animals, then so can we. I believe that there can be a world where ranchers and wolves can coexist. It will require cattle carcasses to be removed before it attracts wolves, coyotes, or mountain lions. It's important for all of us to know how to act around wildlife, not just wolves, just as you would mountain lions, coyotes, bobcats, bears, and even other humans. These animals were here before we were, and we owe them the chance to live just as we do. Humans have done this to them and are far more dangerous than these wolves. They deserve a second chance. We have to manage these populations through science and not hysteria. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shelby. Is Leah Barnett here still? On behalf of Peter Osario.
Chairman Stump, Commissioners, I'm reading this on behalf of Peter and Jean Osorio, who, because of a serious accident, are unable to participate either in person or on Zoom. Given the federal rule requiring an 8-year average of 320 wolves and the 2026 and 2027 provisions of SB 5, this commission probably will not be the one in place when Mexican wolves are entrusted to state management. But as we said in person last November, there's a lot you can do to prepare for the future as well as speed up the process. 4 areas where your guidance to and support of the department's staff can move things in the right direction. Genetics. Encourage U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to put more wolves into the wild population now to help lessen the genetic bottleneck by releasing well-bonded pairs with pups. The recent release of Asha onto private land is a welcome change, marking a 9-year gap with no adult releases and nearly 29 years since the release of a bonded pair with pups. Demographics. Grow the population by reducing human-caused mortality through a balance of education and law enforcement. This process should include internal department training as well as extending outreach to areas where wolves are naturally migrating, especially in areas north of I-40. Geographic distribution. Spread wolves widely throughout suitable habitat to reduce their impact on any single part of the state. Here, the Commission can play a leadership role by encouraging U.S. Fish and Wildlife not to devote scarce resources to capturing wolves naturally dispersing north of the arbitrary I-40 boundary. Absent serious conflicts, they should simply be left alone. And lastly, conflict avoidance. First, acknowledge that horses and cows hurt humans, but that Mexican wolves have never done so. Next, look at the fact that Arizona has far fewer depredations and conflicts per 100 wolves than New Mexico, and support proactive methods for preventing depredations in the first place, rather than arguing after the fact about causation and compensation. Finally, we are greatly encouraged by the comprehensive and thoughtful State Wildlife Action Plan, which you approved in June. Thank you for your effort to recover the Mexican gray wolf.
Thank you, Leah. J.C. Nelson here.
How are you guys today?
Thank you.
I've been coming to these things since I was about that big, and you guys look about as bored as I am at this deal. So anyways, if you look around here, most of us who are opposed to having wolves here live here. Most of us who don't come visit. There's a few that are from both sides. And so I've been hearing a lot about coexisting and science on the deal. And I got a science experiment to offer you guys. I agree with moving the boundary with them. Let's put a whole bunch of these wolves one for one. Everyone that we have collared, they have one collared. And we'll put them in the mountains right behind Santa Fe with the same rules we got here. They're causing problems. You just got to take it. We're sorry. There's a lot more people than there are here, but a person's still just a person and they're important. And let's just see how long we coexist. If we get along, great. If not, we'll just see. So that's just an idea to think about.
Thank you, JC. David Jones back. David Jones. And then Gregory Nash. Okay, that's it for our auditorium. Do we have anyone online?
We do, Mr. Chair. Regan Downey, you are unmuted. You are given 2 minutes to speak on the topic.
Thank you. Commissioners, my name is Regan Downey, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wolf Conservation Center and our 2,200 members who reside in New Mexico. We appreciate the opportunity to provide public comments regarding the essential role Mexican gray wolves play on the wild landscape and the need for continued collaboration to save this endangered species. We'd like to thank the commissioners and department staff for working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to release the quartz pack just last week. The family's release is an exciting and much needed step in the right direction, and we encourage continued family group releases to more quickly improve the genetic diversity of the wild population and give wolves the freedom they rightfully deserve. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service previously reported that 66% of releases of bonded adults with pups were successful, yet a captive-born family group hasn't been released since 2006, when a Mexican gray wolf was sent from the Wolf Conservation Center to Sevilleta National Wildlife Refuge, where she paired with a male and welcomed pups. The family was released that July and was soon recorded consuming native wild prey. Captive-born wolves can and would survive in the wild. They simply need the chance and support from the agencies tasked with their recovery. We additionally request that the Commission focus on prioritizing education and outreach efforts to correct blatant disinformation about Mexican wolves and work to provide factual information about true coexistence. Coexistence cannot allow for wolves to be killed. It defeats the very meaning of the word. Studies have shown that non-lethal methods are much more effective at reducing risk to cattle compared to lethal removal, and government-sanctioned killing of wolves can result in an increase in illegal killing, a direct violation of the Endangered Species Act. Our organization works tirelessly to create a world where wolves thrive, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with you to achieve our shared vision for Mexican wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Wheeler, how many do we have online?
Currently, we have 8 people with their hands raised. Aaron Hunt, you can go ahead and unmute. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your dedication to conserving wildlife for future generations, for all New Mexicans, for millions of people all over the world who care about wildlife in the state of New Mexico. My name is Aaron Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest, a collaborative effort of concerned community members, scientists, educators, and conservation organizations working to save the Mexican wolf. People everywhere count on New Mexico to be a leader in science-based wildlife conservation and stewardship. New Mexico's wild heritage is irreplaceable. Thank you for ensuring it is preserved according to the best available science. Thank you for your support for the release of Mexican gray wolf Asha and her family, the Quartz Pack. Asha showed us what Lobos need to thrive: room to roam and freedom to choose the places they call home. Thank you for supporting this wolf family's return to ancestral homelands in New Mexico. Please work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to remove the unscientific Interstate 40 boundary so Mexican wolves can return to northern New Mexico. Peer-reviewed science shows that northern New Mexico and Arizona habitats are essential for recovery. Allowing for natural wolf dispersal, including in suitable habitats in northern New Mexico, would let the population more evenly distribute across the landscape and alleviate any concerns about high density in any particular area. Please advocate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to resume the release of well-bonded Mexican wolf pairs with their pups from the SAFE program to the wild to increase gene diversity. Well-bonded family group releases have demonstrated success. Pup fostering alone will take too long to achieve desperately needed genetic rescue. Work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to end punitive wolf killing, which contributed to the loss of gene diversity and impedes improvement of gene diversity. Better solutions to livestock conflict include proactive conflict avoidance activities like range raiders and removal of livestock carcasses before wolves scavenge on them and are drawn into the proximity of vulnerable live cattle. On public lands, we all must be responsible stewards and leave no trace. Finally, please advocate for a fully funded and staffed Mexican wolf recovery program so New Mexico continues to receive resources needed to recover Mexican wolves. Recovery will be most successful when done through collaboration between states, tribes, and the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, you can unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Mark Matini. I live in Laguna Pueblo and represent the New Mexico Board for Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. BHA is concerned and has concerns for wildlife of all kinds, including wolves, and believe that science should be guiding us. Wolves are part of our world, always have been. I lived with them in Minnesota and Alaska. Homo sapiens, people, that's us, are estimated to have evolved around 300,000 years ago. Turns out that Kainame, the Kainame sometimes said wolves originated about 40 million years ago in North America. So this is their home, continues to be. There are complications for sure. North America and Europe, however, we've only had 2 deaths, human deaths, in the last 20 years. Dogs have taken about 40 per year during that time. So that's not a strong argument, but there are a lot of other arguments that we're hearing today that are pretty valuable. We know that wolves are valuable for the health and of ecosystems and for the balance of predator and prey populations. Maintaining that is our responsibility. It's difficult, however. There are 2 things that make this really difficult and we need to take into account. One is that everything that anyone suggests is going to cost some money. We're at a very difficult time going forward in state and federal finance. So we got to do the very best we can. There is some strong science that can help bring people together who have believed they have entirely different kinds of values and beliefs, and to work together. We all.
Thank you, Mark. It's going to be a little bit more abrupt online. I'm sorry about that. Bill Addington, you're allowed to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm Bill Addington. I ranch in far west Texas, below New Mexico, below the Guadalupe Mountains and the Sacramento Mountains. I'm a 4th generation rancher, and I do own land in New Mexico above Dattle and Pie Town. Just a couple of quick comments, and I thank you for hearing everybody today. You know, wolves have been coexisting with all the wildlife for millennia. They actually help the genetic diversity and the health of elk populations and other prey species by killing off and disposing of weak, sick, and the less strong of the herd, helping. So they have a synergistic relationship with prey animals that help the health of all of them. The second thing is regarding dogs. You know, we shouldn't really have dogs out just roaming around, because a dog will challenge anything like a coyote, a wolf, javelina. Well, any animal will defend itself. The other thing is we've never had a loss of any of our cattle, especially during calving season, because we have protector dogs. And of course, we watch our animals. We haven't had a loss in 10 years. So I think it's up to all of us ranchers to watch our cattle closer and understand that we're in an area that has predators and take care of them. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Chris Smith, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chair Stump, members of the commission, Director Sloan. Thank you for taking public comment today. My name is Chris Smith. I'm the Wildlife Program Director for Wild Earth Guardians. I was born and raised in New Mexico, and I love the Gila area, and I'm disappointed I can't be there today with you all. I am up in Santa Fe, and I would welcome Lobos up here in the Sangre de Cristos, as the gentleman a few minutes ago suggested. I was surprised by the complaints about quote unquote invasive Mexican wolves and ecosystem degradation being attributed to an animal that predates ranchers' domestic sheep and cattle in this region by thousands of years. That's a new one to me, and I've been attending these meetings for a long time. But I'm also really pleasantly surprised by the civil tone of the meeting, and I commend everyone down there in reserve for being civil. That's really refreshing in this world. I'd like to thank agency officials, both federal and state, for releasing Asha and her pack, the Quartz pack. That was a really important decision to make, and I'm grateful for that. And we all wish Asha and her young family well. As has been noted, the Game Commission and the Department of Game and Fish have limited jurisdiction and authority on the Mexican wolf issue, but there are a couple things which you can do. One is allow for adult family pack releases to resume after a number of years of absence. That's not only beneficial to the genetics of the population, but intact packs are much more successful hunting elk and deer rather than other easier targets. And you can lead in allowing wolves to roam north of Interstate 40. That's a boundary that was put in place to placate the states, and you can have a role rescinding it. And unlike a lot of things, that seems to be something close to consensus in the room. So I would advocate for you taking a lead on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Kate Scott.
Good afternoon, Chairman Stump and Commissioners. My name is Kate Scott, co-founder of the Madryn Archipelago Wildlife Center. As a resident of Cochise County, Arizona, our wolf family of Wonder and Habe and their pups were removed as the region's southernmost pack. My community reacted to and feels this loss deeply. We will work hard and we will welcome wolves back. But today, however, I wish to express gratitude and thanks to the New Mexico Game and Fish for releasing Asha, Arcadia, and puppies, Kachina, Aspen, Sage, Kai, and Ala. U.S. Fish and Wildlife allowed and helped with this release, and Americans across the country are pleased to know that they have been heard. My hope is we all view this release in the positive light of having these rare endangered wolves in your county, state, and on our public wild lands, and to please continue having science-based, thoughtful coexistence conversations. Wildlife is held in public trust for all of us. In closing, I wish to share a poem dedicated to the Mexican gray wolf by my friend Las Cruces-based New Mexican artist, Virginia Maria Romero. Wolf song, a primal chorus that I dance to, as the fullness of my heart empties into dreams that come with the sun's last breath, before buried beneath purple mountains. These dreams tell me the wolf song will be kept alive by our voices, a primal song that fills my spirit. Unawika-o shiwi, barely audible, yet piercing, a primal call. Iktushui shanalatua, nakashu, unawika-o. Thank you for your time and my opportunity to share my comments with you today.
Mary Catherine Ray.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Mary Catherine Ray, Wildlife Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club. I live in a remote part of Socorro County where wolves now roam. Every time I've seen wolves, they've run away as fast as their legs could carry them. The terror of wolves that I'm hearing expressed in Catron County does not square with my experiences. I'm not afraid to see wolves or for them to see me. I carry pepper spray, but in 35 years of hiking here, the only 2 times I've come close to using it were on aggressive domestic rangeland cows. In contrast, I looked up the statistics about the dangers to which people, especially children, are exposed on agricultural operations. Nationwide, a child dies on a farm or ranch every 3 days in an agriculture-related accident. Every single day, 33 children are seriously injured in agriculture-related accidents. On ranches, children are hurt by machinery, especially ATVs. They're kicked and thrown by horses, and they're injured by cattle. In 27 years, no child or adult has been hurt by Mexican wolves. I once marveled to hear a pair of wolves howling in the night from our front porch. That those howls could be silenced again would be a tragic and dismal failure of conservation, of stewardship, and of our human obligation to nature. Wolf restoration is a moral imperative. I and many others want to be able to hear, see, and photograph them. Wolves as a native species belong. Their management protocols must be based on legitimate scientific findings, not fear, not loathing, and not politics. Moving forward, we strongly urge this commission and department to promote coexistence strategies and to further and not undermine this program. Thanks so much for hearing it.
Thank you. Glenn, you can unmute.
Commissioners, I am Glenn Griffin of Silver City with Grant Countyans for Democracy. It was just last April 2024 at the Silver City Game and Fish meeting that I sat and listened for 9 hours until I could speak up for releasing well-bonded pairs of wolves along with their pups into the Gila. A year plus, and that has happened. Thank you. They stand a 50% better survival rate than catering to the cattle industry's fostering failure. It was also Commissioner Pack's first meeting, so ethics should be part of the appointment process for commissioners. Pack was not alone in whipping up anti-wolf hysteria. Catron County commissioners have been very busy against our wolves, making multiple trips to influence our Grant County and Luna County commissioners. The problem is there have been no wolf interactions in either county. I know this from Grant County taxpayer-funded Wildlife Services agents' own reports stating no wolf interactions and no wolves at all in Luna County. Like Pack, the agent is now gone. He had a major conflict of interest in privatizing our public land hunting. Despite Grant County commissioners knowing there were no wolf problems, the Catron County commissioners pressured Grant and Luna County commissioners into voting for Catron's anti-wolf resolution. Crazy. No wolves, not even on Catron County's wolf location map today, but lots of hyped up fear. These same anti-government forces are now asking you, our Game Commission and federal agencies, to join the made-up fight using the very government they despise against our wolves. Don't do it. It is just a manufactured emergency. And our governor said Catron's wolf problems are not an emergency. Commissioners, thank you for listening. Rely on science.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 hands raised. Bernadette, you have permission to speak. Bernadette?
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm Bernadette Maldonado, author, illustrator of Why Asha Goes North. Asha did not have a voice when she came to New Mexico. I wanted to become her voice in a kind way. The spirit of a wolf is a magical thing. Legend says wolves represent courage, strength, and loyalty. Wolves are teachers and protectors. The wolf controls the wild herbivore population, which in turn affects vegetation, growth, and overall biodiversity. In my books, I talk about the spirit of Asha and the journey she takes through New Mexico by showing the wonderful place we live, our state, through her eyes. I believe Asha wandered here to our state twice to protect us with her spirit, not to harm us. Thank you for listening to Asha's story and for being generous with your time here today.
Dr. Niels?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I also have Aurelia here with me as well. She's a registered participant as well, but her Zoom link isn't working.
Okay, so following your 2 minutes, Mr. Chair, can we provide the guest to also present? Thank you. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Elitris Niels. I have a PhD in wildlife management, and my specialty is mitigating conflicts between carnivores and livestock. I've worked as an apex carnivore ecologist for multiple universities and academic institutions, and I'm hired to help ranchers coexist with large predators around the globe. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I had a commitment yesterday at Yale. I live in Cochise County, Arizona, and ranch on our own private land, coexisting with predators. I am here to ask you to please let scientific data dictate management decisions pertaining to Mexican gray wolves. I've heard a lot of panic and misinformation today, employing a dramatized tactic of hatred and fear. I have personally handled wild Mexican gray wolves since 2000 and have never once felt afraid. And the presentation given with lots of dead animals that were sad, but most were obviously not killed by wolves. There's been a lot of false statements and pseudoscience talking about wolf saturation and density. However, the very definition of an apex predator is that they're self-regulating. So please do your own research based on facts. I also request that the Game Commission rejects trapping or killing wolves that have or are more likely suspected of killing livestock. I was recently disgusted by the unfortunate decision in Arizona to remove a pack of wolves from Cochise County where we live. These wolves naturally recolonized Cochise County after being extirpated for decades. The decision to remove this pack was made because of yielding to pressure from lies and embellishment and not based on scientific data or any authentic justification. We need wolves back in Cochise County, and the residents are outraged by this poor decision. In addition, ranchers should absolutely never be given frequencies or GPS signals to locate radio-collared wolves. I want to remind everyone that there has never been an attack from a wild Mexican wolf on a person ever. Yet there have been many deaths of wolves illegally by ranchers. I absolutely agree that we should do everything to help ranchers prevent losses from wolves on their private lands and will offer my assistance in any way possible. But public lands belong to public wildlife, and it is a privilege to be able to graze on lands belonging to all Americans. These wolves are worth their weight in gold in ecotourism potential and absolutely priceless in their ecological values. Thank you very much for your time.
Aurelia, you'll be given 2 minutes. So she's on here. Yes.
Hello, my name is Aurelia and I am 8 years old. I live outside of Tombstone, Arizona, and I farm, barrel race, ride on horseback, and spend all my time outside observing nature and jumping on a trampoline. I would like to talk with you about wolves. Unlike most people, I have been fortunate to watch wild wolves ever since I was a little girl. I have spent time with wolves and felt their howls vibrate through my body and warm my heart. I am not sure why so many grown-ups are afraid of Mexican gray wolves. They aren't big or scary. My dog at home is much bigger than Mexican gray wolves. Where we farm, there are a lot of mountain lions and coyotes on our land, and yet we had never had any losses. We have livestock guard dogs. Remember, these are the same species as wolves, to protect our livestock. Then, when mountain lions come, they get chased away. However, if a mountain lion did eat one of my animals, I would not blame the mountain lion. Instead, I would take responsibility for my mistake and do a better job protecting animals next time. It makes me feel very happy to know that there are still wild wolves. Wolves are the key to a healthy forest, and I want to grow up always being able to hear wolves howl. Thank you for releasing Asha and her family and for making my future better.
Barbara?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Barbara Marks, and wolves have been affecting us since 1998, so we have real on-the-ground experience with wolves. Our forefathers removed wolves and grizzly bears for a reason. They are vicious killers so far beyond anything lions, coyotes, and black bears do. We have tried working with groups, but they have all eventually stopped involvement, starting with attaching strings and them preferring to act through the courts. Ranchers and their partners improve habitat through wise forage management, water improvements, and salt placement at great expense, also improving the success of wildlife. Comparison by U of A in Colorado of grazing fees to private pasture leases reveals that because we maintain and build improvements like fences, waters, etc., and the grasses are different, our costs per animal unit month are higher than private leases that provide the aforementioned, and sometimes the pastures are irrigated. Take ranchers away and those improvements will go into disrepair. We all love seeing wildlife. The fact is, if our cattle do well with a healthy environment, we do well, and so do the wildlife. However, these groups who make their living off of the public and from the court system do nothing to help the animals or the habitat. Now, because of the hatred against us, we are, in New Mexico and Arizona, suffering from the actions of agro-eco-terrorists sabotaging our water systems. However, they aren't only hurting us and our cattle, but the wildlife as well. We have photos of a bighorn ram looking for water in a sabotaged tank that we since repaired. It would be nice to coexist, but so far ranchers are the only ones trying. A goal is reached and then the goalposts are moved again and again. Ask any of the agency people how we have tried everything to avoid wolf problems, and then come help us doctor wolf injured calves and cows. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, that's all we have for online comment.
Thank you, Wheeler. Well, that was a lot of heartfelt discussion. Yeah, I mean, we are where we are, and let's see what we can do with this. And I just want us to have success, all of us. Any other commissioners have anything they'd like to say?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm very glad that we had that time together. I'm surprised that we did not hear from some people here that are very important to this very topic, and I'm looking at them. And I don't know why they didn't want to speak, and I'm hoping they may want to come up and say a few words. Stuart, Paul, Brady, Seth, just a few words. If not, that's fine too. I'm just surprised nothing was said. Yes, no? Okay, Director Sloan. Oh.
Yes, sir. Did you register? Okay, maybe I called your name and you didn't hear me. What's the name? Well, come on up.
I want to thank you for letting me speak. I'm 84 years old, still hunt when I can get an elk or deer tag. Haven't drawn a tag for 4 years. usually put in for Nevada.
Excuse me, sir. You're not up right now. This is just about wolves. You need to speak during general comment. Sorry, I
I
apologize.
thought you was getting by me.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and Director Sloan, commissioners, if we have no other persons willing to come forward to speak, that's fine. But I know this was a discussion item. Thank you, former Commissioner Sabrina Pack. I know she was interested in this topic. Because we heard so much today, and it was very informative, I made a lot of notes, lots of notes. I don't count so much as for quantity. I look for quality, and I look for ideas. I look for key things, and I think you all do too. Like they said, science-based. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, maybe even Chief Lively, is this a springboard? What's the next step in your thoughts? Great meeting. What's next?
Commissioner Hickey, I think we got a lot of input today, important input. I think that we are going to take all this in and see where we can go with it and look at the future. We've had conversations with the service, and they're really keen on having a close relationship with us, which I think is a positive element to all of this. And Director, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Mr. Chairman, I agree that we heard a great deal today, and we'll continue to take that in and work towards recovery and see how we can make life better on all fronts.
Commissioner Witt, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I have a few comments. I just want to say that I listened very carefully to all the comments that were made, and I really appreciate all the contributions. I first want to echo some of the earlier comments of my fellow commissioners, and I want to tell everybody that I think that the commissioners on this commission are really unified in their approach in terms of the need to find solutions and to work with everybody. And I think on the management side, since we oversee the management, I think it's clear that managers at the state and federal level and local level, we need to adapt, and we as a commission need to be asking questions to the department and the Fish and Wildlife Service and others that have management roles. I think we need to ask some of the questions that I think we need to ask based on the comments that I heard today include, are we doing everything we can to minimize habituation? Are we taking proactive measures to avoid conflicts? For example, are we making the range rider program as effective as it can be? Are we communicating as well enough with the public and with stakeholders so that everyone has access to the best evidence-based information that's available? I think we heard some things in some of the comments today that were not helpful. Maybe it's important to point those out too. I think we heard some claims made without evidence. I think we heard some claims made that could be refuted by available evidence. And I think we heard some confusion between anecdotes, which are helpful in their own way, and scientific data. And I think we also heard some heated rhetoric, which is maybe unfortunate, some terms like insanity or disgusting. I think before you use those terms, I think you should remember that really good people on both sides of the table here. And if you're tempted to raise the rhetoric like that, you're probably misunderstanding some of the nuance in these complicated issues. I think scientifically, people talked about genetics, and it's really important. And I want to know, and I want to ask, what are the levels of inbreeding that are occurring? What is the genetic health or levels of homozygosity that are out there across the landscape right now? And what is the evidence that there's inbreeding depression? Do we need to take measures to address those genetic problems? I want to ask, are we releasing bonded families onto the landscape that, as we heard today, and lots of comments, are clearly the gold standard for succeeding in the reintroduction program? And I want to know also, because I heard a lot of confusion about this, I want to know what's the evidence regarding the population estimates and the uncertainty around those estimates in terms of the uncollared wolves. And if we know that number really well, can we disseminate the evidence for that in such a way that it would dissuade some of the fear that's clearly out there about those numbers? Similarly, we heard this assertion that there was coyote hybridization going on that could be creating problems. I personally don't know about that. I'm going to ask about that. I want to know, is there data that can be disseminated to address that so we can dissuade that fear, or do we need to collect data about that to understand what's happening there? And lastly, there were a lot of other things that were raised. Lastly, I want to hear, can you help us to form a coalition, perhaps of ranchers, biologists, citizens, NGOs, that would be they'll be able to work together to expand the range of the Mexican wolf north of I-40, because it's clear that there's support for that on both sides of this really difficult issue. And lastly, I think as a member of that coalition, the 8-year-olds, because I think the most compelling comment that I heard today came from an 8-year-old. And that's all I will say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Commissioner Fulfer. You have anything?
I just want to thank everybody for the comments. You know, I think there's a happy medium to be found. You see the ranchers, they do provide a lot of infrastructure, especially water infrastructure for wildlife. Without that, we wouldn't see as much wildlife we have because of this dry state. So that's an important side of it. The other side of it is important, but I think overpopulation. I think sometimes we try to put a basketball in a Coke bottle and it just don't fit, and it's got to be analyzed and kind of figure out where you're at. You can't just force nature into a situation it can't go into. But so I think there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of things got to be done to make this work.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fulfer. You know, I feel compelled to get a few words from Paul Souza, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the Commission. Again, we're deeply grateful for our relationship with New Mexico Game and Fish. I can tell you, as a career conservation professional over 25 years, today's been a terrific day for me to see the difficulty in the community, the challenges and the passions around wolf conservation. I think it's heartening that people can come together and have this conversation. I can tell you, deep in our core and our philosophy, we care about the people in wolf country. In the Fish and Wildlife Services culture, we have a deep relationship with farming and ranching. In our view, they're part of the solution. We also have a strong passion for endangered species conservation. Taking a step back and looking at the big picture, we have now approaching 300 Mexican wolves. The last generation's improvement in the wolf population is undeniable. And it is because of the work that's been done by passionate advocates that you've heard from today and the people that live in wolf country. Now, in some ways, we're facing the challenges of population increases. We're seeing depredations increase. We're seeing high densities, particularly in the Gila, in this county. And so how do we work together to find the balance? I heard coexistence, so many times today. And on behalf of our agency, I could not agree more. Successful recovery of endangered species, particularly apex predators, requires not only populations sustained over time, but a public that lives in these places that accepts it. So I promise we are committed to being a partner in this endeavor. We have a no daylight between us policy with New Mexico Game and Fish, and are just humble partners and grateful for the chance to listen and learn today.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Okay, anybody else have anything like to say? Commissioner Clemente?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the representatives of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services for being here today, and for the state and county officials that were here today. That means a lot. I mean, obviously they care. They care about their constituents, right? And they represent them well. Thank you for that. As well as Dr. Wade was mentioning, there's one thing that I would like to know is from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is that part that Mexico, because it is the expansion, the secondary habitat for the recovery of the Mexican gray wolf. And obviously it carries at least 70% of the habitat, critical habitat for the species. I hear a lot of things of the wall. Is the wall gonna come up, right? Is it gonna stop the migration of the species, the expansion of the species? Well, maybe that will be something that we need to address, and all of you should take that challenge. And but with that is what play is gonna play Mexico? Where is it standing, and what is being done to get successful recovery if that's the secondary habitat for the area for the recovery of the species? Thank you.
I'm going to bring up Chief Liley to answer that question. He just came back from Mexico.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, as Chairman Stump said, we just met down in Mexico at the end of end of July, 1st of August, so 2 weeks ago, working with the Mexican government on trying to figure out strategies to increase the Mexican wolf population in Mexico. It's probably been one of the better meetings that I've had with the government of Mexico in a long time. They actually committed to releasing 15 wolves in Mexico in the state of Durango this year. So they're moving south into the more kind of traditional forested areas where wolves were last caught in the wild. I think that's an important aspect too. The very last wolves caught in the wild that were brought into captivity were in Durango, and bringing them back to that area where the last remaining ones survived. Not as much of a cattle ranching area as it is more of a timber industry. Prey base should be a lot higher, but Mexico is fully on board towards recovery. Mexico is hoping to get to recovery faster. We did have a delay, different last 4 or 5 years, definitely not as much activity going on, but they hope to release multiple packs in the next few years in Mexico as well, working in cooperation with both the Fish and Wildlife Service, the state of Arizona, and New Mexico on maybe trying to bring wild wolves from the United States down into Mexico, wolves that have experience on the landscape, to try to help improve the situation and release there. So they're also looking at southern Chihuahua as where they've had some radio collared wolves show up on camera, non-functioning radio collars anymore, from their original releases about 6 years ago. So they're, as I spoke before, they're looking to redo their PASE, or their endangered species plan for Mexico. So Mexico's committed towards wolf recovery to try to get to recovering in Mexico as well.
Thank you, Chief Liley. That's good news. Okay, I guess that wraps up item number 7. Thank you all. That was incredibly profound. And I appreciate all of your input today. Okay, item number 8 is a discussion of the proposed rule for shed hunting, presented by Colonel Symbol.
Wasn't expecting that reaction when I sat up here. All right, Chair, Commissioners, this is going to be the second discussion of the proposed rule for shed hunting. Very similar in setup that we did in our June meeting with a couple of different things. So again, the background on this, during the 2025 legislative session, new legislation was passed. Those were 1732 classes of licenses, added the shed hunter license, and the wordage in that is entitled the licensee to shed hunting, provided that a shed hunter license shall not be required for shed hunting by a resident. And then in 17313, it set the fee for said license. The non-resident shed hunter fee was set at $200. So we looked at this in June. It's very similar. There was a good public comment that came in that was a necessary change. So basically what this is allowing, possession of game animals found in the field. The way it currently reads, pre any changes, it is unlawful to possess heads, horns, antlers, or other parts of protected species in the field without an invoice or permit, with the exception of obviously shed antlers. And then it would go on to say, past that green, all shed antlers collected in violation of any state or federal land closure, violation of criminal trespass, Habitat Protection Act, driving off road on public or on a closed road will be seized and remain property of the state of New Mexico. So obviously currently it's accepted, but with the new legislative law, we need to change that and create a license for it. And then the way I was looking at moving forward with it is possession of more than 2 obviously shed antlers found in the field requires a valid non-resident shed hunter license from the department for any non-resident. Residents do not require a shed hunter license. And this is where I changed a little bit here. So it now reads all shed antlers collected in violation of commission rule. And then it goes on for the other ones. The reason for that was basically if you're found in the field with 4 shed antlers and you're a non-resident and you get checked for your license, you do not have the license. Technically 2 of those shed antlers are legally possessed. Should we move forward this way? The wordage in there prior made all 4 of them illegal. So basically fixing it this way in violation of commission rule would allow you to possess 2 of those 4. The other 2 would get seized and you'd potentially get written a citation. I did go out to public comment. We had a meeting in Albuquerque and we had a meeting in Las Cruces. Probably hard for the public to see that, but the comment summary. So we had it should cost more and should cost less. Both of those we can't change because it's set in legislature at $200. We had 13 comments just completely against the whole thing. We had 4 that were completely for it. And again, the against completely is, you know, it's difficult. We've got legislation that made it exist. So it is there, it exists. There were various comments revolving around seasonal restrictions. Everywhere from closing it for both residents and non-residents for certain times of the year, to closing it for just non-residents, to closing it for everybody and then opening it for only residents for like a first week or 2, and then opening it to everyone else. There were 2 comments about requiring an online ethics course that kind of comes out of Utah. The way they structured it, you sit down and take a free online ethics course. And this is the one that I picked up on, fix the language about violation of commission rule. So that is in there. There was one to make an exception for guides and outfitters who operate in New Mexico to not need one. So that'd be a non-resident guide here. Can't really do that. It's set in legislature that a non-resident needs it. And another one, if you had a big game license for non-residents to not need the shed hunter license. And then we had one comment to end all shed hunting. And that's all I've got. If you want me to go back to any of those slides, just let me know.
What is the department recommending?
So,
What is the recommendation by the department?
so the recommendation from the department right now would be to require the non-resident shed hunter license. That license year would go from April 1st, starting April 1st of 2026, and then run through March 31st. So it's basically the same license year we currently have for our other stuff, like a fishing manual license. And that license would only be required for a non-resident, of course, no license for a resident. That was very clear in the language and in the legislation. And then I would like to allow any non-resident at any time to be in possession of 2 shed antlers found in the field. My reasoning for that is, you have campers, CDT trail hikers, recreationalists. Like, I don't want a hiccup of having a 12-year-old kid pick up a shed antler and then having one of our officers having to use their discretion. I don't want to set something along those lines, because right now I'm in the position I am. I can give direction, okay, this is the way it is. Don't be writing 12-year-old kids if they find one. But to set it in regulation and basically law, that would leave that when I'm long gone, so that hopefully that direction exists. I just don't like the idea of a hiker or somebody not being able to pick 1 or 2 of these up. I don't want that to be against the law.
Tim, maybe you could go back to the specific regulation language slide.
The specific, which one?
Regulation language.
Yeah, so this would be the way we would like to take it forward at the current time.
I have a question, Chair. Where it says possession of 2 and more. Possession, do we define possession? What about a home? People that, like, for example, I have a lot more than 2.
Chair, commissioners. So my intent on this, I think it's got difficulties to enforce, but this is kind of pertaining more to you're in the field. Perhaps the game warden is watching you in the mountains like we do fishermen or anything else, and they witness you pick up 3, 4. They're going to go down. You've probably got them hidden by then. They're going to ask you for your license and make their case. Also, they could just walk up, approach on you when you've got 4 in your possession, ask you for your license, make their case. I think my intent on this is the found in the field, because once you've got them to your house, it gets a little bit more difficult unless you've been watching the individuals over time and you're making a case on them. So if you're interested in investing the time to follow somebody because you think they're a non-resident commercializing this, and you are able to follow them on multiple trips, witnessing and documenting that they're picking up maybe 2 this time, stashing them at home, next day 2, stashing them at home, I think you could make the case. I don't think our intent here is going to be, we see a pile of antlers in somebody's yard or hanging on their fence and go knocking on their door or getting a search warrant, because that exists right now, right? There's shed antlers that look pretty fresh for a few years, especially when they're sort of taken care of in the shade under a tree kind of thing. So I think more of these cases would be made likely in the field, or if we have intel guiding us that somebody's truly making a habit of going and getting the limit and not buying the license and stashing them in their house or the garage, in which we would investigate.
Thank you. And my other question is, I had phone calls and people of concerns with turkey hunting. That is one. I mean, they were saying that it is difficult to turkey hunt, and then whenever you have a lot of people out there scaring the birds, they get quiet, get successful, and that is one. And the other one is why we don't, for commercial, why we don't match the other states commercial peaking. So they choose, instead of moving state to state and competing, we don't pick the same date. So the suggestions was May 31st to start with commercial.
So most of those other states that have closures like that, they're based on biological reasons. And it's not just a closure to shed hunting, the whole mountain or whole forest is closed. You can't hike in it. So it's enforceable. Somebody's in there, you go take care of it because they're in there illegally. The enforceability would present challenges. You figure we're looking at shed hunting on both private and public lands. I mean, a closed season that would apply to private is kind of an enforcement nightmare because you don't hear a gunshot that gives you some reasonable suspicion or probable cause to walk over there. You know, there's none of that exists. So you need to find a way to get on that private land without any probable cause if you don't have anything. So you don't have a warrant, and that presents difficulties nowadays to be able to patrol private without any kind of reasonable suspicion or probable cause. But yeah, onto the turkey thing. We probably could figure out a way to have a closure during turkey season. Probably possible. I've heard some of that. I honestly think the majority of the problem that turkey hunters are seeing is OHV use, and we do have tools to combat that. We try to ramp it up more and more. We've been focusing more on special operations, utilizing the OHV grant funds better. You know, in time, like I said earlier, we've got less than 100 officers, so we need the eyes and ears that help us enforce things. But I think the OHV use is, I just don't think if we had a shed hunting closure during turkey season, that all the turkey hunters would be like, sweet, you guys fixed it. I think it would still be a lot of hecticness with OHV users in the forests.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Commissioner Lopez, you have a question?
The Chair, Colonel Symbol, what would be the point violation for a non-resident not possessing the $200 permit?
Yep. Chair, Commissioners, so if we went this route, it would have a penalty assessment option. A penalty assessment option means that you can issue a penalty assessment in lieu of, you know, a court appearance. You give the option to the person, you explain what the penalty assessment is, you send your payment in via mail. That's one option. The other option, you can choose court. So if they went the penalty assessment option, you would be paying $125 fine for the penalty. And then on top of that, you would have the cost of a license. Because the way a penalty is just like a fishing license, you're actually purchasing the license that you needed while you were doing that activity. So you'd have the $200 for the license, $125 fine for a total of $325. Violation points with a penalty assessment like that would be 5.
Okay. Another question I have, I mean, we obviously can't change the amount set by the state legislature, but let's say you find a pristine set, since we're here in the Gila, what's the market value on those?
I mean, it's averaging about $16 a pound. We've had it up $18, $19 a pound. So, I mean, you can get a single, you know, 7-point antler that's worth quite a lot of money.
So they made the profit by just paying $200.
Potentially could. Okay. But they pay none $100 right now. So
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Commissioner Witt has his hand raised.
Who does? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions for Chief Symbol about this. First of all, the text that you have there, it looks, the first sentence appears to be contradicted by the second sentence. Can you help me reconcile that? It says that you can't possess horns, antlers, or trophies without a license, permit, or invoice. But then it says if you're a resident, you don't need a license.
I do see what you're saying. Because the way it originally read, you know, it had it lists antlers and then it exempts antlers. So you're saying the fact that it would require a license, invoice, or permit, and then there would be no license for the non-resident.
Would it be fixed if you just put non-resident in the first sentence?
Yeah, I think we'd have to spell it out because you still can't possess the other things as a resident, like the heads or other protected parts. So if we put, on the antler section, it is unlawful to possess heads, horns, antlers for non-residents or other parts out in the field without a license. Let me look at that a little bit. I do see what you're saying, though.
It seems like there'd be a simple
Yeah.
wording fix maybe that could
Just
just.
playing with the word
Yeah.
antlers in there in the first part. I think I can fix that pretty quick.
Okay, cool. I have two other quick questions. About the comments, it seemed like there was a block of comments in there that were subtly different, but they all seem to be saying basically the same thing, which is we need seasonal restrictions on the first half of the year, basically first 5 months. Um, what's your response to that? What
Yeah,
seems like
no, there certainly is. I mean, you've got the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. They commented that they would like to see a season. And then on top of that, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 additional comments that would like to see some kind of a season. Varying in what that is. They vary both by dates and vary by whether it's resident or non-resident only. So it is something we could do. As I mentioned, it has enforcement difficulties, very much so. But it's not necessarily the recommendation that we're bringing forward thus far, but it is something we can discuss and see if that's the best option moving forward.
Mr. Chair,
Uh,
Commissioner
Sorry,
Witt.
one more follow-up, real quick. Just generally, Chief Symbol, when you get a set of comments like this, how do you weight in comments from individuals versus like comments from a group that represents many members, like the Council of Outfitters and Guides?
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners. I mean, obviously it comes with more weight, because that's a good backing. I think that Carrie Romero has a comment that she wants to bring, so that'll kind of give an idea of what their viewpoint is on it. But it carries more weight, I mean, you've got a group of individuals versus a single individual.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one quick comment if I can. I think philosophically, we've been thinking about this in terms of what will be the impact of the $200 license, and will that address the concerns we've heard versus trying to create a season as well as the permit license and what effect that would have. And so trying to parse that out and look at it sort of in a stepwise process. Does just having the permit requirement for $200 solve the issue, or do we need to do a season maybe 2 years down the road after we've seen the impact of the license fee? It's largely because of those enforcement issues and challenges that we see in trying to craft a season. So that's some, I think, of the philosophy behind why we're proposing let's start with the license and see how that goes. And then if that doesn't solve it, we can maybe tweak it a little bit and better understand what needs to be done to actually solve the problem.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Carrie Romero and Billy McCarty and hear their comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Colonel Symbol said, we are proposing that you all discuss at least a season. And so I know that might come as a shock to some of you because you'll remember that in the past, the Council of Outfitters and Guides has been very hesitant to take a position on shed hunting. And that's because we are an advocacy group for non-resident opportunity and non-resident hunters. So that kind of seemed a little bit out of step with our normal stance. However, when the legislature took the initiative to put the shed hunting license into statute, it made a situation where you all have to establish a rule, and that forced us to actually take a stance on the issue. So during our annual meeting where we had about 30 outfitters in attendance, we discussed this issue at length to try to determine where the industry really was. And we found that the majority of outfitters really do think that commercial shed hunting is, in general, having a negative impact on the state. And it might not be a measurable biological impact at this point, but it's definitely a negative ecological impact. So we are recommending that the department do like many other states have done and implement a season. The season would, in our opinion, should go from like May 1st through December 31st. So that would essentially close the season from January to May. And we would propose that you institute the 2 shed provision into that season. So therefore you're not going to criminalize, the 12-year-old kid from Texas who's, on a turkey hunt with his dad or whatever and picks up some sheds in the woods. So you wouldn't criminalize them. The season really should apply to both resident and non-resident from our perspective, and that would reduce the burden on the game wardens and prevent them from having to determine whether or not someone is a resident or a non-resident. It just would apply to all commercial shed hunting. And more importantly, that would keep the heavy shed traffic off the public land during the critical months when ungulate populations are already under a lot of other natural stresses. So that's our proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Billy McCarty.
And I'm Billy McCarty. I'm kind of late in coming into this discussion on this because it looks like a lot of this has already been taken care of through legislation stuff. But what I'm concerned with is, as a landowner, being asked the access onto the public lands because they got to cross the private land to get to that. So how do we regulate, different things of if it's a season or not a season, resident or non-resident, when people are asking permission to go onto our private land in order to go shed hunting, how are we supposed to keep track of who is allowed when? And so it does concern us from that. In general, my opinion on this is public lands are accessible to the public. They're picking up something, they're not harming any game or anything. So to me, it shouldn't even be a consideration. The person should be able to pick up a shed whenever he wants to, but we're already past that. But anyway, I couldn't read what was up there, but with the discussion I'm hearing today, I am concerned with the amount of private land that we have and the access that we have to the forest through our private land, and the people wanting access. Is how are we going to be able to manage that?
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Can you address that?
Yeah, the idea of having to cross, and it goes beyond that too, just the possession idea. You've got a truck that is going to cross public, private. I guess wherever you make that stop could make a difference. But I think, if you've got a non-resident individual and they are picking it up, they almost need to be watched. It's just like the fishermen that once, the bag limit's 5, they catch their fish, their 5th fish, they walk to their truck, put it in the cooler and go catch their 6th, walk to the truck, put it in the cooler. If you don't watch them, you're never going to catch them. So if you're able to watch these individuals in the field, invest that time, you'll be able to determine what the status of the land they're on, whether it's public or private. Obviously, if it's private, you might have some trespass issues, and then you need to determine resident versus non-resident. I think the idea of them crossing through public and private, though, because we're requiring, on top of written permission if you're on private, that a non-resident needs the non-resident shed hunter license to have more than 2, regardless of whether they're on public or private. So moving the way we are so far, it's not saying, okay, on private, this doesn't exist, or it doesn't apply, sorry. Does that kind of address it, Chair, Commissioner?
I think that Mr. McCarty's concern is,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I think what Mr. McCarty was asking about was how does he know who he should or shouldn't let go and when he should or shouldn't let them go? And I guess ultimately that's the responsibility of the individual asking for access. And if the landowner lets the person through to during a time when they can't shed hunt, that would be on that individual and not the landowner. So the landowner wouldn't have any liability. The individual would. So I understand Mr. McCarty's concern related to, I don't want to do something wrong, but ultimately, other than, saying yes or no to crossing the property, I don't think he would have any liability.
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners, certainly he would not be similar to if somebody was asking for permission to hunt on their land for deer and his deer hunt doesn't start for 2 months. It's not going to fall on the landowner granting permission. I understand and I appreciate his concern for wanting to make sure he's allowing legal activity to occur, but it wouldn't have any ramifications on him.
So the OHV issue is a huge problem all over the state, but from what I understand in the Gila, it's really a big problem. So, and that's kind of what preempted all this. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's, I think people feel like it's shed hunters, but I have a suspicion that it is a lot of OHV use and a lot of inappropriate OHV use. And so as Colonel Symbol noted earlier, we've done a bunch of swarms and we'll do a bunch more, in particular in the spring, and see if in combination with the license requirement for shed hunting, that makes any sort of a difference. But I suspect that given the massive increase in OHV use we've seen, that's likely at least part, if not most, of the cause of the concern.
So we, as the commission, need to direct the department, is my understanding, to move further on in the process with this, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. We would need, do you like the proposal as it kind of stands with that one tweak that Commissioner Witt pointed out? Do you want us to explore a season? The next time we would bring this before you, if there wasn't a significant change, would be in November for a hearing. If you decide that you want to do something very different from where we are, we might have to put that off till January. But in any case, we need some clarity on what you like and don't like so we can put together a proposal.
Mr. Chairman, I had one question.
Oh, Commissioner Fulfer.
I'm confused on the limit. Is it 2 sheds per day? Is it 2 sheds per year? What's that?
So it's going to be two sheds that were found in the field in your possession. So that would apply if you find them in the field and they've got 3, you got them. If you find them at their house and you can prove that more than 2 of those were found in the field, so you watched them on various trips or the same day, they would need the non-resident shed hunter license.
So you're saying per year then, or per season or whatever?
Correct.
I would think that need to be written in there. The way it's confusing, I would think it's per day, like a fish limit, so many per day, per possession.
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioners. So I think I could fix that one pretty quick by saying possession, the green part, possession of more than 2 obviously shed antlers found in the field per license year requires a valid non-resident shed hunter license. And then I also think Chair and Commissioner Witt, if I leave everything the way it is, where the red says, I would have that red in there and it would just say with the exception of obviously shed antlers for New Mexico, for residents. That would fix the other part.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to be clear, a resident that picks up 2 sheds, but has more than 2 sheds at his house, that's acceptable.
For a resident, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners, there would be no limit on the number of sheds a New Mexico resident could pick up and keep in the field.
Keep in the field or keep, or?
Find in the field and
Find
keep
in
at
the
their
field,
house,
yeah.
keep in the, on their person, they have 5, not a problem. They have 100 on them, not a problem. It's at their house, all okay.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have anything else?
Well, I thought of one more question. I mean, regarding the resident exception, I think that Carrie Romero mentioned that the outfitters recommend that there not be a resident exception. And so is there some other residents that are shed hunters that are or commercial or not that have weighed in on this or that would be upset about there being a license? I mean, I can imagine that there might be some shed collectors who would be in favor of it, even though they're in state. Can you weigh in on that, Chief Symbol?
I don't know that I caught, Chair, I don't know that I caught that entirely.
Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Witt, residents are statutorily exempted from a license requirement. Only residents are required to have a license. Ms. Romero was talking about closure of all shed hunting for both residents and non-residents during that period, but the license requirement applies only to non-residents by statute.
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners, and I think her recommendation would, as she mentioned, would still allow for the 2 limit. So resident or non during closed season, they could still have 2.
Commissioner Witt, do you accept that?
Yeah, I mean, I trust the director's interpretation that the statute prevents the implementation of a license on residents, even though it doesn't prevent the implementation of a closure that would also affect residents. If that's correct, then we can move on.
Chair, Commissioners, yeah, that interpretation right there would be correct. It states that it would never require a license for a resident, only for a non-resident. But if you, as a commission, made a closed season, regardless of not that you would need a license or not, it's just like deer hunting. If deer hunting's closed and you don't need a license, you can't go get a deer. So it'd be the same thing.
Excellent.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Witt, other commissioners, and Colonel Simple. What's the purpose of the first sentence in 19.31.10.E9E? Could we strike that sentence and just begin with possession of more than 2 ...
Chair, Commissioners, so that's original language from it, and what that applies to is pretty directly like your deadhead in the field. So a hunter or hiker comes across a dead carcass of a deer, right? And they want that. It is unlawful in the state of New Mexico to pick that up. You would need to contact your local conservation officer and arrange to be allowed or not allowed to possess that. So that's what that covers.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to recommend that we go with the department's recommendation on this, just to start out with no season. Implement the $200 fee for non-residents and see how it goes. There seems like a lot of complications that enforcement's going to have to deal with. And I think that sounds to me like the best way to start this. Anybody else?
May I, my recommendation will be to add a commercial season. I mean, that would be for sure.
Chair, Commissioners, that was discussed quite a bit in the public meetings that we had. So in my vision, the way that that would occur is if there was legislative action to give the commission authority over commercial shed hunting, then you can set higher, lower fees depending on number that they possess, number that they sell. You'd have it all.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the challenge with regulating the commercial collection right now is that, as Colonel Simbal said, we don't have statutory authority. You could regulate it, but we could only charge the cost of administering the program, so the fee really would be pretty minimal, and I don't think it would have the desired effect.
Chair, Commissioners, yeah, Director Stone's correct. The way that we can make a permit or a certificate to require something like that, by statute and regulation, we can't exceed the cost for what it costs to administer the program. So you run into things like, we have certain importation permits that are $5 because it takes 3 minutes to do it. This would be a similar one. It'd be pretty easy. You'd have a tough time charging somebody more than $20 for a commercial shed hunting license under the parameters that we're set with now.
Any more input on that, Commissioners? Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do strongly suggest that the department consider setting a season, kind of what the representative from Council for Guides recommends. It might be a little bit difficult to enforce, but I think a season would be appropriate. Starting May 1st, I believe, would it be, and then end, I guess, to the next year, like April 31st. Is that what we have now, right?
Chair, Commissioners, so I think the most popular one right now would be January 1st through May 31st, opening April 1st, which is conveniently the first day of the new license year.
You're saying that they would open April 1st?
Chair, Commissioners, correct.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, just for clarity, that is not the recommendation of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. Theirs is a closure for January through May, which gets you out of the turkey season. Yeah, but I think Tim was referring to the one that we've had the most comments towards was opening.
Commissioner, or Chair, Commissioners, I think we're talking the same thing. So it'd be that first dot. It would be a closure from January 1 through May 31st for non-residents and residents, and then open April 1st through December 31st.
It allows the turkey hunter at least some type of.
Tim, I don't know how you open a season April 1st when it's closed till May 31st.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm 1 month behind on myself. Yes. So it June 1st. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, the problem I see with that is that all the sheds are going to be, they're not going to be prime, right?
Chair, Commissioners, I mean, rodents are going to, rodents eat on them. People are gonna pick them up and stash them. And then, come June 1st, it's not gonna be shed hunting season, it's gonna be shed pile hunting season to find somebody else's stash.
Should be quite a rodeo.
I don't know.
I don't think
my
it matters.
thoughts, I like January.
Not in primers.
Close January to May 31st, and now that you mentioned about rodents. I mean, it is part of habitat, right? So I don't know. I think I like that because of the I mean, the wildlife goes through hunting season. They rest, then they go through breeding. I mean, calving and all of that. Am I correct?
Okay.
So calving, June. Yeah, you're right.
And Chair, Commissioners, I mean, if your priority or decision would be to implement some kind of season rather than just going without one to test it for a few years and see how it goes, see if it mitigates issues. I think the suggestion I would have is we could test the waters by closing it for turkey season. I think January 1, and then opening June 1st. That's pretty long closure, but just a suggestion.
The other issue we'll have is that we're going to have a January bow hunt. And if we have hunters out there and they see a shed, they'll be illegal if they pick it up.
Mr. Chair, I think the proposal was that even during the closed season, it would still have that 2 antler limit. So a hunter could pick up a couple and be within the allowable.
For both residents and non-residents?
Correct.
Roger that.
I wouldn't want a season for the first starting this out. I think we'll have it open January to January.
So I'm in agreement with that. Commissioner Lopez would like to have a season. How about?
It appears Commissioner Witt has his hand raised, or maybe it's left over from before, but maybe he has a thought.
I still have it raised, but my comment is evolving as this discussion goes. I don't mean to belabor this about the timing, but I do want to get it right because it says the outfitters and guides suggested that it opened on June 1st, but I mean, we might want to ask Ms. Romero to clarify because in her oral comment, she said that the closure would go until May 1st, not May 31st. So, and that might mitigate the issue about condition a little bit. So I just want to make sure we get those dates exactly right. And second of all, with respect to the issue of whether we should implement the closure now or not, I would be inclined to go with the department's initiative and go with what Chief Symbol's been working on, which is to do this in steps and implement this first step as a trial with the intent that we evaluate the possibility of implementing a closure as a second step.
I do agree with Commissioner Witt on start with the recommendation and then move from there. This gets moving. And as well, yes, a clarification on May 1st or May 31st.
Chair, Commissioners, Carrie Romero just indicated, make sure you're right, but it would be a closure January 1st through May 1st. You did this.
That is what is in your letter of August 7th.
All in the letter. Yes. So the closure would be January through opening May 1st so that, people could still be in the spring shed hunting season, the commercial shed hunter. So, you're not putting too much burden on them. June 1st is kind of late, but then you're also preventing them from being all over the woods when, during the winter months, when the weather's harsh, the animals are stressed and, they're potentially chasing them around, trying to make them drop their antlers, et cetera. So, but the two shed provision should stand because you don't want to criminalize people who don't, are just hikers and they don't know game and fish law and they just pick up a shed. So our proposal would be 2 shed provision with the closure from January, opening May 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I like what Commissioner Witt suggested is take this in steps. And I think there's 4 commissioners that agreed with that. 3 other commissioners, 4 plus Commissioner Witt, and we haven't heard from Commissioner Hickey.
I'm actually in favor of, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm always in favor of keeping things simple, okay? This is a new provision, and I respect what you all put together. It was a lot of work. I thank you for all the comments that we've received to date. So yes, I like the idea of just keeping it simple and not going with additional changes, just what we have now.
So
no season.
the license fee for non-residents and no season.
Correct.
Yeah. So Director Sloan, Officer Kimball, Symbol, can we direct you guys to come up with something for our next meeting to?
Mr. Chair, we'll prepare a rule that addresses some of the changes that we've talked about today, that make sure this is good and tight, and bring forward a rule for hearing that does not have a season but does require the license for non-residents and has the 2 shed limit or exception. No season. No season. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the consensus seems to be no season.
You guys are gonna regret it, but gonna be a mess.
So here's the issue. The issue will be that if we get to the hearing and everybody decides that we should have a season, we'll have to essentially table it, go back out to public comment, and come back around with a new rule. Because I think adding a season at the point of a hearing would be considered a substantial enough change that we would have to renotice everything. So if there's, you know, as I said, it's very close, but the consensus at the moment appears to be no season. If you're thinking that you might want to change your mind come the hearing, then we might want to put a season in. Recommend that we pursue a regulation that includes a season now. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, how would you monitor, let's say we didn't do a season now, and how would the field officers, the game warden, how would they monitor it for this trial year?
Chair, Commissioners, I mean, we would go off of a few things. We would be able to see how many licenses we sold and what revenue we made, and we'd also be able to see how many citations were written for a non-resident not having their non-resident shed hunter season license. On top of that, you know, we always take into consideration any complaints that go through you as commissioners or come to us directly if those are involving, because I think we just brought a lot of light to it and a lot of attention. People that are paying attention are now going to say, oh, there's a huge group with Utah plates. Maybe I'll keep an eye and see if I'll call the game warden, and then we'll go, is it just 4-wheelers? Are they just trailering off side by sides? Or when they came back, or their pickup beds full of shed antlers? And then maybe we'll get an idea on what we're really up against. But I'm being told some people see it a lot. I haven't seen it a lot, and I've talked to a lot of folks that haven't seen it a lot, but it certainly does exist, especially like people were saying when Utah closes because of a hard winter, or Colorado similarly. It's pushing somebody here to pick up sheds when they can't hunt there.
Okay. And what about other states? What are their seasons? Most states don't have a season. Is that correct?
A lot of the big mountain western states do. Your Wyomings, your Colorados, but
Yeah.
what those are, everything's closed because there's 8 feet of snow and the critters can't move around. So the added stress of somebody pursuing them up to and including, I mean, people will chase them into aspen groves with snowmobiles, hoping that they hit their antlers during the right time of the year, and then they go in and pick them up. You can imagine the stress on an animal during that time of the year. Utah, when it is a bad snow, they'll implement a closure, but if not, they will not. But the key thing is with those ones, it's much more enforceable because the whole area is closed. You can't be in there photographing, you can't be in there shed hunting, you just can't be in there. So if somebody's in there, pretty easy to go make a case.
Right, easy to enforce.
If may, I had said no season because I wanted to move this forward, but now with the explanation of the director that it's better to choose if I'm gonna change my mind. I haven't seen a lot of people picking up sheds, as you mentioned, that you haven't seen, but I do live right in the border of Texas. And believe it or not, I have heard, I'm not kidding you, probably 60 people from Texas saying that they come and they shed hunt. It is unbelievable. Whenever you start working on something, is your ears open up. It's like when you have a new truck, you think nobody has it, and as soon as you buy it, everybody, you see it everywhere. Well, same thing with this. As soon as this came up, I start hearing people about shed hunting. And that's what it caught my attention. And that's one of the reasons why I suggest, I mean, as it was presented by Ms. Romero, closing that season, I think, since we cannot put a season for commercial, but I think that will be my recommendation.
It's been a very productive conversation. I feel like we're still sort of leaning towards not a season. Unfortunately, I didn't keep track of who was on which side, but it still feels like there's 4 commissioners leaning one way and 3 the other. Or I guess it's 4 and 2, maybe 3 and 3 even. I'm not sure how to address that. I'm not sure getting additional public comments going to be helpful, so.
Chair, commissioners, I truly feel like the intent of this, when it was made in the legislature, was to not withhold or hold back the resident. So I don't know what'll come out of it if we made a season and made it so residents could not hunt during the prime season. I feel like the intent was to allow the residents to hunt sheds in their home state during the prime season.
I completely agree with you. I think that was definitely the intent. So with that in mind, it seems we have 4 commissioners that want to do no season and 2 that do. So am I correct? So why don't we move?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Director, we want to proceed. And Director, I know we have a process, the administrative process of rulemaking. Hypothetically speaking, if we could just move forward today as is, and in November at the hearing, let's say 4 commissioners vote against, and 4 in favor of this and 2 against, then what? We have a new rule.
Correct.
But now if the 2 members today feel so strongly that we need the season in this, we cannot have the hearing in November. Is that what I heard you say?
If we wanted to include a season in the rule, we would need to know now so we can draft a rule to put out to the public saying this is what I recommend, what the rule would look like and what the season would be, so that we can receive public comment in advance of the hearing, and so folks can come to the hearing and give comment on it. So it's really about us understanding what's going to be in the rule before we have the hearing, because if we make significant changes to the rule during the hearing, that weren't noticed, we would have to go essentially cancel the hearing, go back out and renotice everything. So the rule really needs, we really need to have clear direction on what rule you want presented at the hearing today.
Circling back to Colonel Symbol's point, is that this was not made, this statute was not introduced to limit residents from collecting sheds during the prime time. So I'm suggesting that we move forward with no season and see how this all works out in the end, in a year or two. We'll have more information and we'll have more information, basically.
Chair, Commissioners, I mean, you know, I can, a year, 2 years from now, probably a year to start with, and if it's the second year, I can sit down here and throw up a 7-minute presentation to show what those stats look like each year, if that helps.
I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, it sounds like we have our marching orders. Tighten this up a little bit, no season.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Symbol.
Chair, Commissioners.
We didn't have any comments online, right, guys?
No, Mr. Chair.
Agenda item? Okay. Okay, let's move on to item number 10, which is now item number 9 now. Discussion of proposed changes to the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule 19.31.3 NMAC, given by Chief Varela.
Agenda item 10 is a continued discussion of the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule 1931.3 NMAC. During the legislative session in 2025, the legislature passed a bill called Senate Bill 5. Senate Bill 5 provides a 25% discount for all license fees for New Mexico residents who receive supplemental nutritional assistance program benefits. The new law requires that a commission rule establish eligibility and verification for that SNAP discount. The department has worked closely with the Healthcare Authority to receive the information or to gather information about how the information should be received and applied for those people that are receiving SNAP benefits. Currently, as we stand right now, the department would receive a data dump at the end of December for the people that are eligible to receive SNAP benefits. We would compare those SNAP benefits to people that are applying for hunting during that following year, and we would verify whether they are eligible or not.
Can you put the microphone closer to your? Thank you.
Sure. So currently, as it stands, the rule would read, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program discount. New Mexico residents participating in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program are eligible to receive a 25% discount on all licenses as established in 17.3.13 NMSA for the following license year. The department will qualify individuals for the following license year discount between January 1st and January 10th annually. If not qualified by the department in January, applicants may prove eligibility in person at any department office to have the discount applied. No refunds will be offered for full fee purchases made prior to verification of eligibility. So the rule is pretty straightforward as it stands right now.
Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How about commissioners?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm glad that the legislature was able to get this bill across. It expands access for numerous families that might be struggling. The sad part is that we have struggling families still in this state. But at least it shows the department, along with the legislature and the executive, are considering them being able to participate in the outdoor recreation. So I think it's a good thing to do. But the question I have for Mr. Varela is, New Mexico Healthcare Authority, they're gonna give you data, right? So are they gonna give you all the state applicant data, all the applicants that are currently on SNAP?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, only the people that are on SNAP that are currently active at that time,
Okay,
at the end of December.
okay, so that's all, that's including all state residents. So they're
Yes.
gonna dump from the Aspen system and give it to you, to the department to compare when they apply in
Yes,
January.
via an electronic file.
Okay. That's a lot of data.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all that I have.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there's a chance that we'll do something called an API, which would allow us to access the database. But the last price I heard on that was $350,000. So we said we can't afford that. They've subsequently come back and said, well, how much could you afford? So we're still having a little bit of discussion about that, but as of right now, it looks like the data dump option is going to be the best.
So what you're saying, Director, is, and Chair and Director, is that staff would have access to the Aspen system to verify a potential licensee's eligibility.
Sort of. What I'm saying is if you got on to buy your license, the computer system would automatically take your name over to Aspen and check it against the list and say, oh, you're eligible for a 25% discount, and come back and give you the discount, or it would say you're not and just charge you the regular fee. I mean, it wouldn't be staff looking at the list, but the system would look.
Okay. So I think that would require additional training by our staff to meet the requirements of the federal requirements to access Aspen.
That's why the API would be doing it. And that's, I think, part of the reason it's so expensive. But I think based on our last communication just this week, that's the healthcare authority's preferred method if they can squeeze enough money out of us.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, in discussions and emails and going back and forth today, the price is still $350,000, and they would, if there was any additional amount over $350,000, they would be willing to contribute. That's what I've seen today. So it's still $350,000 right now.
And this is discussions with Secretary Armijo, I believe.
With her staff.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I have a question with regard to the language. 25% discount on all licenses purchases for the following year, if qualified by the department between January 1st and January 10 annually. Does that mean the only time these persons can receive the discount is if they've been qualified by the department between January 1 and January 10?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hickey, no. If they have not been qualified between January 1st and January 10th, they are eligible to come into the office and provide verification at a department office, and then they would receive that 25% discount.
But what if somebody doesn't come in during that period of time? Then what?
Then Chairman Stump, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, then they wouldn't be eligible until they came into the office and wanted to receive that discount and provide a verification.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, the January dates are because that's when we would get the data dump and we could get most people that have an account qualified. It would be those individuals that either don't have an account and come in June to buy a fishing license that would need to prove up that they have SNAP benefits to get the discount. Or those folks that get on the SNAP, that have an account but get SNAP benefits in February or March or something, that would need to come into the office. Because we're going to get that bulk data in that January timeframe, apply it to our current accounts, and then, like I said, anybody who got benefits after that period or that didn't have an account with us and had benefits would have to come into an office to qualify at any time during that license year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Fulfer.
This is just for the license application fee. It's not, we're not guaranteeing them a license yet, are we?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Fulfer, no, we are not guaranteeing them a license.
How much did we raise the license fee from the legislator? Didn't they allow us to charge a little more on the license? How much are we looking at getting from that fee increase?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fulfer, I believe the overall revenue expectation was around $9 million of new revenue coming in, even after the SNAP discount was applied to the folks that we anticipate, the percentage we anticipate taking advantage of that discount.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fulfer. Anybody else? Thank you, Paul. Let's move on to item number 10.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity on that last one, everybody's okay with proceeding the way that we have it drafted at this point? I think that's a yes. Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Discussion of the proposed changes to the Game and Fish License Permits Rule 19.30.9 NMAC. Go ahead, Paul.
So the proposed changes to 19.30.9 would add a license vendor fee per transaction of $2. The current vendor transaction fee is $1 per fee right now. It would also add an additional $1 per carcass tag per issuance. Currently, that is not charged at all by the department or by third-party vendors. That would only apply to third-party vendors charging that $1 fee. The department would not charge a carcass tag issuance fee because it's easy for the department to just print the tag, whereas certain vendors, they have to write it down, they have to handwrite the tags. So the department, in May, we surveyed all of our vendors and received 54 responses, 135 vendors, and the majority were in favor of increasing the vendor fee. The majority of them, the vendors supported a $2 per transaction fee and $1 carcass tag fee. However, at our last discussion in Red River, the department was requested to receive public comment. So we issued public comments from July 11th to the July 25th with 3 proposals presented in that for public comment. The first proposal is $2 per transaction fee for licenses sold either by the department or a third-party licensed vendor, and $1 for each carcass tag sold by a third-party licensed vendor. Proposal number 2 is $1 per transaction fee for licenses sold directly by the department, $2 per transaction fee for licenses sold by a third-party vendor, and $1 fee for each carcass tag sold by a third-party licensed vendor. Proposal 3 is no per transaction fee for licenses sold directly by the department, $2 per transaction fee for licenses sold by a third-party vendor, and $1 for each carcass tag sold by a third-party vendor. We received about 200 public comments. 43% of those comments supported proposal number 3. 22% or 44 supported proposal number 1, which is the department's preferred proposal. 12% supported proposal number 2, and 22% were undecided, and they just decided to comment without choosing a proposal. So the department is seeking direction as far as which way we would like to proceed as far as charging or increasing the vendor fee and charging the carcass tag fee.
Why does the department want to add $2 per transaction fee?
The department would like to charge $2 per transaction fee because if the department is considered a vendor itself, so if vendor fees are desired to be increased, we would like the department to be considered a vendor as well. So we would like to follow suit with what the vendors are doing. And so since it's written in statute, we would prefer to choose $2 per transaction as well.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's also the matter of all of our costs have gone up. We have an IT staff, we have to update software, we have to update servers, we have to do all of that work to maintain and operate our system. I think we heard at our last meeting, it was $140,000 that we raised with the $1 fee. That's been in place for many years. As you know, inflation has hit hard. And we feel like in order to keep up and try and keep somewhere close to balancing our budget. Although as I understand it, that's only maybe 20% of the cost we spend on IT services. We feel like it would be appropriate to raise the fee in the same way that vendors around the state feel like they're getting squeezed.
Mr. Chair, in 2024, the department received $147,000 in revenue for vendor transactions, and in 2023, $134,000. I'd also like to point out that our state is one of the only states that operates internally with our own online licensing system. Other states contract out their licensing systems, which is a huge cost to us. So any increase in revenue that we can take in will also help benefit to improve our processes in IT.
Thank you, Chief Ruler. Commissioners?
I do have a comment that I gotta say, disclose this. I'm the owner of New Mexico Specialized Wildlife Services and Sunland Archery, and I am a vendor for New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. So I will be sustained from voting on this item.
Well, I'm inclined to choose proposal one, because I understand the cost of doing all this within the department, and we struggle enough as it is. To me, $2 is not much to ask of our public. Anybody else have any input?
Mr. Chair, I have some comments. 5 minutes ago, we just recommended that the department give SNAP benefits 25% discount. We have public support here saying that 43% don't want the department to be charging a fee. We have a license fee increase that just came from the legislature to give us $9 million in the excess revenue. I think the department should find a way to do without the $2 fee. Like I said before, I believe we're nickel and diming the public to use their data, their ink, their information if they're buying it from the department. Private vendors, yes, they do deserve to be compensated, but I mean, if they're going to walk into our office and buy a license from our staff, we are public, well, the staff are public servants, we are public servants, and we still want to charge them a fee. Or if they get online to buy it from us, we're still going to charge them a fee. I mean, there's money that we can move around with the department with the license fee increases that are coming. And if 43% of the total public, 200 public comments say that we shouldn't do it, we should probably think twice. Because we just heard in the last 3 hours from people giving public comment how they feel about wolves and cattle and losses. We heard them. I think we should hear the people that said that the department shouldn't be charging them a fee. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I'm kind of stuck on the 22% that's undecided as well. Any commissioners have anything else that they want to add or have their input on this?
Yes, please. Can I make a comment?
Please.
Well, it was very well said, Commissioner Lopez. I understand the sentiment. I just, based on the facts and the amounts in this particular case, I disagree. I think that a $2 transaction fee is really small. I think people will recognize that as being really small. We pay service fees all the time for things we do online, and we know that the cost of processing a transaction like that and maintaining the IT to do that is higher than $2. So I don't think that particular fee is going to be seen as out of line. I think it's still low compared to most fees that we pay. I'm in favor of option one. I know that the majority of respondents preferred option three, which is in their economic interest. I understand that. But I think option one is the right way to go because I think the department could effectively use those $2 to improve their IT and improve the user experience that we get from using the department's webpage and licensing system. I think that's really important. I also think that proposal 3 has a potential trap that could actually hurt the third-party vendors. And we don't want the third-party vendors to lose out, to have fewer transactions here as a result of the incentives that we set up with our fee system. And the savvy, frugal hunters and fishermen will all go and purchase their licenses from the no fee system, knowing that they save $2 instead of patronizing our vendors. So if we maintain the transaction fees exactly equal from all sources, then our helpful vendors will still be patronized by our residents. So that's another reason why I support proposal 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. I do have a question I just thought about, vendor fees. Are they covered by, or not vendor fees, but credit card fees or vendor fees and transaction fees?
Chairman Stump, transaction fees are paid by the department as well. Generally, it's in the neighborhood of $800,000 is what we pay with our payment gateway through Wells Fargo. So there is also a cost for the department to do business just on a regular basis.
Thank you, Chief Varela.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Commissioner Lopez, I lean towards proposal number 1. The numbers of presented by the 200 public comments it caught my eye too. What I find interesting is that the proposal number 3 is equal, the cost associated in proposal number 3 is the same as proposal number 1. They're going to pay $2 anyway for the license sold by a third-party vendor, or $1 for each carcass tag, by a third. They're going to do it regardless. Proposal number 3 is just not the department. So in terms of what you were saying and the cost to people, they're willing to bear that cost anyway. So I'm like, let's just go with number 1. I do agree that the department has added costs. So let's recognize that it could go to the department or the third-party vendor for $2. So, and then the second comment that I wanted to make was a very big shout out to Commissioner Lopez. I mean, not Lopez, excuse me. I was looking at you. To Clemente. I want to say thank you for recusing yourself and making the disclosure that you just did. I appreciate that. And I think as commissioners, we always need to be mindful of those kind of conflicts that we can have and be very open and transparent. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hickey. Commissioner Fulfer, do you have anything to say?
I'm kind of open for any of them, but the $2 to the third party and the $1 to the department's kind of the way I lean.
Are you talking about proposal 1?
Those, yeah, put those back up. I couldn't remember which one. Proposal 2.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Clemente who has recused himself. So that leaves us with 5 votes, and we have 3 for proposal number 1 and 1 for proposal number 2. And I think you were proposal number 3. So it looks like we're going to go with proposal number 1. If the department can set all that up for us for the next meeting. Thank you, Chief Varela. Appreciate your time and your good work. Item number 11 is discussion and proposed changes to the fisheries rule 19.31.4 NMAC and manner and method rule 19.31.10 NMAC. Can we take a quick 5-minute break? Sorry. Okay, moving along here. Chief Patton, go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Good afternoon. I am here today to present the next phase of the rule development for the fisheries rule, as well as fisheries-related concepts within the manner and method rule. As a reminder, the fisheries rule is on a 4-year cycle, meaning that it was last adopted or went into effect in 2022, and it is set to expire on March 31st, 2026. As is customary, along with the fisheries rule, we also consider changes to fishing-related topics in the manner and method rule. So we, earlier this year, at your April meeting, I, in quotes, opened the rule for your consideration, give you proposed concepts, and back presenting the outcomes of public outreach. So not long after this current rule that we're in went into effect, we started to collate ideas that we had internally, concepts we received from interested anglers. We routinely maintain databases where we can, check our fisheries data against management plan objectives, and so this is kind of an ongoing process along the way. And so these proposals are slightly different than I presented to you in April related to the fisheries rule. In April, I mentioned that we were considering a prohibition for natural or artificial scents added to artificial or barbless lure fly. After conversation internally, we decided we're not ready to proceed with that sort of prohibition, but we still want to proceed with clarifying the definition of barbless lure or fly to make it consistent between the fisheries rule and the manner and method rule. Over the years, they had somehow been inconsistent. We are also recommending moving forward with a proposal designating 3 Rio Grande cutthroat trout populations as special trout waters within the realm of our native trout conservation regulations. In that case, they are Jacks Creek, the upper limits of Rio Chiquito, as well as the Rio San Antonio near Lagunitas Lake. In this case, it would be proposed regulation would be catch and release for Rio Grande cutthroat trout, unlimited harvest for non-native brown trout in this case, as well as limited terminal tackle to protect the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. We've had a list of these waters for some time now. They are popular with some anglers who want to get engaged in native trout conservation efforts where, if they catch a brown trout while fishing those waters, they can keep them and contribute to native trout conservation efforts. For the fisheries rule, we are also proposing to remove specific waters mentioned in the prohibition to ice fishing. These waters are Santa Cruz, really, and the specific waters are Santa Cruz, Bonito, Monastery, and Springer Lakes. Santa Cruz is managed by the federal government, and then these other 3 waters are open gate properties where we can not specifically call them out in rule. We can sign them and have an enforcement response or ability there for the officers. And then after internal discussions, we've also recommend adding a definition of a special trout water just to call out the significance related to those waters in rule. This is a summary of our manner and method proposals at this time. Again, similar to the fisheries rule, we are seeking to clarify the definition of barbless lure or fly. Same thing with removing specific references to ice fishing in the manner and method rule. We're also proposing to prohibit the use of bait fish in an area down near Roswell called the BLM Overflow Wetlands. If you recall last spring, I presented to you Pecos pupfish conservation efforts. This prohibition would help us in carrying out the conservation efforts in that area. It would drastically reduce the likelihood of accidental introduction of bait fish or unwanted bait fish into those areas, which may affect Pecos pupfish. We are also proposing to allow electric trolling motors at Jackson Lake Wildlife Management Area. We've been working on a project where we're trying to enhance boater access, and so we want to allow at least some electric trolling motor access in that WMA. And probably the most significant this round related to the manner and method rule is we are recommending expanding the director's authority for relaxing or further restricting, whether it's temporary closure of a water, angling limits, possession limits, as well as size limits for a water. The purpose of this is to allow a little bit more flexibility and responsiveness to changes in environmental conditions. One example could be something like a native trout water during low water conditions. It's just intermittent pools, and we feel like we need to protect that fishery temporarily. We could do that through a director's order. Right now, we would have to, go through a formal, either an emergency rulemaking process or a formal rulemaking process. If this were adopted, the language that we're proposing would be limited to 6 months. During that time period, if we felt it was necessary for a more permanent rule, we would go through a process like we were doing here. So after I presented this to you in April, we got the proposed language and a summary of the proposed rule on the department website on May 21st. We held 2 public meetings in a virtual format on June 9th and 13th. We had a total of 13 attendees between the 2 meetings. I believe it was 11 attendees at the first meeting and 2 at the second meeting. And this is a summary of the comments that we've received so far. There on my presentation, it says we have 8 written comments. We actually got one in late last night or early this morning. So we're up to 9 written comments. This is just a summary of the comments that we received, and I'm just going to go through quickly how we have addressed those. The first one was related to the definition, the changes in the definition of barbless lure or fly. One individual pointed out that there was a reference to a prohibition or excluding a hard plastic, and we agreed with them and changed our proposal in order to be responsive to that, and that was not an intended outcome of that proposal. We also saw a trend in some recommendations for expanding special trout waters at this time. A little bit of history back in, I think it was a 2017 rule. During that rulemaking process, the department had observed over time that I think we had somewhere around 19 different special trout water designations, with anything from limited tackle, number of fish that could be kept, and it was a little bit confusing, and at the times we couldn't really articulate how those special trout water designations were leading to an improvement in the fishery. So at that time, we went to a much narrower definition of different special trout waters, which are designated there with our red chili water, green chili water, and in our Christmas chili water. These are not terms specifically used in rule, but they are kind of common references that we've used in the rules and information booklet through the years to help keep things pretty straightforward for the public and for our enforcement officers. So one proposal we received from one member of the public was to expand the number of special trout waters in lakes across the state. Some examples were Monastery Lake, Morphy Lake, and Shuri Ponds. Shuri Ponds we already manage. There's already a rule designated it as a special trout water. Morphy Lake, Monastery Lake are highly popular waters where we're meeting a mixed use, and we felt like limiting terminal tackle there, restricting harvest was not necessary. We were meeting our management purpose there. So we did not propose any special trout waters in lakes. We also received some proposals to expand the existing special trout waters on the Pecos River as well as the Cimarron River. After internal discussions, we also felt like expanding those waters would cut into the regular regulation waters, and we would see a loss of opportunity. And we feel like there's a good balance of fishing opportunities for those who want to fish with a particular tackle versus regular tackle in those waters. We also received some questions about the utility of the native trout designations that I mentioned before for the Chiquito, Jacks Creek, and the Rio San Antonio. After discussing that with the individual, they better understood what the purpose of those regulations are, and we seem to address their comments. The last comment we received, it was really twofold. It was a proposal to expand the special trout water on the San Juan River. And if you're familiar with the San Juan River, you would know that it's a world-class type trout fishery. There is about a 4-mile designation just below Navajo Dam down to just above a boat ramp at Crusher Hole. And that's the regulations there are catch and release and limited terminal tackle to artificial flyer lure only. The proposal is recommending that we extend the special trout water down just a little ways to address some resource conflict between individuals who are fishing on a boat ramp at the crusher hole versus people who are trying to launch a boat. And after internal discussions with our officers up in that area, if we were to extend that special trout water, they felt like we would lose a significant amount of opportunity for regular tackle anglers or to anglers who want to catch and keep fish in the Cottonwood Campground area of Navajo Lake State Park. The second part of this proposal was from the same group, and it was interested in expanding the special trout water designation in the San Juan, in the lower part of the San Juan tailwater trout fishery. I think approximate locations could be from the Rainbow Lodge parking and boat ramp area down through the Hammond Wildlife Management area. The recommendation was either to do a catch and release type water or something with a little less restriction, potentially a 2-fish limit with no restrictions on tackle. Based upon the quality of the fishery in that area, we do not think that is warranted at that time. It is an exceptionally good brown trout fishery. I think the interest in that case from that group was it would expand the attraction of that area, and it would make it more attractive as a means for getting anglers on the river. It is certainly a perception issue. There's nothing wrong with someone floating that section of river right now, but we just don't think regulation is the way to go. If we were to, one option would be to start to promote that section of the river a lot better than we do, as well as see if we can improve access, say, through the installation of a boat ramp, and to make it more attractive to boaters in that section of the river. That is all I have for you today. Like I said before, we are in the the second phase of the rulemaking process. Based upon your input today, we will draft up any amendments to our proposed language and be back for a formal rulemaking hearing at your November meeting. Thank you.
It's too bad you don't have a map of what you're trying to indicate.
It just so happens,
Voila.
Mr. Chair, I do have a handful of slides at the end of this presentation, Mr. Chair, that could help explain the situation on the San
Juan. Slides besides this one here?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Would you like to show those now?
Mr. Chair, yes. Okay. So the purpose of this slide is just to demonstrate different sections of the river. And the reason I have New Mexico State's logo up there is we have been noticing a shift in rainbow trout, brown trout interactions on the San Juan for a long time. And we have actually hired New Mexico State to help us take a closer look at the rainbow trout, brown trout interactions and potentially help us modernize some of our monitoring in that area. So starting off, can you see my cursor move? Okay, so here's Navajo Dam. This is a special trout water coming down, and it is an exceptionally good trout fishery. Depending upon the data set, brown trout, rainbow trout, trophy size fish. This is the special trout water end. This would be the area where the boat ramp is. This is that Rainbow Lodge access area.
Kurt, we're not seeing your cursor.
Oh, my apologies.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
the black box on the top right is the dam.
I know where the dam is.
The 4-mile section below it, ending at the first red line. That's the special trout water. The red line is approximately where the boat ramp Kirk mentioned at Crusher Hole is. And then that next section down is the next set of words on the leftish says Rainbow Lodge. That's where they were talking about potentially starting a new special trout water and running that all the way down through the Hammond access to the red line down at the.
Oh, my apologies.
apologies, bottom left. If that helps you orient at all.
Thank you,
Okay.
Director Sloan.
So,
And Kirk, if you could go back to that last slide for just a second. I think some of those numbers at the bottom are important for the commission's understanding.
certainly, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the reason I put these numbers in here is that every year we do a survey of anglers to try and estimate use, and it gives us an index of how popular these fisheries are. And the San Juan tailwater trout fishery is consistently the top 3 to 4 most used fisheries in the state of New Mexico. The special trout water generates 222 on average, is about a 20-year average, 1,000 angler days per year. The regular regulation waters beginning at that red bar that Director Sloan pointed out, going down, generates about 126,000 angler days per year. So these are significantly used fisheries.
And Kirk, just one more thing. I think this is correct. Right below that first red bar there is the Cottonwood Campground you were talking about. That's part of the Navajo Lake State Park.
Correct. I got that on my next slide.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so this is a zoom in of the potential, or the end of the current special trout water, as well as Cottonwood Campground. So if you would follow that yellow, the yellow line which goes out past the 2A, you following me? That is the approximate location of the current end of the special trout water. If you were to follow the river, the green line down, and just below the 2B is the boat ramp that the department enhanced years ago. If you were to go north of the 2B, there is a wash, a sand wash. That is an area that the public uses from Cottonwood Campground, and all the property to the left of that blue line is state park, or Cottonwood Campground State Park. And the public parks up there and walks down and fishes along that far bank, and as well as the east side or the south side of the river. Again, the recommendation would be, our recommendation is to keep things as is. The recommendation of the proposal that we received was to extend that potentially downstream. Again, the San Juan is becoming an incredibly busy fishery with members of the public, as well as guided boat tours, guided fishing tours, those sorts of things. And so there are some people who are fishing from the boat ramp, which it's signed by state parks. It is, in my opinion, not the best behavior to use a boat ramp to fish from. And we've talked to state parks about increasing their enforcement and trying to educate those members of the public about, this is for boat access and not fishing. I'm going to go on to that lower reach now. Again, let's look at, there's the second Rainbow Lodge access area. Again, that is a small parcel owned by the Game Commission, and we have a parking area and a boat ramp there. And that is where the proposal, somewhere in that area, it's beyond the limits of Cottonwood Campground and the significance of that area as far as use. The proposal we received was potentially doing some sort of special trout water designation down there, which would create more attraction to fishing in that area.
So just circle back to that. So from where to introduce special trout water?
The proposal that we received was to create, and I hope I'm getting it right, some sort of special trout water designation in that Rainbow Lodge access area somewhere upstream, possibly at the end of Cottonwood Campground, possibly at the bridge that's driving from Navajo Dam, the town of Navajo Dam, up to to Aztec, some clear, landmark in that area. Again, I would not recommend doing a prohibition on harvest in that area, or a prohibition on terminal or a limit on terminal tackle used. A compromise could be something like a reduced bag limit, but allow any other regular tackle. That way it could be promoted as, in quotes, a special trout water, versus, just being a regular water. In my opinion, I think a first step would be to promote it as it's already a quality fishery, and let's work on promoting it rather than add a rule which would restrict things that the public are already doing. But we're looking for guidance from you as a commission.
Who would we be restricting mostly? The residents of the area, you think, or?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. This area is predominantly owned by private interests on both sides of the river. So I think there would be, there are a couple couple groups that I'm aware of that run fishing operations in those areas. And I don't know what their real constituents are. There is I believe it's called a Rainbow, what's the name of it? Soaring Eagle Lodge. They run a fishing operation out of there. So it's probably a mixed group, and considering that it's regular waters, regulation waters as is, there's probably going to be a significant amount of the public who seek to harvest and use regular tackle.
And Mr. Chairman, at the very end of that is an area called the Hammond Wildlife Management Area. We stock that regularly. I think that's largely used by locals, both for duck hunting and for fishing.
I mean, wasn't there something, there's an idea that we want to access this river more to get the word out that it's actually a good fishing, right?
Mr. Chair, yes. First off, it would be to promote the quality of the fishery in this area. And the data that I've seen that New Mexico State generated, there is close to a state record brown trout in that river. And so there is approximately halfway between Rainbow Lodge, that access area, and the Hammond Wildlife Management Area. There is a chunk of state land that I have never been to, none of my staff has ever been to, but it looks like it could potentially be a good access area to work with State Land Office on, considering designing a boat launch to try to increase access in that area. And so that's part of our thought is, when I say promote the opportunity to increase access, it would be something that we could work with the State Land Office on doing.
Has there been any conversation with them at all yet?
Mr. Chair, not yet. We're waiting on having this conversation and a few other things, but yes, we would like to have that conversation at some point.
Commissioners, any input?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, all I want to say is I like the proposed changes that you're making. What I'm pleased is that it's based upon public comment that you received during those 2 public meetings. It's good to know and see how the department actually takes action when they do hear from the public. I know you always do, but I think this was very good and I like the changes. Thank you.
So Kurt, could you go over what the department's recommending again, please?
Mr. Chair, are you referring to the entire proposal or, okay. Okay. So again, we're proposing to clarify the definition of the barbless lure or fly rule definition in the fisheries rule. Add 3 special trout waters focused on native trout conservation in Jacks Creek, Rio Chiquito, the upper limits of Rio Chiquito and the Rio San Antonio. removing specific references to ice fishing for four waters in the fisheries rule and add a definition of a special trout water. Again, in the manner and method proposal, we are seeking to clarify and make the definition consistent with the fisheries rule for barbless lure or fly, remove specific references or closures to ice fishing, prohibit bait fishing within BLM overflow wetlands area, permit electric trolling motors at Jackson Lake Wildlife Management Area, and expand the director's authority for relaxing, changing, at least temporarily, fishing related activities in New Mexico.
Thank you, Kirk. Does anybody have any opposition to any of this?
I just have a question. Can you go to page number 1? Where do you release that fish?
I'm sorry?
Where do you release that fish?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, that is I believe that was a near state record largemouth bass in a lake in this area. I think that's at Bill Evans Lake. It produces some of our consistently largest largemouth bass in the state.
It looks like we have Carrie Romero for some public comment.
I'll try to be brief because I know everybody wants to get out of here. Again, I'm Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. So yesterday I resent you all a copy of our recommendation on the fisheries rule. We were a little bit disappointed that the department did not include any of our recommendations on the San Juan. There is a very serious overcrowding issue in the quality waters on the San Juan right now, and 80% of that is guided clientele. So the outfitting industry, we would really love to extend our trips further down the river to alleviate the overcrowding. However, it's very hard for the outfitting industry to market and sell guided fishing trips that are not taking place on special trout waters. Outfitted demographic, they want to purchase quality water experiences. So I was kind of encouraged in a wishy-washy way to hear Chief Patton sort of diplomatically say he might be interested in discussing a Christmas water designation through the private land stretch, which is that Rainbow Lodge down to Hammond that we were kind of talking about. We do think this would be a good compromise. Christmas water designation is a special trout water. It allows for restricted take, but also open bait fishing, basically. So I don't think it's really going to put a lot of the bait fishermen out. Instead of keeping 5, they can keep 2. So hopefully that would be a compromise there and not an enforcement nightmare, but it would give our industry the ability to market special quality water guided experiences so that we could pull our trips further down the river. So we're really hopeful that the commission will further explore that idea. The other major issue that we're having is actually the angler conflict taking place on the boat ramp at Crusher Hole that was kind of mentioned. This is a problem that we've been trying to address for many years. There are currently signs that say that you cannot fish from the boat ramp, but they are not enforced. The department says that it's the state park's responsibility. The state park says they don't have the manpower. So it's very common for outfitters to be pulling a boat out of the water and there's a family camped out with coolers and lawn chairs, and it results in bad behavior on both sides, which is not a good look for the industry. Our recommendation to solve that was to pull the quality waters down just an additional 300 yards past the boat ramp. That would encompass that access point that was shown on the map previously. I'm not trying to minimize that. We don't want to do anything to prevent the bait fishermen from accessing. That's not what we're trying to do here. We are just trying to find a middle ground to solve the problem of people fishing from the boat ramp at Crusher Hole. So I don't know if there's some way that we could pull the quality waters down past the boat ramp, but then on the other side, because that access point is on the opposite side of the river, the opposite side of the river be bait fishing. I don't know if that's a possibility or not. We're just trying to think of solutions because it's just not working for us, for the department to say that they can't enforce that, and for the state park to say they're also unwilling. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So is there access on the other side of the river?
Mr. Chair, yes, there is access on both sides of the river. What I believe Director Sloan is pointing out is a sandy wash area. And that is one of the more popular spots for people on that side of the river to access that point, because that is the side of the river that Cottonwood Campground is on.
Mr. Chair, there's, as I was just noting to you, there's a road that comes almost up to that wash and a parking area. You do travel, I think, either through or near the campground, so it is a popular spot and very easily accessed for lots of anglers.
What would be the negative of bringing down the quality waters down 300 yards past?
Mr. Chair, in the department's opinion, it would be a encroachment on water where people that visit Cottonwood Campground are accustomed to using for the sake of because of a few people who are inappropriately camping out on a boat ramp. So I would prefer to try and encourage state parks to enforce their signage there before we, in quotes, punish the folks who are abiding by good practices, as far as not necessarily abiding by good practices in resource management or resource use.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, I guess the big significant difference is above the special trout water line, it's catch and release only. Below it, it's a 5-fish limit. So if you pulled that down, you would make that area catch and release only, and that would be a very significant change.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe we should go with the department recommendation. A lot of people can't afford guides on the San Juan. And if they want to get some type of recreational usage out of it, while they're still paying their license and their vendor fee and their discount, we should not be restricting them for special interest groups that have large amounts of clientele and that they're making good money. And these people just want to go out and fish. It's a state parks issue.
I agree with you. Why can't we enforce there?
Mr. Chair, I believe, and we could ask Colonel Simbal to help with this. I believe we have a rule which allows us to enforce closures of our signs on Game Commission property. And then we also have in rule that we have the ability to enforce closures of waters, but not areas.
Yeah, that's correct. A violation of posted signs would be on our property.
Thank you, guys. Well, I agree with the department. I'd like to support the department on their recommendation on this. And hopefully get state parks to enforce the boat ramp. I don't know how we do that, but what about the commissioners online?
Chairman, I just had the same question you did, is why couldn't we enforce? And I didn't hear Mr. Simbal's answer really.
Colonel Simbal said that she's walking up right now, so I'll let him give his answer.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Fulfer. So we have the ability to enforce a violation of posted sign, but that applies to our properties. So our WMAs, predominantly Bernardo, La Harda, we'll have a no parking sign and we can write for that. It's also maybe interesting to point out that Simone access point is on BLM. So it's one of the only places a fisherman can go park for free. They don't have to pay a park pass.
But is it allowed for them to fish from that boat dock?
So the Simone, Chair, Mr. Commissioner, the Simone access point is on the opposite side of the river. It's pretty much straight across from it. And that's got the parking area that's on BLM, walk down fishing access on BLM. And if you waded across the river, like straight across, you'd be at close to the boat ramp. The boat ramp's in that same general vicinity, but you can't access it from that side of the river via car.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fulfer, it is not legal by state parks rule to fish from the boat ramp. They have a sign saying that. They're just not actively enforcing it, potentially due to shortage of personnel. But as Kirk noted, I think we're going to work with them and encourage them strongly to enforce that. And certainly our guys can go and encourage people not to do that. Maybe they can't write them a ticket, but just their presence and pointing to the sign and saying, hey, you're not really supposed to be here might be enough to get the point across.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's an excellent spot to write tickets because the people that don't adhere to the no fishing sign usually do not have a license.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's no way that the department can do an MOU or something with the state parks for that specific area to assist with enforcement? Because we're talking about public safety here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, I've had a couple conversations with state parks about this exact spot now. They have been short-staffed with enforcement officers up there. They're hiring another one. They have committed to us to making this a point of emphasis for them. Certainly personnel limiting, so.
So is everyone in agreement with the department?
Mr. Chair, we have one more hand raised online if you wish to
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Dan Roper, you're going to be given 3 minutes to talk on this topic.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I know it's been a long day for you. I will be brief and not take up the entire 3 minutes. We also shared a comment letter with the commission yesterday. On behalf of Trout Unlimited, I'd like to just offer a few comments in support of the new special trout water designations on San Antonio, Chiquito, and Jacks Creek, all important native trout streams. I'd like to express support for the authority for the director to take short-term actions in the interest of our fisheries. I think that's possibly the most important thing in front of you today. We're very much in support of that. And I would also like to echo some of the interest brought forth by the New Mexico Council on Outfitters and Guides on the adding new special trout water on the San Juan. Internally, that idea is well received in our ranks within the guiding community. The individuals I've spoken to all think that is a good idea. So if the commission feels it's appropriate, we would be supportive of that. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Commissioners. Yeah. Commissioners online, you both support this? The departments?
The department, yes, sir.
I do as well. I am sympathetic to the request of Ms. Romero, and that was just echoed But I think ultimately I side with Commissioner Lopez, and I think that Chief Patton's the proposed changes in the presentation were really excellent. We're very balanced and are moving us in the right direction. I don't think I'm prepared to go along with the extension of the special trout waters there below the boat ramp. I want to say, yeah, I took my 10-year-old on Jack's Creek last month, and we had a fantastic time with those beautiful cutthroats of variety of sizes, and it's great to see that upgraded.
All right, everyone, thanks for your input. So it sounds like we're going to go with the department's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Chief Patton, for your presentation. Item number 12, discussion of proposed changes to the Upland Game Rule 19.31.5 NMAC. Let me be given by Chief Liley.
Chief Patton would like to give it.
Trying to steal the show again. It's more.
Well, apparently Chief Patton broke the computer.
He touched it last.
Excuse is excuse.
Oh, we got it. Yep. All right, it just came unlocked. Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as you said, this is the Upland Game Rule. This is the second time that we've heard this. So after today's meeting, we would go back, draft the rule for the commission's adoption at the November meeting. We heard it last at the April meeting. We went and had some public meetings since then as well. But before I kind of get into some of the proposed changes and what the department's recommendations are and some of the public comments I had, I want to kind of go through a little bit of a little background biology on upland game, specifically really on quail too. That's where a lot of our comments have come in from this rule cycle. The graphic you're looking at there is breeding bird survey index, annual indices going back to 1965 for scaled quail. We picked this just as an example of just the large population variations you could see annually in these populations, really driven by environmental factors, not harvest driven, but really environmental factors. What the graphic is that middle line is the mean with 95% confidence intervals around that index. Again, in poor years, these populations could have really significant population declines, but in good years, they could rebound really quick. And you'll see that kind of in that era right here, probably the best scaled quail hunting we had in the state around 2012-13, when we just had an explosion of those populations. Timing of rain was right, timing of precip, insects on the ground, et cetera, really helped improve that. As you kind of see right now, more recently, drought conditions have kind of brought that population back down. But really a lot of factors do impact it. For example, Gamble's quail, more winter precip is driving population trajectories one way or another. And I think it's important, gallinaceous birds, quail, et cetera, really even more so than migratory birds, can have much larger clutches, much larger young of the year, and really see that population explosion if you have the right climatic conditions. Really what the point of this is that harvest is not driving the population dynamics in these bird populations. It's being driven really mainly by weather conditions. Again, some of the understanding now, that it used to be that all harvest was compensatory for upland game. There is probably some additive component. Hunting can have some additive component, probably in the quail species more later in the season, February, March, etc. And that would be when you're having birds that survived, the young of the year surviving all the way to February, most likely are going to have a chance to breed the following season. So that's where we get that more kind of additive harvest when they get late February, March, April. Our season does end February 15th for that reason, to try not to get that additive harvest in there in those birds. The other thing I think is really important, and what we see is that hunters really kind of self-regulate for the most part. You'll see and I have a graphic here in a minute, hunter participation tracks population trends for the most part. So when we see birds on the landscape, we definitely see more birds on the landscape, we see more hunters on the landscape. The one thing that we do maybe kind of see is there are some hunters that are very devoted hunters every single year, go out no matter what. And those devoted hunters that are in those kind of low period years might have a little bit more impact on the population than say definitely on a high year. But again, overall, we do not think we have an issue with harvest being or driving the population dynamics in these gallinaceous birds, quail especially. And it advanced on my slide. Okay, there we go. So I just want to get to real quick a snapshot of across the state across the West where quail hunting occurs. I think the really important thing to look at is more Texas, Arizona, where we have similar quail species, Gambel's quail, scaled quail, bobwhites, and Montezuma quail. We have very similar, if you will see their bag limits and season dates as our surrounding states. I think it's also important to note in the last 47 years in New Mexico, there were some comments that came about during the public comment that we should adjust bag limits on an annual basis based upon what we see the population. There used to be some of that happened a long time ago in the history of New Mexico's rulemaking, but the reality is in the last 47 years, we've only had 5 years where we've been with a bag limit less than 15, and it really didn't have any impact again on population trajectories the following year. So we really see that bag limit really is not an impact on our actual populations. Again, if there was anything that maybe would potentially have some of an impact would be how late we're harvesting. And again, we end our season on February 15th for our quail species. Real quick, just on forest grass, we just have dusky grass in our state. You'll look at the rest of the kind of states across the West, we're basically the same as season dates for the most part, and bag limits are very similar in the state of New Mexico compared to the rest of the Western United States. Some of these other states have different grass species. We're limited to dusky grass only in New Mexico, similar to Arizona. So I mentioned that I'd get to a discussion kind of looking at harvest trends compared to population fluctuations. I do want to point out this goes back to 1980. From up until the 1991 season. So you'll see this black line. This is the mean harvest, and this is for scaled quail on the top graph. That orange line is the population trend from the breeding bird index. You'll notice up to 1991, you actually see where harvest is over trending the population, but that was because up till 1991, we lumped harvest and didn't separate out by species. So you'll see that the same exact trend on the bottom graph on Gambel's quail. When we split out the species harvest reporting by species starting in the 90s, you'll notice more of a tracking of the breeding bird index with the mean harvest. The other thing that's important to note, starting in 2006, the department started our own harvest reporting system. Prior to that, it was voluntary harvest reporting through a contractor. But the take-home message from that was just how the harvest really tracks pretty well with the bird population in that given year. So this graphic here is looking at, from our reported harvest, the people that are reporting harvest, how many birds do they take on an annual basis? This is not right. So the daily bag limit's 15 birds, but what you'll see there is 85% of the hunters that reported harvesting Gambel's quail reported harvesting 15 birds or less in the entirety of the season. So very, very, very few people are actually getting up to the bag limit, and very few people are harvesting more than the bag limit in an annual year. So the majority of harvest across those species, 70% in scaled quail, 80% in bobwhite. Montezuma is 63%. It's important to note Montezuma has a separate bag limit of 5 birds, not 15. But the majority of hunters are harvesting less birds on an annual basis than what the daily bag limit allows them. So really the bag limits are not driving hunters. You will notice there are a couple of hunters that are in there that are up to 100 plus birds in a year. It's also important to note this is going back to the 2014 that also included that boom year of the scaled quail. You'll notice the higher bag limits are on the right-hand side of that graphic where you get into the 30 plus birds in a year. Most of that is scaled quail, and most of that happened in the years when we just saw probably the best scaled quail hunting in that 2015, 16, 17 era in New Mexico when we had huge population gains. We've come down. It really was just the right timing of weather in there. On an annual basis, our reports for the number of scaled quail, that's our most common quail harvested in the state. For example, last year, reported harvest was around 4,500 birds statewide. So again, harvest is not really driving the population dynamics in these birds. It really is weather that's driving that. Getting onto our actual proposals, what we're doing is like all of our big game rules or our other game rules, we have a lot of Saturday start dates. So we just adjust the date of the open of the harvest based upon calendar shift. You get 1 day earlier every single year, 2 days on leap year. So just adjusting that like we do with all of our rules. But one of the bigger things that we are proposing is dividing dusky grouse season into dividing dusky grouse into 2 different harvest regions, a north and a south zone. The population in the south is here in the Gila, not a real large population. What we are proposing is setting a south zone. It's really just, again, in the Gila region, not even in the Sacramentos, just in the Gila, and making that a 1 bird bag limit per day and 2 in possession. We've looked at trying to do a little bit more research on the birds down in this region, trying to understand it. Drought impacts are probably having more connectivity maybe to the north, but again, or connectivity even to the west into Arizona, kind of looking at those kind of things. We'll look into the future. Birds in the north are doing really well. No need to really set that a different separate bag limit there. We're also proposing creating a new youth pheasant season on Jackson Lake WMA. We have 2 different youth pheasant seasons, one on our Huey Wildlife Management Area and one on Bernardo. So we're proposing doing that on Jackson Lake as well. We're also proposing opening Bluebird and Pine River WMAs for upland game hunting during the squirrel and grouse season. Those are both two areas in the north of the state. And then opening the Double E, Elbar, Navajo, the Navajo WMAs. There's a lot of spread out ones throughout there, and River Ranch for upland hunting during quail season. There's maybe some quail or scaled quail up on the Navajo WMAs, maybe not, but we're proposing opening it as a potential opportunity. We did have 2 hybrid meetings and a specific meeting with Quail Forever. You'll look at the number of participants in those meetings, both in person and online. And then we've received 9 emails in addition to the public comments we received during the meeting. The vast majority of our comments that we'll receive, I have 2 pages of here, it deals with harvest reporting and people wanting to get more information off harvest reporting. If you'll recall, in order to qualify for putting in for the draw, you have to buy a game license. That game license then allows you to go hunt upland game. So there was a lot of comments that suggest we make mandatory hunter harvest for anyone that holds an upland game license. We felt because the vast majority of people do not actually even come. For example, non-residents are putting in for big game draws. If they don't draw an elk tag, they're not necessarily coming here to hunt quail, and making that a mandatory really doesn't make a lot of sense for just how many people do buy a license and never even hunt in the state of New Mexico that year. What we are looking at doing and trying to modify in our hunter system is when someone does click to purchase that game license for that year, is basically a pop-up window, just like harvest reporting for waterfowl. Are you planning to hunt upland game this year? Yes or no? And then we have a way to subsample those people at the end of the season. So we'll know who was planning to hunt later on in the season and be able to go out and collect more information. Right now it's pure voluntary. We don't know how many people for sure did or didn't hunt, but this will give us a better idea when we go to and ask, are you planning on upland hunting? The rest of these comments, either as one comment from an individual, except for the support for this creating the southern grouse season. You'll see some kind of things that were, excuse me, some in favor of one thing and opposed to the same thing. So we have a little bit, ending shooting hours at sunset. We really don't see an issue with the sunset. We do it 30 minutes after sunset right now for all of our upland game species. We don't see that as an issue. There was a comment about changing quail so it doesn't open on deer seasons. Deer seasons change on an annual basis. Quail has always been fixed on November 15th. So it'd really be more of looking at our deer seasons if we tried to do that versus a quail season, because of that changing variability in deer every single year. There was a comment to establish a crow season. We do have a little bit of concerns with that. We do get Chiricahuan ravens into the state of New Mexico. Chiricahuan ravens can be harder to distinguish from crows. They are ravens, yes, but from size-wise, they're not that different. Chiricahuan ravens are a species of greatest conservation need, and we just would be concerned of misidentification and harvest in that as well. There was a comment that said to open grouse season on the Tuesday after Labor Day. There was concerns that there's just a lot more people that are going up on Labor Day and hunting grouse. I think we actually feel that that's a great way for people getting out over Labor Day weekend to get out there and harvest. Yes, it is crowded, but it peters out right away after that Labor Day weekend, and I don't think that's going to really change a lot. Again, I mentioned there was a comment to delineate a zone east and west of I-25. We don't have grouse east of south of I-40 and east of I-25. So there's no need, we don't feel like there's a need to create a zone in there because there is no birds in the Sacramentos, for example. Again, there was some of these kind of random comments, reducing grouse harvest limits near the Pecos. I think that's, people will, where it's close to access to roads and trails, that might get a little bit heavier harvest, but there's a lot of refugia in the Pecos where you get into the wilderness, and there is a lot more birds the deeper you get into the wilderness. We don't feel like that's necessary. Comments, a lot of these I'll say kind of comments into restricting seasons or lengths or bag limits. Again, I don't think we have a harvest issue, harvest not driving population dynamics. This was a hope that they would maybe see a rebound in populations. Again, we don't feel like a bag limit adjustment in 1 year is going to change the trajectory of the quail populations the next. It really is going to be dependent upon what Mother Nature does for us that year. There was a comment on trying to restrict non-residents to hunt periods. Right now, it's just the season's November 15th to February 15th. There was a comment saying they would like to see residents only restricted to 2 different 5-day hunt periods across that season. And then there was some people asking to increase the pheasant season. We really don't have pheasants in the state. Very few. A lot of those are stocked areas on our WMAs for hunting. So they're really, we really didn't see the need for it. We do not have a lot of harvest. There was a comment that said stock pheasants on public lands, and there was a comment that said don't release any more non-natives. So people asking contradictory on both of that. Our proposal for the pheasant dates statewide over the next 4 years would be these, the 3-day periods. We have those 3-day hunts on there, and you'll see what that is there. And then here is our proposed youth pheasant hunts, the dates that we have that they're a 1-day hunt. You'll notice in Jackson Lake WMA, we have that as a TBD. We would ask to do that as TBD and rule to allow for when we try to determine the forage is right, the cover is right, when we're trying to create this hunt. Those other hunts that are established already, we have a pretty well idea of when we need to hunt, when we how it works with the farming that occurs there in relationship to migratory birds coming in. I think we'll figure this out over the next 4 years. After this 4-year rule cycle, we'll come back to you with specific dates. We do have other rules where we do TBD dates. We will publish it in our RIBs on an annual basis, and we'll have a draw for those hunts as well. And with that, I would take any questions you all may have.
Thanks for that. It was a good presentation. I don't really have any questions. Does anybody else? Are commissioners online?
Yeah, I could just weigh in and say that I support Chief Lively's view, and his arguments make a lot of sense for most of these issues. The reduction in the dusky grouse for the southern region is great. I think it's clearly warranted. His points about what regulates quail populations are right on, I think. The one comment about collecting more data from upland game hunters, I think, I agree with that commenter. I mean, I think that those opportunities to get data from hunters are really going to be valuable going forward. So I would support that kind of thing going forward. I agree that there shouldn't be a crow hunt because Chihuahua and ravens would take it on the chin if that happened. But I also want to point out there's some interesting science emerging actually at this conference about the effects of ravens as nest predators on birds of conservation concern, including in the Eastern Sierras. They're very important nest predators on pinyon jays. And so in the future, we may be looking at trying to help with regulating raven populations, both common and Chihuahuan, if they're affecting other species of birds of conservation concern. So I just thought I'd point that out, but overall, very much in support of Chief Lively's approach. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. Jesse DeBell would like to make some public comment.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the presentation, Chief Lively. The New Mexico, again, Jesse DeBell, Executive Director, New Mexico Wildlife Federation. The New Mexico Wildlife Federation submitted fairly extensive comments, so you all should have copies of those, and hopefully you've had an opportunity to read them. In the sake of time, I'll be quick. I won't go through all of the details of our comments, but we'll mention just a couple things. The first one is Chief Lively said, we have a daily bag limit of 15 quail, and essentially nobody is shooting 15 quail a day. 15 quail per day, 30 in possession. The New Mexico Wildlife Federation would recommend we reduce the bag limit, not because we want to have an effect on quail populations, as has been stated, and we fully agree. Harvest by hunters is not really affecting the population, but if people aren't harvesting it anyway, why are we setting that expectation for 15 as a daily limit? I don't think it's necessary. They're not doing it anyway. I think we should just reduce that number to 8 per day and 16 in possession. The other thing I'll mention is there's been a pretty drastic reduction in quail populations in a lot of other states, particularly states with bobwhite quail. And quail hunters, or upland bird hunters in particular, are a very passionate group, and they're very dedicated and they're very committed. And it's not uncommon to come down into Luna County during quail season and see non-residents, people from other states who are camped out for months at a time in their RVs hunting quail day after day after day. And so I think the idea of setting different season dates for non-residents makes a lot of sense. And again, it's not because of hunter harvest affecting populations, but as Chief Lively often talks about when we talk about big game, he says sometimes you manage for opportunity and sometimes you manage for quality, the quality of the experience. Well, we have plenty of opportunity. Quail season opens, November 15th and lasts till February 15th. We have 3 full months to hunt. For guys like me that can't draw a big game tag, that's fantastic. But it's also unlimited, so everybody can get there. So the opportunity is not an issue, but what we're experiencing is a decrease in the quality of the experience, and a lot of that is because of overcrowding by non-resident hunters. If I go to the North Dakota, or if I go to South Dakota, I have to specify what days I'm going to be there. In one state, you have 2 7-day periods you can hunt. In one state, you have 2 5-day periods. And so as a resident of New Mexico, when I travel out of state, I'm subjected to different rules because I'm a non-resident. I'm a guest of that state. And I don't think it's inappropriate for New Mexico to prioritize residents and make some adjustments to those non-residents that we certainly welcome coming to our state to enjoy our wildlife. It would be ideal if we had 2 10-day or 2 5-day periods that these non-residents could hunt, but it would start December 1st. So New Mexico residents would have 2 full weeks of just resident hunting opportunity before non-residents were able to hunt our same quail. And then perhaps the season for non-residents could end on February 1st. So at the end of the season, those later harvests that Chief Lively talked about would be exclusive to residents from February 1st to February 15th. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse. Commissioner Clemente.
Can you go to your chart where you have the population driven through the years, the fluctuation? Is it that one, the one before that, right there?
Yeah, this is for specifically for scaled quail, yes.
For scale quail, okay. How do you get these data?
That's the breeding bird survey index, annual survey that happens every year, call counts, et cetera. We're starting to do, so they do all kinds of different species of birds on that. But it's been collected annually around Christmas. We are trying to do specific counts for quail, as we've done during our prairie chicken surveys now, especially in the Southeast. But this comes from the breeding bird survey. That's an annual survey.
Okay. So you mentioned that harvest doesn't change population dynamics, correct? But population dynamic does change the pressure by hunters. So you don't think that one year that the population is in the upwards, you put that pressure, which is more harvest, and then you don't have that stability the following year for the birds to be able to reproduce. So you don't think that is why the fluctuation changes so dramatically? Because I've seen in populations that we manage, whenever you have, yes, I agree with you, drought, feed, diversity on seeds and everything, that's what it drives population. But whenever you have those droughts, if you maintain a certain amount of birds, that is stable. It's a more of a not so drastic of changes on population. So by having these upwards on the population and you having this harvest, increasing harvest, you don't think that affects where the actual species drops deeper the following year?
Commissioner Clemente, let me go to another graphic where it's the same, more or less graphic. If that left-hand corner, so it's without the 95% confidence interval. So the upper left-hand corner is the orange line is your scaled quail breeding bird survey index. And let's just take the 2010 era to 25. You'll notice right there, hunters weren't even able to keep up with that. Like the rate of increase happened so fast. And so you'll see harvest went up when that population went up, almost a year delay, but they weren't even able to capture because it increased. The birds were able to just breed and reproduce so quick. But it came down real fast, not driven by harvest, probably because you just had one bad year. I don't think a function of like harvest being to the point where you're keeping them at a lower level, and they aren't able to capture the resources and just explode. I think what we saw like in 2000, if you look at that, that's 2012, 13, you had about 2 or 3 years of stability, and then just almost 2 years is what took us to a density that went, you know, an order of magnitude increase. And so because harvest is so limiting, you're talking less than 4,000 or 5,000 birds across the entire state of New Mexico. It's not driving the dynamics. What could is, you know, coyote predation or some other kind of predation is having a bigger impact on these birds than hunter harvest is.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, you take everything into consideration. So that comes to my comment that I think more data should be created around upland game.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Witt or Commissioner Fulfrey, have anything that you'd like to say?
I don't.
Oh, I
Commissioner Witt?
just would say that the use of the way that Chief Liley used the breeding bird survey is totally appropriate. That's the gold standard for population abundance. It's based on a set of surveys that are geographically distributed. Each one is a 50-mile route. It involves 3-minute point counts done a half a mile apart, the same time of year, every year, repeated exactly the same way. It produces really nice, trustworthy data.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. Oh, commissioners. Nothing? Teresa? So I just want to touch on something that Jesse DuBell brought up, and maybe we should talk about it a little bit. I'm not in so much agreement with the harvest, bringing down the harvest or the limit, but other states do have a non-resident resident season. And we've never talked about that. I've never thought about that. I'm not saying let's do that now, but something to look at maybe. Do you guys have any opinions?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think I agree with what you're suggesting. When I heard Mr. DuBell speak, I tend to agree with the changes he was recommending. Director Sloan, Chief Liley, if you were to make some of the adjustments that he recommended, like to those numbers, could those be considered minor adjustments and we could proceed as is with the proposal?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, no, I don't think so. I think the expectation, for the last, again, 37 out of 40 years, we've had 15 bird bag limit. So the expectation is going to be that we keep it at 15. There are people that harvest 15 birds in a day. And so it's not that he is correct that the average people don't. Just like fish, the daily bag limit for fish is 5, but the average is between 1.5 and 2. There are people that harvest 5 a day as well. And so I think you will have it. We didn't hear comments about, if we made a proposal to reduce the bag limit, you're going to hear the comments from those people that will come out and say, no, don't reduce the bag limit, right? And there wasn't a lot of comments out there that said reduce the bag limit. Again, we do not think it's a biological thing. It would be, if we thought it was like the grouse, dusky grouse in the Southwest, we did propose reducing from 3 to 1. But again, there are people that do go out there and kill a bag limit every day. There are going to be people, if we go to half the bag limit, they'll say, no, we want it actually at 12, not 8, we didn't go out to public comment. So I think changing that at a later time at a hearing would require us to go back out to public comment because we did not make that proposal.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add to that I'm not in favor of bringing that down either, because I think the reasons aren't right. As Chief Liley said, the biological justification for bringing it down is not there. So why limit the opportunity for those few people, even if it's 1% of hunters, or even if it's just that 1% of hunting days that you have a great day? Well, you should be able to take 15 quail. It's not going to affect the population. So I'd be against bringing those down. In terms of making a special accommodation for in-state hunters versus out-of-state, I'd be interested in considering that, but I don't think we want to make that change right now. Again, it hasn't been deeply considered to my.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the same way as Chief Liley. I think once you start changing a season, the other states start looking at that also, and you end up reciprocating in the same direction. And I've seen it even in the state Senate when we passed some bills, we're reciprocating with different contractors and and surveyors and things. The other states will either work with you or against you on those things. And I think a more level playing field is more fair than not. And the bag limit is always seemed to be that way. And I agree with you. You have people that maybe get the 15 birds, but you have the other group that doesn't. So I totally agree with Chief Liley on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fulfer. So we need to give direction to move on with this. So I'm going to agree with the department on their recommendations. Commissioners?
Agree.
Agree.
Okay. So thank you, Chief Liley, for your presentation. I still see there's a few people waiting here for public comment, I believe. Do we have people for public comment? Yep. Yeah. What? Yes, I know. I have 4. Yeah. Oh, thanks for hanging in there, everybody. Let's start with Bruce Gallagher.
Thank you. I thank you for letting me speak. I am 84 years old, still hunt when I can, get an elk or deer tag. Haven't drawn an elk or deer tag for 4 years. Usually put in for Nevada, Idaho, Wyoming, New Mexico. I got lucky this year and drew an elk tag in New Mexico. At one time, you could buy a tag over the counter when you arrived in a state you wish to hunt. We now have bow hunts, muzzleloader hunts, youth hunts, handicap hunts, rifle hunts. I am asking this board of New Mexico Department of Fish and Game to be the first and have a senior hunt, 75 years or older. Have their pick every year, automatic license, and have a pick of antelope, deer, or elk in the great state of New Mexico. As a hunter for 75 years or older, we just don't have that many years left. It seems to me it's about time Fish and Game realizes we're the ones that have supported the system for many years, yet it is almost impossible to draw a tag. By adopting a new law, I would hope the New Mexico Fish and Game realizes the importance of a law like this when a hunter has paid into the system all his life. At 75 years of age, we deserve a senior hunt. At 75 years of age, let's face it, we certainly wouldn't hurt the game population, but look at the joy you would put into a hunter's life knowing he or she could hunt every year. Also look at the revenue it would put into the state. As a resident of the state of New Mexico the last 3 years, I am very proud to present this to Senior Hunt to you. It is my adopted if it is adopted, just think of the joy you have put into an old hunter's life. I wish you would look at and be the first to have a state where once you were 75 years of age, you could still get out and hunt when you have supported hunting in New Mexico all your life. I thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
I'm just wanting somebody that I've tried for 2 years, and you're the first ones that listen at all. So
Thank you. Bill McCarty. Thank you, Bill.
Commissioners, I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I apologize to those that are virtual because I can't hand you these maps that I've just handed to the rest of the commissioners. But what I've handed out is maps of 2 of the E+ ranches that our family owns right here in the edge of reserve. The way the E+ is set up, it states that it's based on acreage. We own 2 of the larger E+ SCR ranches. One in the way the game department splits it up, part of it is in Unit 15 and part of it is in 16D. These are river bottom, private land ranches that are overwhelmed in elk. I have gone through the appeal process in order to get the best ranch score that we can. It's been limited at the score of 10 with the multiplier of 1.5. It's the maximum they'll get without recognizing commercial agriculture. There's also a letter attached there from the state engineer's office because of the permanent pasture that we irrigate, that it is recognized by the state engineer as commercial agriculture. So I am here just wanting to start the dialogue on getting the procedures changed in order to recognize that when we're out there raising 43 acres of irrigated pasture that have hundreds of elk on them, the benefit that we are providing to them. And right now, we are not getting tags for that property. I go through the incentive program, I go through the E+ draw, and we are not getting the tags. We can go through the website and look at site after site where their entire ranch is smaller than our irrigated pasture, and they get tags year after year. So we've got to do something. If the way you're going to compensate us for taking the grass that we grow is through tags, we've got to do something in order to be issued those tags. If you're not, we've got to come up with something else, because we cannot have hundreds, if not thousands of elk on our private land, destroying it and not have a means that you guys are using. Because right now, you're just stealing our resources. So we've got to put an end to that. The second comment I wanted to make on that is concerning the private land access. I've welcomed every hunter that wants to come onto our property. I don't have any problem with that. But the way it is set up, it's very confusing to the hunters on whether or not they have to have permission to get on our property. Personally, I feel like if a hunter has enough dignity to come and ask, they're welcome there. Even your own officers, when they recently had reason to come on our property, they asked to come. So we need to get it where, yeah, I'll welcome the hunters, just have them ask for permission to come. So let's start that dialogue, please.
Thank you, Bill. Tommy Christensen. Or Tammy. She has 2 of them here. Tammy Christensen's not here. Carrie Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promise. It's the last time you'll hear from me today. This is not what I want to say, but I do agree with the previous gentleman that spoke on the loophole in E+. I agree that's a loophole that we need to close. The way that it works right now is they only get the agricultural point if they sell hay. So irrigated cropland that is just like permanent pasture is not included, and I do think it should be. Okay, so my real comment is that I wanted to have a little bit of a policy creation refresher partially for the commission's benefit, but then also partially for my benefit, because the process has changed a little bit over time. And I think I'm just kind of still trying to figure out how best for our organization to communicate with the department and with the commission. So when these rules that we've discussed today, like the shed rule, the upland game rule, the fisheries rule, at the next commission meeting, those rules are going to hearing. So they will be on the public register for 30 days and they need to remain that way unchanged. And when you go into the hearing, you can only make non-substantive changes. You can change numbers, you can change letters, you can change wording here and there. You cannot make big policy changes during a hearing. So I'm telling you this because we really, really want to see Christmas waters on the private land segment of the San Juan. The reason you guys did not get bombarded with comments like that is because we were in conversation with the department and it was not a proposal that the department had set forth at that particular time. This is the meeting where you guys do need to do your deep dive into the discussion for things you want. I can't even believe I'm going to say this out loud, but to Jesse's point about the restrictions on non-residents, I'll probably get hung by my board for saying that, but his proposal also, it seemed like there was some commission interest. By the time that goes to hearing, you guys are done. You can't make any changes at the hearing. You have to make the changes that you want to go back out for public comment today or even the previous meeting, because in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to send you guys a bunch of emails from a bunch of different people saying that we want Christmas waters. And it might change your perspective in the hearing. And honestly, it's a disservice to the regular bait fishing public because they don't know that I'm going to do this. And then you only hear from one side and you go into the hearing and you've only heard from one side of the issue. I'm not saying that you need to change what you've done today. I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I think that the process is kind of not working and it's not working the way it has in the past. And it's a little bit clumsy right now. So I think everybody's just kind of trying to figure out how best to engage with the commission on rule changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. You're needed to register, but go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I know I didn't register. I didn't anticipate being in this position, but I did go to the Upland Game Rule and I did write comments on behalf of the Wildlife Federation. And I agree with Carrie. It seems like kind of a catch-22. We're told, well, this is not the time to make a substantial change, but you guys are going to be considering the final rule at which you can't make a substantial change. So I don't know when the time would be. When could we consider making a substantial change? If not going to a meeting and submitting comments, and then told, well, that cake is baked. You can't even comment on it. I think that Jesse made, in his limited time, some very good points, but I wanted to point out that with the quail hunting, you've got a lot of hunters who are passionate bird hunters who live in the Northern Rockies. And they're coming down to the Palencios and they're bringing every dog they own, every ATV they own, and every RV they own. And they set up shop for weeks. Our quality of hunting is being diminished as resident hunters. I think you guys, it's not a matter of other states looking at this and saying, well, we'd have to reciprocate if New Mexico limited us to non-residents to a period of short hunt dates. They're doing that in the Dakotas, already doing that to New Mexico hunters. If you want to hunt in these other states, you're subject to those restrictions. So I think you guys really ought to consider this global question of how we're going to regulate upland game hunting, quail hunting in particular, considering that southern Arizona and southern New Mexico are mobbed by quail hunters from around the country. It's having an effect not just on the population. I know the population can rebound. I said that in our comments. But it's having an effect on the quality of hunting and the some of these areas in the Palencios, very limited camping areas, very limited resources for New Mexicans to enjoy, particularly going after Montezuma quail. So I think that, frankly, I feel like we got short shrift here. I don't know what else to do, going to meetings and writing comments, but, it shouldn't just be off the table to consider what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online for public comment?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Well, commissioners, would you have any comments about anything?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that stuck around the entire day today. I'm sorry I didn't write your names for those of you that spoke in the last 10, 15 minutes. I think that the commission makes every attempt through a due process of listening during general public comment. And today, before we go to a hearing, Director, actually, could you please speak to some of this? Because I think it'd be very helpful for the record and for them to clarify, I think, what we are doing.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, so the process goes something like this. We have a first meeting where we bring you, this rule is opening, this is kind of what we're thinking, we're going to hold some public meetings. We go forward and hold public meetings. We often meet with individual groups and or individuals to talk about their proposals. Those that we think are good proposals, we often include in our recommendation. Those that we are not excited by, we put into the public comment and note them. So that when we come to our second, which usually what we've been calling subsequent up until I wrote this recent agenda, we present a revised version of what the first presentation was that includes changes we might have garnered from the public, as well as present what those comments were that we chose not to incorporate. At that point, the commission has the opportunity, well, at the first meeting, the commission has the opportunity certainly to have input and to say, we'd like to see you put this out there, as you did with the license vendor fees. You know, you weren't really comfortable giving us any direction at the last meeting, so you asked us to go forward with 3 different proposals. So we did that. So that's the kind of thing that can happen between the first and second. Again, at the second one, it's really the time where we're pretty refined on what we want to propose. We note those proposals that we didn't include that the public presented, and we ask the commission, of all of these things, either ones we've presented or ones you've heard about, is there anything else you want us to do? Do you want us to go in a different direction? Do you want us to do something else? We get that final direction at this subsequent discussion point and move forward with developing a draft rule, putting it out for the 30-day comment and going to the hearing. Again, at the hearing, you'll hear, this is the proposal, this is the rule, here are some comments we've gotten for or against, at which point it's more or less a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the entire rule. So it's really this subsequent discussion point where you can make substantive changes and give us direction. One of the things that we have to be careful about is the timing, because if you give us a really radical change at this point on some of these rules, not all of them, the fisheries rule, for example, could run a little longer. We would have to go back out to public comment, might miss the November date and have to have a hearing in January. So we have to be careful about when rules expire and when they need to be into effect. But that's kind of the process. I don't know if any of the chiefs have anything different they want to add to that. Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Thank you, Director Sloan. So we're now at the point of executive session. Can I have a motion to enter the executive session?
So moved.
Also move to motion to adjourn into the closed executive session, move to adjourn into close to the public pursuant to section 1015-1 NMSA 1978 to discuss property purchase, acquisition, or disposal pursuant to section 1015-1 H2 NMSA 1978 to discuss limited personal matters.
Director Sloan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Witt.
Here.
I'm going to assume that's a yes to enter executive session.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Hickey,
Yes.
Chair Stump,
Yes,
motion passes.
we're now adjourned executive session.
Commissioners.
This commission had adjourned into executive session. Was public. The matter specified in its motion to adjourn. It took no action as to any matter. Thank you to all who participated in today's meeting. We really appreciate it. Our next meeting is November 7th in Los Alamos. This meeting is adjourned.